Hello, how are we? Hope you're well. Oh, here we go. Let's get this party started. Right, I've got my other screen on. Oh, here it is. Oh, fuck. Right, I can set it up now. I can set it up for a share screen, live streaming. Uh, yeah, let me share it and I'll minimize it now. But I'll twist it like that. Hey, presto. And then I'll go here, do that, but then go back here. Happy days. Happy days are here again. Right, let me just get that. I need to start Rumble, and then we're ready. We are ready to Rumble. I keep singing that song. Let's get ready, ready, let's get ready, ready, let's get ready to Rumble. Da 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 da. Psych. Right, everything's ready. I've not tweeted yet, but hi Amy, can you hear me? I hope you can hear me because I just had a notification going, your mic is not connected. I was like, what? It better be connected. Hope you're well, Amy. And for anybody else out there, we're here. Oh my days, something's happened here. I keep going into mute mode and I don't know why. I'm not even pressing anything. Right. Thank you for everything. I've learned so much off you, Amy, and I know other people have as well. So I really appreciate you for that. Always here. Always here. You and Heidi, normally the first ones here. So without, I always appreciate you, honestly. No bullshit. Loving it. Well, we've got a competition today. Remember, put your symbols in the chat. Well, hey, two in a t-shirt. I better put that in here. Okay, no, not that one. I need to um put something on here so people know that there's a competition, but I'm not going to tell them what it is because I only want people that I genuinely support Zachary Anderson to win. So free Zachariah Anderson. Right, where are we here? Say hi in the chat. No, I want to create another one now. Create a banner to win a Zachariah Anderson t-shirt. Well, $36. That I will PayPal to you. You to purchase. To buy. To another grow. Please put. Please just put the symbol in the chat. Chat. Free Zachariah Anderson. I'm I'm loving the Zachariah stuff. I mean, I learned so much last night. Amy, I'm not sure if you learned something last night, but I learned so much of Solomon last night. Um, Let me copy and paste that in case I um so I'll leave that on that there as it is now. Right, comments. Good morning, Elizabeth. You're throwing them up there. Happy days. Thank you for being here. Thank you for throwing it up, Elizabeth. Really appreciate you. And you, Amy. Happy days. You know what? The love and support I've had from the Zachariah. I mean, Amy, you didn't even know about Zachariah Anderson until you came on the stream, did you? Now you remember. Now you're passionate about it. Now you're passionate about justice. Now you're passionate about Zachariah Anderson and the injustice. Um, I'm raging. So we're all big Zachariah fans here. It's one of the first streams I half did. Definitely learned a lot. I'm still very behind the trial, but I'm following the Facebook page and chat. Yeah, I learned so much off Solomon last night. I'm excited this evening as well to learn more. I learned so much about Zach. I mean, not as much about the case, but just Zach as a person. Um, like we learned that that he got injured with his back, and in 2018, 19, he was in Japan and so things I didn't know. So it makes it a lot more personal. So yeah, we've got a lot of time before we start. I keep getting muted. It's as if StreamYard tell me shut the fuck up. Right. So Elizabeth. Oh, Amy, you won it last night, didn't you? You won a t-shirt. Which t-shirt did you go for? That was so generous of Shelley, wasn't it? Um, Old school. First two names on it. Oh, first two names. But I always mix up the numbers, so it's not like you two are one and two. I don't know anything about it until I found your channel. Happy days. And this is what I say to people. I'm hoping to spread the awareness for Zachariah. I know some people hate me for it and stuff. Fuck them. If you don't like Zachariah Anderson, you can fuck off from me. I don't care. We're big Zachariah fans here. And I'm a big Nicole Muller fan. So, oh, yeah, she is. Sleeping Beauty, Spider Girl. How we doing? You awake for once? You got a teal one, Amy. Oh, nice. It was very generous of Shelley to give you that T-shirt, and Lou as well. Very generous of him to give his spot in the first place. Her, sorry. Oh my God, stop calling Lou man. So Spider Girl's awake. I can put her in now. This is the first time you've ever been at the stream early, Spider, isn't it? I don't normally see you this time. We normally see you 4 hours later. Joking. I hope you all loved Lady Law last night as well. Um, Lady Law is fantastic, and she's going to take the world by storm once she starts streaming. Yes, she is. I didn't even know she was here. I went to bed at 4 o'clock, right? And I was up this morning at 8 o'clock. I've only had 4 hours sleep, and I'm not even 4 hours sleep. But no, Lilo, I absolutely loved it. Thank you very much. You can come on here whenever you want. Um, great contribution, great chat, and afterwards, just got you. Oh well, I did give you a shout out just now for saying, you're gonna be a superstar. So I took last night and tonight off because, okay, shit, yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, I'm gonna play two Solomons tonight, so I think I'll be up late myself for something again because he's right. Spider Girl, I need you to do me a favor, right? I've said I'm doing this Solomon one today, but I can't seem to find the video. I can't see. Hi, morning, Shannon. Oh, no worries, Lady Low. I meant it. I genuinely didn't know you were here. I can't tell who's here, but you now know I genuinely mean it. So, morning, Shannon. Few streams, very good. This is your first time, isn't it? Joking, Spider Girls, joking. Lefty was angry last night because I don't know how to authorize all his swear words. And Madwell wasn't here. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. So Madwell's in bed. And you weren't here, obviously. Yeah, so what am I streaming today? I'm streaming, what's it called? What's it called? Right. So the Zachariah, right, with Viva. Oh shit. Hang on. Viva Frey, right? Problem I got, right, is I can only see one with um recovery addict on it. So I'm just a bit like, is that the one? Or is there another one? Do you know? Or do we wait for Kim and stuff? Because I don't know which video is supposed to play. And then I'm gonna play the other Solomon that's been played this afternoon then. I'm gonna play that this evening. Has everyone taken the poll? Ah, the Heard poll. Yeah, no. See if I'm gonna be an Amber Heard stan. You're lucky because Spider Girl's gonna be trashing it in a bit. Um, okay. There's and that. Right, I want to get a ticker going. My ticker. So I had rough right. So YouTube have not updated, but as of last night, I think we were 160 hours away from 4,000. But on my YouTube, it says we only gained 1 hour yesterday. It does take a few days to update. Yeah, 82. So yesterday we had 319 hours left. Today we got 318. So I only did an hour according to them. But I think it's, you know, a little bit behind, shall we say. So I guesstimated that we're 160 away, which I think we're going to do by tomorrow. Highlight your whole message. Unless for some reason, oh, I don't know. I don't do YouTube because I'm on stream. Do you know what I mean? When I'm on StreamYard, so and I'm on um Rumble, so I leave that to you guys. Do you know what I mean? I don't. I'm not bothered about it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I hope you all enjoyed yesterday. She's here, so I hope you all enjoyed with Lady Law. For some reason, I watched it a bit back today. Lady Law, your mic is much better than mine. Mine's a little bit more. I can hear a little bit of a echo, not echo, but it's a dull sound. Where yours is perfect. Weird. Good morning, Kim. How are you? Hope you're well. Hope you enjoyed last night, Kim. Thank you for pushing me to do it, all of you. Loved it. And Kim, I can't find the oh fuck, I could find it again here now, don't I? The Fever Frey one. Fever Frey, I don't know. No, Christ, my mic is perfect. It's not my, it's the surrounds around it. My mic, I'm happy with my mic. Um, yeah, it might be the shield. Generally, you're right. It might be the shield. Um, might have to take it off. But I'm really happy with my mic quality. It's just the surrounds around it. So it might be the shield. You're right, because it sounds like a little bit more distant. Um, yeah, that's what I find Spider Girl. That's fine. If you found the same thing, so Kim, the Viva. Oh fuck, what's the name again? The Viva Frey one that you want me to stream, that is the one with Recovery Addict, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right, Shannon. Shannon, you're right. I just need to play about with it. Oh, it's Kim, don't. I don't. I know. Uh, Thanks, Kim. The only one I can find is him watching Recovery Addict. I'm not sure if it's another one. Oh, I missed some here. Um, that was really fun. Good. Oh, okay. So I looked it up and I look. Yeah, same here. Some mics. Yes, I know. Right, so I've just surrounded it. Is that does that sound? No, it probably doesn't sound that much better, does it? Which side was better? Is that better? Is that better? Because I can obviously I can't hear it at the minute, but this is me speaking straight into the mic instead of. But this is the back of it. Oh, was it Kim? Sorry. Oh, it was. It was. You're right. It wasn't you. Sorry. Oh, better. Right. What about this then? What? One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. Spider Girl. I no, I don't mind Recovery Addict himself. I just don't like people he supports. What? But if I if I well, hang on. One. Oh fuck. One, two, three, four. Back to one again. Oh fuck. So here, that was three. So three's better, yeah. So this is three. Three. Right. Let me just try it with the cover over it and see. Hey, good looking, so divine. How's this? Three, 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 three. Yeah, mic check one, two, three. Mic check one, two, three. Hey, hey, baby. Ooh, I wanna know if you be my girl. Hey, hey, baby. Ooh, ah. I wanna know if you be my girl. One, two, three, four. Hey, hey, baby. Ooh, mm. I wanna know if you be my girl. One, two, three, four. Let's go. Hey, 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 baby. Ooh. Ah, I wanna know if you be my girl. Right, what's that? What's everyone saying? Better. Fine. So Lady Law says it's better. Right, hang on. Yeah, but I can use the volume. I can use the volume. Right. I can't hear anything in my ears. I can't hear anything in my ears. So how's this then? Oh, I'll try the top now. But how is this? This is three, but with the volume turned down a little bit. Let's try this, and then I'll try the top then. Let's try the top of this, but this is three. Right, so this is the volume down. I can adjust the volume. Watch your ears now, right? This is the volume down. This is the volume medium. This is the volume high. Everyone's saying good. So if I leave it like that, then is it too loud then, or is that all right? Spider, what are you doing with that? Are you clipping some balls, Spider? Right, I'll try the center circle then. This is center circle. How how's this now then with the center circle? But I don't like doing it this way. Medium. Yeah, I got it on medium up now, I think, Spider Girl. But I'm doing the top. No, no, okay. Look, I'm not gonna fuck about with it. Let's just leave it as it is. Fine. This is number 3, and this is without the cover, and this is normally where I have my volume. So we're going to leave it like that. Um, Thank you, everybody. Yeah, go on, Kim, please, if you can. That's fine, please. I'd really appreciate that. Is it the same one as Recovery Addict? But yeah, post it in here, that's fine. Oh, you see? I'm so glad that everyone came here, and I never listen to my streams back, so I only noticed it. Um, yeah, but Christ wise, if I put my cover on it, everyone says it doesn't. No, it's fine, Kim. Send it in here. It's fine. It's fine. I can copy and paste it then from the back. It's fine. So in the background, I can actually copy and paste stuff. So right, right. Just to appease crime spies, I am going to put the cover back on, right, and see what happens. So if it's shit, it's her fault. So this is 1, 2, 3 without cover. This is 1, 2, 3 without with the cover. Is with or without. So this is with the cover. This is without the cover. You didn't jump in over me. Lady Law, you right, hang on. Right, let's get this. Lady Law, you were perfect. Absolutely loved having you on. And you never you didn't jump in anywhere, you know. Um you were perfect actually. So great. Exactly how I would want a guest to be. So Christ by says with the cover on, this is much better. We all agree. She is from Minneapolis, so she's a bit weird. No, you're not obnoxious, Lilo. I love the fact that you got opinions on everything. That's what you want as a channel host. And also, as I said to you offline, it's just been so easy. I didn't have to think about um any questions and stuff. You would just fucking let's go the way you should be. So no, don't change your style. You were perfect. You were perfect. 5 is a 10-minute restream of the career. Okay. So is that it? Just 10 minutes? Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, you're right. Okay, let me listen to my phone then. Let me listen to my phone. Lilo, you were not rude. You were not rude. The only thing, my only advice to you next time that I would prefer as a host is if your top is a little bit lower, just a lower cut top, you know? Show more of the boobies, and then that's all I would suggest, and then you're fine. Obviously, I'm joking if you think I'm sexist. Fucking hell. Okay, oh, right, okay. I'm in a hole now with it. Your eyes, fuck off. My fucking tits are great. Maybe go back and listen to it now then. Oh, well done you though, losing weight. I'm trying to lose weight. But that's quite good if nothing fits anymore. Just let it fall off you. It's fine. Right. Lady Law was great, wasn't she? Right. I'm gonna mute this for a second because I'm gonna listen to myself.
Oh, well, they're having the coaching session, but I'm waiting for the speaker. Nice to meet you. How's it going today? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Okay, turn up your earpiece. Turn. My mom and dad both went to the University of Florida, but I won't hold that against you. You gotta take that shit out your ear. How about that? Guys, too much, bro.
Yeah, it was good. It did seem that it was maybe a little bit better without the cover, but right, I can hear a little bit crackling.
Hello? No, ma'am. I'm mistaken. Okay.
Anyone else hear that crackling? Spider Girl, I missed you in the chat. Fuck, I missed her for about a week now. She never turns up, Lady Law. She's always bloody sleeping. No, not annoyed but scared, lol. I was listening to him, and all of a sudden, female voice but no face. I was like, what the fuck? Can you imagine? No crackles, that's fine. I'll handle the crackles then. That's fine. Might just be temporary. And right, I'm gonna mute that for a little second. So we get going here. Um, five. This man's already. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Spider. I agree. I agree. Hey, Spider, you also need to do something, Spider. You always do it whenever you turn up on time, but you've not done it yet. You always, there's a first poster Spider always does, but she forgot to do it today. But she's not done it for like probably 2 weeks now. Do you remember what the post is, Spider? I'll give it a few minutes. She always does this, but for whatever reason she's slipping. To be fair, Kim's starting to do as well now. So here, there, there, yes. I'm trying to find out where they are speaking. Hang on. Oh, I was on mute tonight. Spider Girl, got it. I'll put it up every half an hour or so. But yeah, please like and subscribe, and don't forget to click the little bell to be notified when I go live and post new content. Kim's doing a great job on it. Kim's been doing a great job on it, but Spider, you're always the one that does it, so I miss it when you don't do it. I got my little tea. Huh? Spider Girl can do it. Spider Girl, go to Crime Spider's page. Look at her Twitter poll.
As soon as, I get Mr. Clear back and you're all ready to go forward, we have the jury.
Spider's on it. Spider is on it. Yeah, I seen that. That's a good message, actually. I'll star that as well. No camera request because whole LBK. It's a lot of blame is being put on Coffin Duffer, is it? And mainstream media and stuff. You know, hey, Kim, my view on it, on BK is same as what Spider just said, like, innocent unless proven guilty. I want it to be streamed because I think it should be streamed, but the media need to behave a little bit as well. I'm of the opinion with Brian Kohlberger, I want him to have a fair trial, and if he is the killer, then I hope he gets life or whatever he gets. If he's not, then I hope to find the right killer. So what I don't want to see is another, like, a retrial or an appeal or something because someone spoiled it. That's just my view on it. I always try and look at every trial as innocent, every defender as innocent at the start. Now it's hard at times to do that, Um, and obviously there's a lot of stuff going against Brian at the minute, which defense have to really explain. Yeah, I don't know if they got, yeah, by the evidence they've told us about, it's reasonable to think it is him, Um, but we don't know half the things yet. Do you know what I mean? I'm not really interested in the phone data, the pings, because my co-host for the Kohlberger Idaho 4 series, she's adamant it means nothing because it's like a 20-mile radius. It doesn't mean a thing. So it might mean a thing, but we need more information to make it a thing. But it's gonna be hard to explain about the little bit of DNA on the sheath and stuff. So there's some stuff there to explain. I've always wondered, is it him and someone else though? My nervousness is that's a lot of work for one person to do with four people because Ethan was 6'4" or something. Like that's a big boy. He's a big boy. He looks slender, but he's a big boy. And he's not going down without a fight. Even if he stabs him in the back, he's still not going down without a fight. Anyway, it's all speculation. That's all speculation from me. But I'm looking forward to seeing all the evidence. Spidey's been doing this well. Please like and subscribe, and don't forget to click the little bell. Okay, and this one. Okay, to agree to disagree. Innocent unless proven guilty. And again, I'll give Lady Law credit there because I had it as innocent until proven guilty. So thankfully, Lady Law saved the day there. Right, we can't see. There's no subtitles. We can't see what's going on. We can't hear it. Just to prove it. Thank you, Lady Law. Yeah, 8 in the chat and 5 likes. What's going on here? And also myself, I've liked it myself. So there's 9 people and I've liked it. Absolutely. I've taught Spider Girl well. Do you know what I mean? I've taught her really well. Wait, she's hearing the name now. She's like, what's going on? Snap isn't enough. No, it's not. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's not. Yeah, yeah. No, you're right, Shannon. That's what I mean. but for some reason it looks like I'm the only one who voted the way I did. By watching the full trials, develop my own opinion and hear others at the same time. Yeah, no, I'm the same. I think this is why most of us here are the same, and that's why we're here. I think because we're like-minded in that. There's no prejudice. We just, you know, give people a fair try. Thanks, Shannon. So did I actually. How's the court audio? Is it okay? It's crackling in my ears a little bit.
Well, man, you're making out of here. Yeah, that's all man. That's what I have no idea. Yeah. I think it was man, you turned it on. Right? Zoom about manual? Wasn't said yet, so, yeah. Yeah. And the mic is not directly at you. The mic is is in the middle of the jury standpoint. So
I just say, Amy, don't worry, it's very quiet anyway. Turn your headphones audio down. My headphones audio is
yeah.
like literally only so I can hear it. So it's very low. No, don't worry. They were talking very quietly. They weren't talking in front of mics or anything. So I could barely hear it as well. I just could hear some crackling. Even now, I can't hear them. Do you know what I mean? So I put it up on full volume anyway. So we'll see. We'll play about with it. Yesterday was perfect. So I don't really understand why you would be wrong today. Yeah, but you need that AC, Amy. You need the AC. Otherwise, you're gonna be hot as fuck there. Oh, why does he do this? Why? Just don't do it like this. That's a woman. That's a man. That's a man. Why do they do this? Yeah, we've seen one. Well done. Well done, you fucking idiot. We've seen one of the jurors. What a fucking dickhead. We've just seen one of the jurors. Well done, cameraman.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice evening. Last night when we paused the trial, we were in the middle of the stage presentation. We're going to resume it at that point. State when you are ready, you may call your next.
Awful camera work, Elizabeth. It's disgusting. He did the same yesterday. and I was shouting about it. So what are you doing? There's no need for it. We don't need to see their legs. We don't need to see anything. Now we've just seen a juror. I don't think it'll cause mistrial, but it's going to cause an issue because that guy is owed privacy. So it could cause mistrial. Potentially, I could be wrong here. So don't take this picture of salt. Hello, she's fit. What if people start contacting him and start abusing him? Oh fuck, she's nice. Hang on, let's have a look at her then. Hello. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, it could end. Well, it's not. I don't think it'll end here. But if it happens again, now that juror might actually people will recognize him. People might start contacting him, and he could be like, "Well, I can't be juror anymore because all because a cameraman is being a fucking idiot." Right? Can you hear the audio? Okay. Oh, look at me. Sorry about ranting. I've just lost half the viewers. Sorry.
Can you please, well, let me do it this way first. We are going to speak in English. Madam Interpreter will interpret in Russian. And you have to answer the questions, you may do so in Russian. And the Madam Interpreter will interpret back to us in English. The most important thing is that only one person can talk. Do you have any questions? Please state your full name and spell your full name.
Good morning, Marion. I understand that you do speak some English, correct? And so you, I assume, will understand the majority of what I'm saying in English. Is that right? Yes, but you prefer to have a Russian interpreter just in case certain words don't come to you in English. Yes. Would you please tell the jury where you currently live and whether you're working or in school? I live in city of Parkland and I'm studying in college at Broward Coward. And what are you studying? Cyber security. Marianne, how old are you? 19. Who do you live with? With my parents, my mother, my father, and also with my brother and two sisters. Marianne, in 2018, did you live in the same home in Parkland? I attended attention to February of the jury, how long you have been in this country. I believe that for like month and a half, but the school I was only attending approximately for like only 2 weeks.
Explain for the jury how it is that you were able to attend English classes if your English wasn't so strong at that point.
Это было сложно. Я использовал средства переводчика на телефоне для общения. Но студенты всегда лишь привыкли.
It was difficult, and I was using means of communicating with people through like an interpreter app, but also all of the students were very friendly and hospitable, so that helped a lot.
On February 14th of 2018, describe for the members of the jury what school was like that day, before the afternoon.
Это был день влюбленный, я его никак не праздновал, но у всех было приподнятое настроение. Школа как бы была более активной, живой.
It was Valentine's Day, and
With me, I found another stream. It sounds better. 2 seconds. Hopefully this will be better.
Valentine's Day, and I personally was not celebrating, but the whole school was kind of had like uplifted.
Of that day, what class were you in?
Первые 3 периода я не помню. Период я был в классе географии.
I do not remember the first 3 periods, but for the fourth one, I was in a geography class.
And what building was that class in?
Это 12
Building number 12.
What floor was the class on?
3rd floor.
At approximately 2 p.m., describe for the members of the jury
что-то вроде дизайнера.
So nothing was happening, and I believe there was like in the beginning some task we had to do by ourselves.
Я думаю, что использовал это.
Right, we'll go back to law and crime then, because that's no crackles in that one. No, fucking hell, hang on. We'll try again then.
Translate, I was translating.
Let me know if it's crackling, all right?
English to Russian and
Thanks, Spider.
Russian to English.
And can I ask you, when you use Google Translate to communicate with the other students, how do you use it?
It's definitely the court, yes. It's not me.
Я уже плохо помню, как тогда его использовал. Сейчас не пользуюсь. Но, насколько я помню, там была возможность что-то вроде коммуникатора, где можно было говорить на русском и на английском, и все это записывалось и переводилось там.
I don't remember very well the way I was using it back then, because I'm not using it anymore right now. But I believe there was something like communication option when you could speak in English or Russian, and then it was recorded, and then it would get translated.
So as you're sitting in class and you're performing your task and using Google Translate, what happens next?
Сработала сигнализация. Насколько я понял, то поражена сигнализация.
So the alarm went off, and as far as I understood, that was a fire alarm.
When the alarm went off, did you have your headphones on?
Да, у меня были наушники, так как я, опять же, использую переводчик, параллельно слушал музыку.
Yes, I had headphones on because again, I was using translator and I was also simultaneously listening to music.
What happened when the alarms started to go off?
Сработала сигнализация, и начали студенты выходить из класса.
So the alarm went off and the students started exiting class.
Но, насколько я помню, студенты не сильно торопились и собирались более-менее медленно, так как это был последний урок, и они собирались брать уже вещи с собой.
And as far as I remember, nobody was in a big hurry because it was like the last class and people started gathering their stuff to leave.
И насколько я помню, опять же, учитель крикнул, что мы собирались быстрее.
And as far as I remember, the teacher, he actually yelled for us to hurry up, to back up faster.
Ну и мы поторопились и начали покидать класс.
So we hurried and we started leaving the class.
После чего в коридоре было большое количество студентов, и из низкого роста они могут увидеть, что время.
And after that, there were lots of students in the hallway, and because of my height, I'm not too tall, I wasn't able to see what's in front.
Но потом впереди что начало происходить, кто-то шум, кто-то начал что-то говорить, кричать. Я без знания английского не понимал вообще, что происходит.
Then something started happening in front. There was some noise. Someone started speaking and yelling something. Like because of my English level, I wasn't really understanding what was going on.
Для меня все было незнакомо. Я только недавно в школе, я не знал, что может происходить, но студенты впереди начали бежать обратно.
And to me, nothing was familiar there, and I didn't know what's in front of me. But I saw that some students started running backwards.
Но я начал медленными шагами отступать назад.
And so I started stepping backwards slowly.
И через несколько секунд раздались выстрелы.
And several seconds later, the gunshots sounded.
Звуки были очень громкими, поэтому меня как бы передернуло.
The sound was very loud. That's why I a little bit shivered.
Я до этого никогда не слышал настоящих выстрелов, поэтому для меня это было большим этим.
I never heard real gunshots before in my life, so that's why it was very shocking.
И я после того, как раздались выстрелы, начал тоже бежать в противоположную сторону, куда выстрелил.
So after those gunshots, I also started running in the opposite direction of from where the shooter came out.
When you heard those gunshots, were you in the hallway still?
Yes.
And when you started to run, when you heard the gunshots, where were you running to?
Я бежал к противоположной лестнице.
So I was running to the opposite, it's a staircase.
Но пока я бежал, что-то ударило мне в ногу. И в этот момент, когда ударился в ногу, я заметил, что слева есть учитель, несколько студентов, которые стоят в углу.
But while I was running, something hit my leg. And also when I was running, I noticed on my left there was a group there with a teacher and several students.
И я побежал к ним.
So I ran to them.
И учитель пытался открыть класс и у него это не получилось.
So the teacher tried to open the class, and it did not work out.
When you say it didn't work out, what does that mean?
Ну, ему не удалось, он пытался ключами что-то сделать, поскольку я не делал, но он так и не открыл этот класс.
So he was trying to use his keys. I saw he was trying, but it didn't work out. He did not open the class.
And while he's struggling to open the door, have you already been shot in the leg?
Да, я перед тем, как бежать в этот угол, меня уже ранили.
Yes, before I ran to this corner, I already got wounded.
Did you try to then open a different classroom door?
Да, он попытался открыть другую дверь класса, и опять же ему это не удалось.
Yes, then he tried to open the other door of the class, and again, it did not work out.
While this is happening, are there more gunshots going on in the background?
Да, выстрелов было очень.
Yes, there were very many gunshots.
And what are you thinking?
Ну, я в тот момент, я не знаю, о чем я точно думал, но шокированно не мог поверить, что это может быть стрельба, потому что не мог поверить, что это может случиться.
I don't know what I was thinking at that moment. I was in shock. This shooting, I couldn't believe that was happening.
Я был уверен, что то есть это не может быть стрельбой, потому что не может такого случиться.
I was actually sure that it couldn't have been shooting because that simply couldn't be happening.
Meaning you were in denial that it was actually happening?
То есть Yes.
What happens next when the teacher cannot open?
Right, bear with me here, right? Bear with me.
In what building?
Shots sounded.
Okay, I was trying to be clever there. Hi Heidi, hi Lefty. I tried to use Google. Yeah, I tried to use Google, but I can't. Right, this is just awful. Like, I can't play that, so we're gonna get this right. I'll play at 1.25 speed once we get it right. I just want to prove this. Fuck. Right. Right. Let's look at this now then. Let's get something right here. Let's get this right. And then we'll get it right then. Well, no, I just want to prove it's not my end. That one live. This is a streamer's nightmare. It's not even my fault. Where's it gone? Right. You've missed nothing, Heidi. Nothing. This is the first witness. Right. Let's have a look at Lady Law here. See, the volume works. Is it crackling with you guys? It's still crackling a bit with me. Okay. Bear with me. Fuck me.
Name to what?
Oh, jeez. Does he know one of your channel names or proposed
Right, is it
channel
still
names?
zero
Is
sound?
he asking me what my proposed channel name is?
Speaking of hearing,
What are you talking about, Lefty? Write one sentence. Why are you blowing up the chat?
Okay.
will make fun of Max again.
I could play something.
Is it
He sent me
crackling,
an
Lady Law?
audio message one day, and I was like,
Is it crackling at all?
I don't even know what it sounds like.
Hold on. Lefty, can I play it? Let me see if I still have it.
We will catch up with the other one at 1.25. Don't worry.
No.
Come on.
That app store's fucked me right.
I
over.
don't even know.
Spider.
How far? Damn.
I'm fucked now.
How far back is this?
Okay.
He's sweating
Can
right
only
now.
imagine. No, you're traveling.
I thought you were talking to Lefty.
No, you're traveling. It's fine.
Yeah. One day, and I was like, fight for a second just then.
No, we'll just do a topless one. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there we are. Sorted. And
Yeah. Yeah, Stephen Avery, Dragon.
Right, I can't. Right, let's try and figure this out. This is what we do in this stream. We do it all together. We're all friends. Those are not friends leave. But you guys, you don't leave. Except for Lefty. He's got to sleep. Right, stop screen. This is all because of law and fucking crime. The fucking shit audio.
No, at that moment I wasn't sure if there is terrorists or if it's just one person, one terrorist. I was not sure what was going on, and I did not want my parents to come to school because I also have my brother there. I didn't want anything to happen to them.
Were you afraid that if your parents went to the school, that they were going to be in danger?
Right. Is a crackling still there?
And is that why you didn't tell them what had actually happened?
I'm fucking sweating here.
Yes.
My balls are probably sweaty as well.
Communicating with your brother who was still.
I know it's low, but that's court. That's not me. What?
No.
What's it sound like?
I did not have any chance to get in touch with him.
Who came to pick you up?
Fine. Fine.
Меня
Fucking
приехал
these
отец.
extensions.
My father came to pick me up.
Привез меня домой, и когда я вернулся домой, дошел, я сказал, что
Just read the subtitles. It's
So he
easier.
took me home, and when I came back home, I went inside and I said that something happened to me.
И тогда мама сказала, что писала много, и тогда она видела, что у меня там много крови.
Tonya Chapman. She left. Okay, sorry,
So
Tonya,
my
but
mom told
nothing I can do about it.
told me to show her my leg, and when I did, she saw there was a wound and there was a lot of blood.
Did your mother do anything to take care of that in that moment, or were you taken somewhere for rescue?
Ну, она, я даже не помню, и наши друзья приехали, и мы с ними поехали на территорию школы, чтобы меня там забрала уже скорая помощь.
And so our friends arrived, and we went all together back to school in order for the ambulance to pick me up.
И также я в этот момент тоже очень волновался за отца, потому что я боялся, что может пойти в школу, чтобы стать моим братом.
I was also very worried about my father at that moment because I was worried that he'll go back into the school and try to find and pick up my brother.
Were you worried that your father would enter and encounter the shooter?
Да, он в Крыму, если он работал полицейским 17 лет, поэтому боялся, что он может принять какие-то действия.
Yes, in Crimea, we are from Crimea. He was working as a police officer for 18 years. So I was worried that he might take some action.
When did you finally come into contact with your brother?
Когда их уже перевезли в безопасную зону студентов, и учительница моего брата связалась с нами и сообщила, что все в порядке.
When they already took students to the safety zone, his teacher, she called us and she notified that he was okay.
Marion, when you were able to finally take a look at your leg, can you describe for the members of the jury how the wound looked? Was there an entry and an exit?
Было только в одной отверстие. Это была круглая рана. Круглая рана, напоминающая чем-то ранение, но это было сложно.
Okay, it was only the entry one. It was like a round wound, and it did seem like something that resembling the bullet wound. But what happened? It was like actually just part of like debris. Ничего бы не сказали, осколок пули.
Да, осколок.
Yeah, it was just like a piece of a bullet.
Like shrapnel.
Yes.
And once it was cleaned up and the blood was removed, approximately how big was the wound?
Сложно сказать, я так не помню, но она не прям была большой, но
It's hard to tell. I don't remember well, but it wasn't too big or too small.
Your Honor, may I have your permission just to stand where he is and point to where it was that he was shot? Sure. Mary, I'm gonna ask you to please stand up and just, over your clothing, just point to where on your leg that you were shot. And if you could just show the members of the jury. Thank you. You can have a seat. Mary, first witness.
You may.
Mary, I'm showing you what has marked a state's and a composite of 2 photographs. Do you recognize these 2 photographs?
No.
Yes.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the way that you looked back in February of 2018 after you were shot?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked by states O. A single photograph. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of you on February 14, 2018 inside the building?
Yes, and that's me right here.
Yeah, at this time, statements into evidence, or statements into evidence, have been trademarked as states N, a composite of 2 photographs, as states 14.
Any objection? None. Without objection, states and for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 14, a composite exhibit of 2 photos.
And we now move into evidence. With the pre-marked as states O, a single photograph as states 15.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Without objection, states O for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 15.
How the fuck is that now? How's that volume?
Stoneman, will these exhibits be able to be viewed by the whole court?
Yes.
Is that better, guys? So start speaking again. For fuck's sake, start speaking, guys.
Can I make permission to publish?
Yeah, could you use the eraser function first?
Yes.
And then,
I'm sorry. I should have warned you. Is it better?
And I know you mentioned that you were short back then. You're not so short now.
Is that better?
Can you describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
That is me standing there, and at this moment I have a wound on my leg.
How old were you here?
I think around 14 years old.
Now showing you states 14. That was, for the record, 2, composite photograph number 2, and now I'm showing photograph number 1. Is this a photograph of the location of your area where the fragments of the bullet entered?
Yes.
Marion, did the particles that were inside of your leg ever get surgically removed, or do they remain inside your leg?
It's in there.
Currently today?
Yes.
Earlier you mentioned that you were too short to see over the rest of the crowd. I'll show you what is now in evidence as states 15. Is this a photograph of you once the fire alarm went off?
Yes, yes.
Anya should have stayed, shouldn't she?
Was trying to open the classroom doors for you.
Я, конечно, сложно так, я знаю, что возлагают списки. Я знаю, что возлагают списки, но внешне я не помню.
It is hard for me to identify visually, but I know that his name is Raspilsky. Raspirsky.
Which I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mary. Just a few questions for you. You were in the 1200 building when the shooting happened?
Yes,
And you were on the third floor, correct?
yes.
That was Mr. Rospierski's classroom. That was your teacher.
Нет, у меня учитель был другой, учитель географии.
No, I had different teacher. I had geography teacher.
Okay. Whose classroom were you in?
Дома в классе географии, и номер кабинета я не помню.
Before the shooting, I was in the geography class, and the number of the room I don't remember.
Who was the teacher of geography?
Я забыл имя его, но я знаю, что он погиб.
I forgot his name, but I know that he died as a result of the shooting.
What is Mr. Rospierski's relationship to you? He was,
Он не имеет никакого отношения ко мне, я его впервые даже не встретил, но, можно сказать, он не спас себе жизнь.
He's not related to me in any way. That was the first time I encountered him, I believe. But we can say that he saved my life.
okay. Prior to the alarm going off, you didn't hear anything unusual?
Я был в наушниках и слушал.
I was wearing my headphones. I was listening to music, and that's why I couldn't possibly have heard anything.
Did your classmates look like they were calm or excited before the fire alarm went off?
Я не обращал внимания на это, потому что мы сосредоточены в задании, задания были сложные, все и решили полностью в них погружаться.
I was not paying attention because I was concentrated on my task since I had very big difficulty with understanding, so I had to concentrate on going through my task.
After the fire alarm goes off and you enter the third floor, what was the demeanor of the other kids at that time?
Ну, все толпились, и сложно было сказать, какое поведение, но вот те, кто были впереди, они, как бы, в них сидело что-то странное, необычное.
Well, it was crowded. It was hard to tell what demeanor students had, but the ones that were in front of the crowd, you could tell there was something unusual happening.
And when the shooting started, did people's demeanor change?
Ну, все начали разбегаться по классам и разных бежать в сторону от стрельбы.
Yes, everybody started running to classes, like running in the opposite direction away from the shooter.
And you said that you remember seeing the teacher Rospierski trying to find his keys, correct?
Я не помню
I don't remember exactly what he was doing, if he was trying to find his keys or if he trying to insert his key into the door lock, but he was trying to open the classroom.
And you never saw him be able to open up that door, correct?
No, I did not see him open the door.
And he even tried on another one of his doors, and he couldn't get that open, correct?
Yes,
And you and the other kids were trying to get into that classroom to seek shelter, correct?
Я не знаю, как другие ученики, но я в тот момент, если слышал, что это упало в ногу, я вместо того, чтобы продолжать бежать по лестнице, мне что-то в голове стукнуло, и я подошел к тому углу.
I don't know about the other students, but after something hit my leg, instead of keeping running to the staircase, I walked to the corner.
Were you trying to get into his classroom to seek shelter if he had gotten the door open?
Ну, на самом деле, я в те времена, так как с школы был незнакомый, и сильно ничего не знал, но и меня не сильно внушало доверие классной комнаты, так как там стекло, мне казалось, это не слишком надежно, поэтому не знаю даже, если бы, наверное, он открыл класс, наверное, я бы зашел, но не уверен, насколько бы это было.
Actually, I was very new in that school, and I was not trusting those classrooms too much. There is a lot of glass there. So I don't know, if he had opened it, I probably would have entered, but I'm not sure if that would be very safe.
Do you know the names of any of the other kids who were waiting there to try to get into Rospierski's classroom?
Нет, я не помню. Несколько студентов мне были знакомы, когда я уже их встречался, возможно, были общие классы, но я не помню.
No, I don't remember. Some of them, several of them were familiar to me because we met in some, we were taking some of the same classes, but I don't remember.
Do you know if any of the kids that were trying to get into the classroom were hit by bullets?
Сколько я знаю,
As far as I know, no.
You're not, okay. You're certain of that, or you're not sure?
среди раненых я не видел знакомых мне лиц, которые...
I haven't seen any familiar kids among the wounded ones.
When you left out of the building, that was from the west side of the 1200 building, correct?
Сейчас, да,
Well, yes, let's see. Yes, that would be probably yes.
Marion, can I just have you take a look at this photograph and tell me if that looks familiar to you? Is that the side that you left from?
да, вроде бы.
Yes, it looks like that.
And you saw Aaron Feiss's body outside of the door right here when you left?
Yes.
And that's the opposite side of where the 700 and 800 building is located, correct?
Я со школой вообще не знаком, поэтому мне очень сложно ориентироваться.
I am not familiar with the school in general, so it's very difficult for me
Yeah, you
to
were
decide
new.
location.
You were new, I understand.
No, really.
And when you were running, you first never saw my client on that side of the building, correct?
Я бежал, я не видел никого, кроме тех студентов, которые бежали со мной.
When I was running, I was not seeing anyone around me except the students that were running with me.
Ну, вот я не обращал внимания на окружение. В тот момент у меня сфокусировано было внимание на то, чтобы убежать как можно больше от здания, поэтому...
I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. I was concentrating on running away.
I understand. When you heard additional shots, more shots while you were outside, you said you started to run, correct?
Да, мы бежали достаточно далеко от здания, настолько, что мы уже чувствовали, что мы до этого бежали, а сейчас остановились, стали немножко передышкой идти пешком, потому что
How's my audio now? Is it better?
на границе территории школы.
Just turn it down a little bit.
Yes, we ran pretty
I mean,
fast
my
from the
audio.
building, so we were feeling like it's more or less safe. So we slowed down. We started walking, because we almost got to the border of the school premises.
И потом, когда раздались выстрелы, мы подумали, что стреляют, возможно, в нас, и опять побежали.
And then when the gunshots sounded again, we were thinking that maybe we were the target, so we started running again.
When you say you thought you were the target, explain for the jurors what you mean by that. What did you fear at that moment?
Thanks, Amy. How's that now? Is that better?
В тот момент
I've turned it right the way down.
возможность, он из здания стреляет по нам из того, куда где откуда мы вышли, из нашего здания стреляют.
Yeah, at that moment I was thinking that maybe the shooter from the building, the one that we ran from, the 1200 one, that they were targeting us.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, from the sound that you're hearing, you believe that the shooter was shooting from the building outside, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on. What's the legal objection?
That counsel testified as a mischaracterization of what she said.
No, that's what we ruled. You can answer that question. Go ahead.
The interpreter asked me to question.
Okay. From the sounds that you were hearing, you believed that the shooter was firing at you while you were outside, correct?
Нет, звук был просто стрельба в здании, но это подсознательно, думаю, я себе внушил больше, чтобы, просто что я в угрозе.
No, the sound was, it was just shooting in the building, but subconsciously, I had this idea that I'm in danger.
Correct. And if I understood you correctly, the danger that you felt was you could be hit by bullets, correct?
Не то, что я боялся, что, наверное, меня больше в тот момент подсознательно страх был того, что, возможно, нас будут еще, что я не был уверен, что это не стрелок, я не знал, что происходит в школе. Я думал, что, может быть, там, сейчас еще бежит кто-то, или может это бежит.
Not even to get hit by a bullet. Subconsciously, I was more worrying that there might be more than one shooter. I didn't know what was going on, so I thought maybe somebody else gonna run and start shooting.
Это больше как бы было все для самовнушения, чтобы сохранить себя. Хотя на самом деле как бы там по звукам было, только звуки выстрелов были слышны из здания 12.
So it was more like the self-assurance, just to save myself, to preserve myself. What was happening in reality, there was just shooting coming out of that building.
И я в то время, когда себя происходило, я много себя чего внушал, побежал, и когда даже я был уже ушел с этой школы, я внушал, что, возможно, это вообще не стрельба, что это вообще какая-то тренировка.
At that moment, I was trying to convince me in a lot of things. I was trying to convince myself that maybe it was not a shooting, maybe just some practicing.
Потому что у меня находился на территории школы, я не хотел идти.
Because I had my brother on the school premises, and I did not want to believe that it's actually a shooting.
I understand. So if I think I heard you correctly, even though you had only seen one shooter, you thought that there might be more shooters on the campus, correct?
Нет, я знал, что там один стрелок, потому что я видел только одно стреляние, и только всегда логически понятно, что когда не стрел, что там стреляет только один человек. Но это больше просто как бы себя, бежать?
No, I knew that there was one shooter. I knew that, there was one shooter in the building. But it's like, logically you understand that that's what's going on. But this is like, trying to, it's like a self-conviction. You're trying to convince yourself something else in order to keep running.
You ran because you still felt like you were in fear where you were standing, correct?
Да, у меня был страх, поэтому я, как бы, можно сказать, это было самоподдержание, чтобы страх этот оставался, чтобы ты продолжал бежать, как бы были силы, чтобы бежать.
Yes, fear. I can tell you, like, it was a fear in order to get going, in order
Right.
to keep me running.
So one final question, even though you're outside of the 1200 building and you had run some distance, you still felt like you could be harmed at any moment, correct?
Когда мы отбежали далеко от здания, мы пошли, потому что начали чувствовать себя в безопасности. Но когда раздались снова выстрелы, мы как бы просто решили покинуть местные территории школы, потому что
Yeah, when we ran far away from the building, we started walking, because we felt like we were in safety. But then the gunshots sounded again, so we started running because we just tried to get out of the school premises.
Marion, I thank you for coming in. I do wish you the very best.
Thank you.
And redirect. Go ahead.
How many shots in total do you remember hearing, approximately?
выстрелов было много, около 20.
There were many gunshots, approximately maybe 20.
And all of those gunshots that you heard, those all happened inside the 1200 building, correct?
Да.
Yes,
Was your teacher's name that passed away Scot Peterson?
yes,
You mentioned Mr. Spearsky saved your life. Can you explain?
Я думаю, что если бы мистер Спирский явно, наверное, остался бы, может, не осмелился бы выбежать из угла.
I'm thinking that if not for Mr. Spearsky, I probably wouldn't have the courage to run from around the corner,
И остался бы там.
and I would have stayed there.
И там, возможно, бы, было время, никто стрелку не мешал, он мог бы пойти и добить всех мобильных.
And possibly because nobody was preventing the shooter or stopping him, he would have just walked around and finished me off.
Marion, I'm going to ask you to take a look over the defense table. Did you see the man sitting on the left at all that day of the shooting?
No,
So he didn't enter the building at any point?
Judge, I'm going to object.
What's the legal objection?
Leading the witness
That's overruled. Sir, you may answer the question. Go ahead.
and lack of knowledge whether he entered at all. That's the question.
Hold on, sir. Not speaking objections. The legal objection is speculation is likewise overruled. You may answer the question.
no,
I have nothing else.
Okay. Based on that, any recall?
No, Your Honor.
Statement for witness excused.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. State while he is doing that. You ready to do next?
Yes, yes, sir.
You may call your next.
Your Honor, at this time, state will call Armand Borshot.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I could just scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My first name is Arman, Arman. Last name is Borgai, Borghei.
Mr. Sherwood, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Armand, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And are you currently in school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Villanova in Pennsylvania,
What are you studying up at Villanova?
criminology.
Now, going back to February 14th of 2018, where did you go to high school?
Stoneman.
What year were you then?
I was a freshman.
And how old were you?
I was 14 years old.
Now, on that specific day, during fourth period, what building did you have class in?
The 1200 building, which we call it freshman building,
And what floor was your classroom on?
3rd floor.
And which class were you in?
I believe it was 1250, Miss Miko's class.
And what class, what was the subject?
Personalization, so it was like a free period, basically.
Now, while you were in that free period, at any point in time, did you hear some unusual or different noises?
Yes,
What did they sound like to you?
it's like pops or bangs.
How many, do you recall about how many pops or bangs you heard?
I would say like maybe like 4, 5.
At that point in time, what did you think that sounds were?
At first, didn't really think anything of it. My initial thought was like maybe someone was pushing like a laptop cart through the hallway or something like that.
So kind of like something like this, but you push equipment or laptops on, something
Yeah.
like that. So you thought perhaps it was that the cart fell over or something?
Well, when they push those carts around all the time, and it makes like, some banging noises sometimes. So I thought it was one of those.
Okay. Now, after you heard those banging noises, did you hear any other noises?
Not until the fire alarm went.
Okay. Now, that fire alarm, earlier in the day, was there a fire drill?
It was.
Now, as a student at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, were you taught what to do during a fire drill?
Yeah, I mean, the standard procedure is we all head out into the hall and we have the designated places we're supposed to go with our class and work there.
Now, during a standard fire drill, does the teacher kind of lead the way of where the students are supposed to go?
Yeah, like that's how it's supposed to go, but sometimes like we kind of just lose them and we just know where to be.
Understood. And earlier in the day, during that fire drill, is that what occurred?
Yeah.
When you heard the second fire drill, so during fourth period, did that stand out as unusual to you?
It was a little strange because we had one earlier in the day.
Did you think anything of it though at that point in time?
Not initially.
Now, when you were after the second fire drill, did you go into the hallway?
I did.
Where in the hallway were you?
So I came out into the hallway. It was full of kids. You know, everyone was coming out of their classroom, and everyone was kind of headed to one staircase. I believe it was on the east side of the building.
And is that where you were headed towards the east side stairwell?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point, well, was a crowd forming?
Yes, there was a crowd.
Okay. And while you were in that crowd, where were you standing?
So it was like across from the staircase, right by a window.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Armand, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as a state's P. It's a composite of 3 photographs. Can you take a look at it? Do you recognize these 3?
I do.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of what the east side of Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School looked like back in 2018?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in states what It's already been previously marked as states composite P in as states 16.
It's three photos.
Three photographs, yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, state's P for identification will now be in evidence as state's exhibit 16, a composite exhibit of three photos.
And Your Honor, may I publish these 10 be shown on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Let's start with this photograph here. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may you enable the pencil to function? Armand, you can actually use this as a touch screen.
Okay.
That window that you were just testifying about, that you were kind of towards, can you please circle where that window is? Now, just for clarification purposes, that's not in a stairwell. That's still, is that still in the hallway of the
Yes.
floor?
Outside of the stairwell.
That's why I moved.
Now showing you this picture. Do you see that same, do you see that same window in this picture?
Yeah, it would be over here.
Now showing you now the third picture, is that the same portion of the building, just from a different angle?
Yes, the window would kind of be like on the other side, like over here.
Oh, you're still in the, I'm sorry, yeah, now go.
Like it would be like right around the corner, like in that area.
So it would be facing south.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, going back to this photo. When you were near that window, did you at any point in time look down outside?
I did.
And what did you see?
I saw the deputy with his firearm out.
And is that deputy, did you know who Scot Peterson was that day?
Not personally, but I did know him as our school's resource officer.
Okay, you saw him outside there. Approximately where on this photograph did you see him?
Approximately in like this area over here.
Okay. Now, when you saw him, did you see his firearm?
I did.
Did he have it out?
He did.
Was it pointed in any particular direction?
It was held out like in front of him, kind of towards the west, towards the football field.
Towards the football field. He had his firearm out.
Yeah.
Okay. When you were near this window, third story window, how long would you estimate that you saw Mr. Peterson?
Well, I don't have an exact time, but it was definitely more than like a glance. Like I had a moment to, stop there and really take a look at it.
And was there anything about Mr. Peterson's actions that drew concern from you?
Absolutely. The fact that he had his firearm drawn, that's why I knew something was wrong.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Armand, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states Q composite 2 photographs. Do you recognize this?
Yep.
What do you recognize it as? Is this a true and accurate depiction of what the aerial view of the 1200 building looked like? Not at this time, the statement request to meet in states what's been previously marked as states Q composite 2 photographs in as state 17.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, state's Q for identification will now be in evidence as state's exhibit 17, a composite exhibit of 2 photos.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
I'm going to start off with this photograph here. Do you see, and using the pencil, do you you see the 1200 building? Do you recognize it? Okay, can you put a dot or put a little X as to where you saw Mr. Peterson when you looked out that window on the 3rd floor?
Roughly this area.
Now just show you a zoomed closer angle. Can you show in this photograph approximately where you saw him?
Approximately here.
Now, when you saw him there, which way was his head facing?
West.
Was his body also facing west?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him on a radio?
I don't recall.
Now, when Mr. Peterson was facing west, was he, at any point in time, did you see him looking to the south, to the 700 building?
No, not that I recall.
Did you see him looking east to the parking lot behind?
Not that I recall.
Did it appear to you as if his attention was to the west, towards the 1200 building?
Yes, like towards the front of the building.
Okay. And by front of the building, you mean like kind of like the west side of the building?
Yeah, like even though, like from that angle, he wouldn't have been able to see the front of the building, but like that's where he was looking.
Now, after you saw this, the school resource officer with his firearm out, what did you do?
So that's when I knew something was wrong, and me and one of my friends, we went away from the crowd at the east staircase, and we started heading towards the west staircase.
Okay, let me stop you there. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to go with the state like play. Was there anything previously entered into evidence as states? F7, which is in, I believe that's 6.
You want to play out of state exhibit 6, F7?
Yes,
And do we need to turn the
we
TVs
do,
off?
Your Honor, yes.
Whichever you, we would turn the TVs off. Everything's good?
Armand, do you see the screen there?
Yeah.
Pause it. Armand, do you see it though?
Yeah.
What are you wearing?
Eagle shirt, it's black.
So were you in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen on the right side?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the crowd that you were speaking about earlier, the students walking towards the east stairwell?
It is.
Okay. Is this about the time where you were looking out that window that you testified to earlier, encircled?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. you see Mr. Peterson, SRO, standing in the same spot while you were looking out the window?
The spot he's in right now?
Yes. No. Okay. So let me clarify, I'm sorry. Was he in the same spot the entire time that you were viewing him?
Yeah.
Now, at this point in time, do you remember what you did? Yes. What did you do?
I went towards the other staircase and I went down maybe like 2-3 steps and heard shots like directly beneath me. And at that point I turned around and came back up and went back into the classroom I was originally in.
Were you by yourself?
No, I had a friend with me.
How many shots did you hear?
In the staircase?
Yes.
I would say 2.
Could you tell whether they were inside or outside the building?
At that point I was pretty sure they were inside.
So just for clarification purposes for the jury, did you go to the west stairwell?
Yes.
Did you open the door?
Yes.
You went down a few steps?
Yes.
Is that the point in time when you heard shots?
Yes.
And you turned right around and ran back up to the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay. When you got back up to the 3rd floor, what did you do?
I went back into my original classroom.
Okay. Now those shots that you heard when you were in the stairwell, how loud were they?
Very little.
Now, when you went back into your original classroom, what did you do when you got into that classroom?
So our teacher locked the door and we all went like huddled in the corner behind where her desk was.
What was your teacher's name?
Ms. Mika.
Now, when you were in the classroom, what were you thinking?
Just, obviously really scared and kind of wondering when help was going to arrive.
How long were you in that classroom for before SWAT came and got you out?
It felt like forever, but maybe like an hour and a half, close to 2 hours.
And besides when you looked out that window, did you see Mr. Peterson at all for the rest of the day?
No.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, Alan. It's nice to see you again. Right, we spoke during your deposition, right? And did you have a chance to read through your deposition before you testified?
Yes.
And the state provided that to you to make sure that it refreshed your recollection, correct?
Yeah, a few weeks ago.
Okay. So if I heard you correctly, you were in classroom 1250 of the 1200 building during the shooting, correct?
I believe that was the number, yes.
All right. And when you all emptied out into the 3rd floor hallway, how would you describe everybody's demeanor?
At first, it was pretty normal because no one really knew what was going on exactly.
Did it look to you like any of the people around you had heard the shots that were fired on the 1st floor before the fire alarm went off?
Well, I know the people who were in my classroom definitely heard it. I don't know about anyone else.
From the demeanor of the other kids in the hallway, which you said was kind of normal, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to characterize their demeanor as calm and like you would see anytime they walk down the hallway?
Initially, yes.
And then it changes when the shooter comes onto the third floor and begins firing, right?
Probably a little before that, we kind of heard shots. You could kind of hear it gradually getting louder and louder.
And you would characterize, when you looked out the window, as a quick look, correct?
I would say a little more than that. I was able to pause for a second and take a good look.
Okay. So when I asked you whether it was a quick look, you're saying that that's not your testimony.
It was a quick look, but it was more than just a glance.
Okay. And what you did see was not my client by the 7-800 building, but fairly close to the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
And you saw him with his gun out, correct?
Correct.
And you definitely saw him looking towards the west, correct?
Correct.
And he was definitely looking towards the football field, is what I heard you say, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you about him being on his radio, police radio. You're not saying he definitely wasn't on his radio. In fact, correct? You're not saying that.
Correct.
In fact, what you saw was it was possible that he was actually on his radio, correct?
Correct.
And your thought process was that there could have been more than just one shooter based upon the sounds, correct?
Possibly, correct.
And you're also thinking there could be not only possibly multiple shooters in that building, correct?
Correct.
But you're also thinking there could be multiple shooters throughout the campus at that point, correct?
Possibly.
I thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Based on that, any redirect?
Yes, just two questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Armand, at any point in time, did you see Mr. Peterson take the firearm that was in his hand and move towards the building that you were in, the 1200?
Move towards the building?
Yes.
No.
Did you just see him stand there with his gun outside?
Yes.
I got the question.
Based on that, any recall?
No, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he is doing that, ladies and gentlemen, real quick 5-minute restroom break. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony.
How's the audio now?
Until we reach the end of the trial, I'll tell you when that is. If you leave the no passenger clearance, step to the back for me 1 moment.
How's the audio for the trial? I've turned it down from 600 to back to 100 because it seemed to be a bit more normal now. And hopefully my volume is okay now as well. It's just a drag now. Ugh. Oh. I can turn the volume back up if need be, for people. I just want to get a balance for people. Also, I like to hear my own voice, so I want to speak as well. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Oh yeah, mate. Hey, cameraman, are you gonna show us the jewelry again? Geez, she's hot. No, I didn't. Hang on. Where did you send it? Where did you send it, Kim? Oh, I is Zenith the one for legal vices, isn't it? Or was that another one? Yeah, I know. I've heard about Flux. Yeah. I'm just conscious that tonight I'm not gonna have much time to stream, because I want to stream Solomon's one from this afternoon as well. I'm not gonna have time for everything. I will do Zenith though at some point. Oh, you busted his eardrum. What? Right, is the my volume is still low for this? How? I'll have to listen on a bloody thing now. Let me go on YouTube to have a look. Listen on a bloody thing now. Let me go on YouTube to have a look. Oh, I'm quite loud, aren't I? I've turned it down now a lot more. I've turned it down now a lot more. Oh fucking hell, no, I'm still loud. How about now? Oh fucking hell, no, I'm still loud. How about now? I've turned it right down. I can't. I can't get any lower. Your own voice boring you. Yeah, it is. I only had like what 3.5, 4 hours sleep last night. Oh, maybe. Hang on. Right, how do I sound now? How do I sound now? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm literally down to 10%. How am I now? I'm literally down to 10%. How am I now? I'm still fucking loud, mind. I'm still fucking loud, mind. How am I now? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How am I now? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, it's a problem here, isn't it? Because the volume is off. Yeah, I don't know why. The volume is off. Hang on, hang on. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Right, how am I doing now? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So cars weren't saying I'm fine now. So I'm back to normal-ish then. So cars weren't saying I'm fine now. Yeah, I know, Crockley City. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I know, Crockley City. I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. Let me speak now because my phone was on, so maybe that's the reason. Then I'll mute myself here and listen back to it and see if that's the. Right, how am I doing now? Is this a little bit better? I hope so, anyway. Right, how am I doing now? Is this a little bit better? I hope so, anyway. Right, how am I doing now? Is this a little better? I hope so, anyway. Right, how am I doing now? Is this a little better? I hope so, anyway. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yep, yep. Both A2 sound link, yeah. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. I'm just not going to bloody speak. That's all.
Sorry. I'm a country boy. Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. Once you're back to the safety, you may be seated. All parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who don't have a legal please come back right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our first break, we were in the middle of the state presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State was already, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Ashley Hazel Teener to the stand.
There. So I don't know if he had opened it, I probably would have entered, but I'm not sure if.
And if I could just come all the way through the witness stand, please, when you reach it, please have a seat. Stop and look at me. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please be seated.
Hopefully, this is going to be okay now. Then,
Just keep that chair all the way up as far as.
hopefully, everything's fine.
Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Yes, it's Ashley Teener,
Mr. Stringer, you may inquire.
Three more. I'm going to say Ashley. I worked on your name, last name. I don't think it's got it quite right. So I'll say good morning, Ashley. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Ashley, could you please tell the jury, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am at Walton.
And you recently graduated from college?
Yes, a few weeks ago.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to Marjory High School.
And where is that located?
Parkland.
Broward.
Yes.
Were you there at Marjory High School on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
That afternoon, let's say approximately 2:15 in the afternoon, were you in class?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what type of class were you in?
I was in my drama class in the 700 building.
And can you describe the 700 building? And by that I mean, is it classrooms are inside? Do you go inside to go to classrooms, or outside?
They're kind of like the indoor-outdoor setup. So, like when you open the door to leave, you go outside immediately.
Okay, so no interior corridors? No, okay. And I'm going to put up a map for you, and Judge, if I could have the pencils. Thank you. And then it states one. Give me one second. Sure. Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you. Ashley, see, if you could hit the pencil and then go ahead and circle for us which building is the 700 building.
Here. Oh, that's where my classroom is.
Okay, so you made a circle that, could you just make a little line around the whole building itself?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so the inner circle then that you've drawn would be where your classroom was located?
Yeah, around there.
Okay, and what building did you, if you're exiting your classroom, which building did your classroom face?
The 1200 building.
That afternoon, while you were in class, did anything unusual occur?
Yeah, the fire alarm went off for the second time that day.
Okay, do you remember when it went off the first time?
Yes, it went off in my trigonometry class, which was earlier in the day. I forgot it. I think it was my second or third period.
Okay, and which classroom was that in? Or building, I'm sorry, which building?
That was also in the 700 building on the second floor.
All right, and did that alarm trigger an evacuation?
Yes.
Okay, so you actually left the classroom and went to, did you go to a designated location?
Yes, it did.
All right, and where would that designated location be?
For that specific classroom on the second floor, we evacuated down towards the parking lot on the left side of the 1200 building. So in between the two buildings.
Well, could you do me a favor and just put like a little X where that parking lot was
Yeah,
that you
it was
evacuated?
around here.
And did I catch it correctly? You said it was on that classroom was on the second floor?
Yeah, when the first fire alarm went off, I was in the second floor classroom.
Okay, and what happened after you evacuated?
It was pretty normal. We went outside, we did we waited for like the fire marshals to come through, do their thing, check our fire alarms, then we went back inside.
Okay. And let me ask you, the classroom you were in that morning, did it face, when you're leaving it, did it face to the south or to the north?
It is the 1200 building
Okay.
also.
Going back to the afternoon, classroom you were in was on the first floor.
Yes.
All right, but also facing the same direction?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you have a fire drill for that classroom, do you go to a different location than you did in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, and can you show the jury, please, by making an X where you would go to for a fire evacuation from the classroom you were in the afternoon? So that afternoon, when you heard the fire alarm go off, what happened?
So I walked outside of the building when the fire alarm went off. I got like halfway across the grass that was right outside of there, and then I started hearing loud banging noises coming from the 1200 building. I thought that at first the roof was collapsing of the building just because I was thinking the fire alarm went off for the second time that day. There must be a fire and the noises were really loud. So I was staring at the top of the building. There was no smoke or nothing was happening to the building. And then I started hearing more loud banging noises, so I went back inside.
And were you out there with a group of students?
Yes.
And did you recognize or did you know what the banging noises were, or did you just hear the sound?
At first I didn't know what it was. Like I said, I thought that the roof of the building was collapsing, but then after a few seconds, I guess I realized that it was probably gunshots.
And in your mind, where were those gunshots coming from?
They were coming from the 1200 building.
And when you say from, is it the outside or the inside of the 1200 building?
The inside.
And they were so loud that you felt that the roof was possibly
Yes.
coming down. All right. And if we can, you drew the two circles for us.
Mhm.
So could you just maybe make a little dot inside those, whatever circle you feel is appropriate, where you were when you thought you heard those, when you heard those sounds and you thought maybe the building's roof was coming down? I know it's a little crowded, but
Kind of goes down.
so right about
Kind of like
on that
right there.
inner circle?
Yes.
Okay. And directly across from 1200?
Yes.
Right? Okay. You hear the sounds, what happens next?
When I started hearing the banging, it was clear that there was some kind of danger coming from there, so I ran back into my room in the 700 building, and I went into a closet.
And did the other students who were outside with you at that time, what did they do?
They also ran back and hid in the same closet as me.
All right. When you were in that closet, did you hear any further noise?
Yeah, we did hear gunshots for a little bit longer,
All right.
and then eventually they stopped.
Were they as loud, less loud? Since you're now inside, how can you
Yeah.
describe it for us?
I was behind two shut doors at that point, so they were definitely quieter, but we could still clearly hear the noise coming from the building.
Okay, and can you tell, I think you've already sort of mentioned it, but can you tell the jury what those two closed doors, where they were?
Sure, so there was doors to come into my room, and then there was also a large storage closet at the back of my room, so we all hid in the storage closet.
So the door to the closet and then the door to the classroom?
Yes.
The two doors in behind?
Yes.
And how long were you in the closet for?
For about 2 hours until we were evacuated.
All right, who evacuated you?
The SWAT team.
All right, and how did you, when they evacuated you, how did you exit the building?
So that storage closet had two entrances, and the entrance to the bedroom was kind of in the middle of that courtyard area, like when you open the door, it went towards the courtyard area. So they evacuated us through that door that was further away from the 1200 building and had us go through the courtyard and then out to Pine Island.
Okay, so I know it's getting a little crowded there, because you just put maybe a little circle or a dot where the courtyard area is?
Yeah, so the door that we would have left was like here.
Okay, and you got to that door from inside,
Inside.
crossing inside
Yeah.
the building?
Mhm.
And then the courtyard is where just past where the little dot is?
Yeah, it's the big square.
All right. At any time, first of all, do you know did you know the school's SRO, school resource officer?
Not very well, I knew that we had one.
Did you know what he looked like?
No.
So if you had seen him that day, you wouldn't know him? If you had seen him?
Not by name.
Would you know him by his looks?
I mean, they wear the, like, uniforms, so I would have just assumed that it was our resource officer.
All right. Did you see him at all that day?
No.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to show what's in evidence. Show the witness what's in evidence as state's composite number 6, and this is number 13 in that composite.
This is F13,
Yes.
part 6, exhibit 6.
Yes,
Understood.
thank you. And it doesn't have to be it's not sensitive.
The TVs are off, right, Mr. Finley, they can be on?
Yes, sir. Can you see the video?
Yes.
Oh. All right. Do you recognize what was happening in that video?
Yes.
And was that, does that video accurately show the point in time when you evacuated the second time that day from the 700 building?
Yes.
And does it also accurately show what happened
Yes.
that when you and the rest of the kids went back into the building?
Yes.
That's fine. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning.
Great to see you again. We met during a deposition, correct?
Yes.
You remember I asked you some questions under oath and a court reporter was present.
Yes.
Remember that? I treated you fairly, right?
Yes.
Good. First of all, congratulations on your graduation.
Thank you.
At the time, you were in 11th grade on the day of the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And you had production for theater, you were working on something, right?
Yeah, we're working on a plan.
Right. This was a large class, I was told, right?
Yes, there's about 60 kids in the class.
Okay. And the teacher of the class was Melody Hertzfield, correct?
Yeah, Melody Hertzfeld.
Okay. And she's the drama teacher there, right?
Yes.
Theater teacher. And you were in her class, which is in the 700 building, correct?
Yes.
And that's the building right across from the 1200 building.
Yes.
And the fire alarm went off for the second time that day.
Yes.
First time it was earlier and that was like a fire drill. Right?
Yes.
So my guess is it went off the second time. You all did not think that it was something real, right?
We thought that it was weird that it was going off for a second time.
Got it. And so how would you describe the volume of that fire alarm?
It was a typical fire alarm, so enough to get your attention to leave the building.
Would you use the words super loud?
It was loud, yes.
Okay. And when you hear the loud noises, you initially were not sure that they were gunshots, correct?
Not at first.
In fact, it sounded like something that was exploding or collapsing somewhere, correct?
Correct, yes.
And when you hear the first shots and then the secondary shots, your testimony is that my client was on a golf cart headed in your direction, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't standing next to you when this took place, correct?
No, not directly next to me.
You didn't see any broken windows or any bullet holes or anything like that, correct?
No.
Nor did you see any smoke coming out of the 1200 building, correct?
No.
You didn't see anyone who had been shot from where you were standing, correct?
No.
In fact, when you look into the building, let's say you look at the first, second floor, third floor windows, you can't see in to see the carnage that was created by Nicholas Cruz, correct?
No.
And when you initially heard the shots, your direction of sight was drawn to the top of the building, correct?
It was drawn towards the third floor roof area.
Okay. And your testimony, if I heard correctly, was that you initially thought, hey, maybe the roof was collapsing, correct?
Yes, because it sounded like the noise was coming from the top of the building.
Got it. And what is the echo gain?
There's a hallway that echoes in that area.
Okay, tell us about that.
Towards the end of the hallway, there's a long, kind of like indoor-outdoor hallway that's more enclosed than the others that you can hear echoes up and down.
Okay. And when you say towards the end of the hallway, is that towards the 800 building? Or is that, where towards the end of the hallway?
I'm not exactly sure what the number of the building was, but it was towards our auditorium.
Okay. And would that have been closer to, do you know ultimately where my client was positioned? Did you find out where he was positioned during the shooting?
I believe it was towards the right of me.
Okay. So would that have put that area of echo, would that have been closer to where my client was positioned?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say the echo game, tell us what that game entails and what you would do.
When we would be rehearsing for shows later at night or moving in between the auditorium, we would, yell echoes towards each other just because it would go up and down the hallway.
So without question, you experienced, even before the shooting, you pronounced echo in that area, correct?
When we were directly inside of the hallway, yes.
I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Based on that, any redirect?
Just a few questions.
Go ahead, please.
Actually, first question I'd like to just confirm with you. You saw in the video the group of kids.
Yes.
You were in with that group of kids, correct? Yes. Okay. In your mind, how close was that, or how far was that from the 1200 building?
I'd say about from like where I'm sitting now to seats over there.
You're in the courtroom, the chairs or the benches, do you mean in the back?
The benches.
Okay.
The first person standing or sitting.
All right, and so when you're in that area, okay, you're not in that echo hall.
No, not
correct?
at all.
Okay, and are you familiar with the east end, the front of the 1200 building?
Yes,
You've walked by that building many times?
many times.
And if you were standing, do you remember all the water pipes that are stored in the front of that building? Okay. If you were standing in that area, would you be in the echo hallway?
No, that would be behind you. So
Okay.
if
So
you're
that,
standing in front of it, you wouldn't hear
all right, so you wouldn't have an echo because you're not in the hall.
because you're not inside the hallway, correct?
All right. Further question.
Based on that, any recross?
Familiar.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. Thank you very much. While she is doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
State Court Officer Richard Best.
Hello, Madwell. How is my audio now? How is my audio? Belfast is warm, is it? It's not that warm yet. Well, it's nice, like, but it's not. It's a little bit cloudy here. Oh, please tell me my audio is okay. Otherwise, I might pull a Madwell's.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach.
I think my audio is back. Back again. Look who's back. Madwell's mad. Spider Girl, Carwin Edwards. Oh, I think I'm back.
And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as.
Amy, Heidi, have you here? Kim?
Spell your full name.
Richard Best.
Is Kim around?
Best, B-E-S-T.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Oh, Heidi's
Good
sleeping.
afternoon, or is it still good morning? I'm not sure. What time is it? Good
It's
morning.
whatever you want it to be, babe.
Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you currently work.
Good morning, my name is Richard Best. I'm currently an active member of the United States Coast Guard.
And are you currently on a specific assignment? Are you here with permission?
Yes. I'm currently deployed for active duty, and I received permission to have my attendance present here today.
Can you please give the members of the jury a little bit of a background on your professional career in law enforcement and in the military?
Certainly. Back in 2007, I was hired by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in Nevada. I was a police officer out there. I participated in a couple of different assignments, mainly road patrol and a little bit of additional training in certain areas with special investigations, gang response, intelligence, and due to family reasons, we decided to relocate to the East Coast. I relocated to South Florida, and I got hired by the Coral Springs Police Department in early 2013. I was a police officer with the city of Coral Springs for about 10 years. Worked as a patrol officer, field training officer, trained newer officers, member of the department's honor guard, critical incident stress debriefing team, civil unrest and tactical support unit, and participated in various other training programs for the betterment of the agency. I enlisted in the United States Coast Guard in 2018 as a reservist, and I was a maritime enforcement specialist, stationed out of Lake Worth Inlet, Riviera Beach. Fulfilled my obligation with the Coast Guard, simultaneously working as a police officer. And with the Coast Guard, I was a maritime enforcement specialist with law enforcement functions on the water until last summer when I commissioned as an officer within the United States Coast Guard. I was assigned to Sector Miami. The easiest way to differentiate that was more operational to administrative with emergency management. And then in October, I was tasked with fulfilling a temporary critical fill to support families of Coast Guard members who are sick, injured, deceased, and ensure veterans get the proper benefits they're entitled to regarding military funeral honors. Not easy to talk about yourself, but that's about it.
I appreciate it. You mentioned that you enlisted in 2018. In February of 2018, were you working with the Coral Springs Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'd like to turn your attention specifically to February 14th, 2018. Can you explain for the members of the jury, were you working that day? What did your day begin like?
I believe I was working they called it a mic shift. It was to support with, due to staffing issues and high calls for service, they assigned several officers to more or less work the busiest time to supplement the regular calls for service, the officers taking the reports and everything. So it was either 2 p.m. to midnight or 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. And it was the beginning of that shift.
At approximately 2:20 in the afternoon, did you receive a call out?
I did.
Explain what happened.
I was in the report writing room at the police department on Coral Springs Drive with a couple of other officers, and we heard Sergeant Bill Reed on the radio ask dispatch if there was shots fired at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. Dispatch said they were receiving a lot of calls, and it was just instinctive. Everybody got up and everybody ran to the parking lot and we all drove together.
Do you recall where you arrived, like where on campus you pulled your vehicle up?
Yeah, absolutely. We drove straight down Coral Springs Drive north. It turns into Pine Island. We crossed underneath the Sawgrass Expressway, and there was a caravan of cars. I made my first entrance, my first left turn in the southeast corner of the parking lot. It may be, I don't know if it's a faculty lot or whatnot, but we all just parked as close to the building as possible. That's the location.
When you got out of your vehicle, where did you run towards?
The building.
And when you say the building, do you mean building 1200?
Yes.
As you're running towards building 1200, who do you see? What happens?
There was a lot of us. I followed Sergeant Bruce Kozlowski from the vehicle, and we ran north along the side, and Sergeant Kozlowski was telling other officers to stop at doors along the way as we were making our way to the north end of the school. We knew that the building 1200 was the far north end, but Sergeant Kozlowski did not want any shooter or shooters to go past us and out and get away, so he had officers stop along the way. We got to the north part of the parking lot, and Sergeant Kozlowski, myself, there may have been more. We rallied up with Officer Tim Burton, who was just arriving in his car.
Now, you mentioned that you were concerned that there may have been still the shooter on campus. Is that correct?
And we had every bit of thinking that he was actively there.
So when you're running towards the building, do you believe that you may encounter the shooter?
Yes, I was fully prepared to be shot at, unfortunately.
And while you're running, do you hear any gunshots?
We did not.
And how does the fact that you don't hear gunshots alter, if at all, the way that you're moving through that campus?
At that particular time, for us, it had no effect whatsoever. We felt that, or I shouldn't say we, I felt that the shooter was there, he was on the campus, and I did not want another person to get shot, and I wanted to locate him as quick as I possibly could.
When you meet up with Tim Burton, where are you in proximity to the 1200 building?
I didn't know the building at the time, but now I know that Tim Burton was just to the east of it.
Give you a moment to orient yourself with this map. Now I'm going to zoom in to the 1200 building. And if you can describe for us where in between the 700 building and the 1200 building you arrived.
If you're looking at the P in Pine Island,
I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Gomes, you want him to use the annotator?
Yes, please. And is it blurry for you?
no, I could see it just fine.
Okay. Go ahead. And I selected the marker for you, so you should be able to mark the screen.
You don't know exactly from the cameras and everything, but from my recollection, we were somewhere right in that area. That's where Tim Burton was with his vehicle.
Okay. And when you saw Tim Burton, what was he doing? And who is Tim Burton? I apologize.
A Coral Springs police officer.
And what was he doing?
It happened really quickly. I believe he had just gotten out of his vehicle, and we were just out loud moving forward. It was just forward momentum.
What happens when you move past Tim Burton? Where do you go next?
All of us immediately located the one deputy standing. Do you want me to touch where that
Yes,
was?
please. Where was that deputy standing?
Right in this area over here. So when we arrived, we saw the one deputy, and then we saw the building, and we made the decision. Sergeant Kozlowski and Tim Burton said somebody needs to get with that deputy so we can communicate.
Was that deputy Scot Peterson the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Why was it important to get with the defendant?
We figured that he's already on the campus, and we know that our agencies had two separate radio channels. We knew that they were not patched at the same time, and the fear was there was just multiple layers of information, and it would be better to get additional information live from somebody that's already there.
Was in that moment the defendant the real-time information that you were seeking?
Yes.
When you walked towards the defendant, describe for the jury what he was doing, if anything.
I ran towards him very quickly.
And why did you run quickly?
I regretted it at the time, but we made the decision that somebody needed to get with him. And if you look at the building, we thought that the shooter was there. And once I took a few steps forward, I realized that I was like a sitting duck. It was a very bad tactical decision because he had higher ground, the shooter, and he could have picked me off very easily, and I would not have even been able to know where the shots were coming from specifically. But I ran, I got with the deputy pretty quickly.
In that situation where you're exposed, would the position that, is it, how do you say his name? Kozlowski? Kozlowski. Was Kozlowski in a safer position in that moment?
Nobody was really in a safe position. It was just very fluid. As soon as we saw Officer Burton, it's not like he was standing doing nothing by the car. He presumably, it looked like he had just gotten out of the car, and we were trying to go forward.
So when you approach the defendant, and do you see the man that you approached in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing looks like a bluish suit jacket and a blue tie.
Okay, can I let the record reflect the employee identification?
The record shall so reflect. You may proceed.
Thank you. And so you run up to the defendant and describe for the jury what happens next.
I literally said, "Hey brother, what do we got?" And he said, "Shots fired, second or third floor." And he was standing there looking at the building in front of us, the 1200 building. And I don't think I used the radio. There was a lot of radio traffic. And I just remember yelling out, "Shots fired, second or third floor." And that was directed towards Sergeant Kozlowski, Officer Burton. And there were definitely other officers there. I don't recall specifically other than Officer Whittington and Officer Carvalho, but there were more officers there.
When the defendant said shots fired, second or third floor, was it obvious that he meant inside the 1200 building?
Yes.
After the defendant told you where the shots were coming from, what did you do next?
There was radio traffic between a lot of people, but mainly Sergeant Kozlowski and Sergeant Mazzi. Sergeant Mazzi's team of officers was on the opposite side. So like here, for example, that's the west side. There was a group of officers over there, and then Sergeant Kozlowski and these officers went over here, which is the east side. And there was a lot of just yelling back and forth. The fear was you never want to have law enforcement go into two opposite sides where they could potentially shoot each other. So there was a lot of specific intended communication. Knowing that there was enough people on both sides, presuming that there was other people on the north side, which is over here, I stayed with Deputy Peterson briefly, and my thinking was, if any of these officers approach the shooter, if he jumps out of the window or if he comes this way to run, I am going to tackle him, I'm going to get him, I'm going to engage him.
So while you were standing at that location, were you making observations of what the other officers were doing?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you make the decision to no longer stand where you were standing?
Yes.
Explain to the jury why you made that decision to move away from the position that you and Deputy Peterson were standing.
It's twofold. First, hearing the radio traffic back and forth, knowing that it's a 3-story building and it was clear that the first floor was cleared. Officers were making their way through the second floor and the third floor. And I just figured at that point, I'm not doing anything over here. It didn't make sense to me to stay over there. I figured if he was going to jump out, it would have already happened. And then the second part of it was, I don't remember where I got this information from, but I specifically remember hearing the shooter's on the third floor making his way down to the second floor with a gas mask. And having never been in the building before, I presume that there's a stairwell on the east side and the west side. I ran to the closest one, positioned myself in the stairwell. I met up with Officer Capri, who joined me, and we stood there holding our rifle up. And it felt like a really long time, but it probably wasn't. And we were just waiting and waiting and waiting for the shooter to come down from the third floor to the second floor. And I 1000% believed it was going to be him or me or him or Officer Capri. There's no way that somebody was going to do what we knew took place without a shooting going back and forth.
When you ran towards that building, you said you didn't know the layout perfectly, but you wanted to get towards the stairwell. How important was it in that moment to have someone who understood the layout of that building relay that information to you?
I mean, it would have definitely helped out a lot, but at the same time, in this kind of situation, time is of the essence. You don't even have time to sit here and, draw out a map and ask somebody for guidance. It's almost, if this is your first time in the courtroom, you pop open the door and you look in the back, you look to the walls, you look around, you're assessing as you go. You have to move fast in this.
In that moment that you made the decision to leave that position and to run towards that building to confront the shooter, did Deputy Peterson come with you?
No.
Did he remain standing in his position?
I don't recall where he stood, but I remember when I came back out a significant time after, he was still there.
So for the entire time that you were inside that building and then exited that building, he remained in the exact same position?
Yes.
When you entered the stairwell, describe for the members of the jury what that looks like when there's officers kind of taking tactical positions in the stairwell.
There was so much going on. There was other agencies from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. I remember, I believe Hollywood SWAT, Miramar. There was just so many different agencies and so many different officers rushing in, going past us, going all different ways. But to answer the question from a tactical standpoint, I stood with my rifle. I had an assignment. A lot of times in law enforcement, we look at these as problems, to solve a problem. So my problem was, I'm in a stairwell, I think the shooter's going to come down. That's my job. I have to trust the people behind me, to my left and to my right, to do their job. I knew that there was somebody else looking down the hallway. I knew that there were other officers on the second floor clearing classrooms, clearing buildings, doing things of that nature. You can't really focus too much on everybody else's tactical assignments. You have to trust your team and trust the training of the other officers and the other agencies.
Did everybody kind of find a job and do it?
Yes.
And all these different agencies, different radios, everybody was able to kind of work together?
Yes.
As you stand there with the rifle pointed, did the shooter ever come down?
No.
Explain for the members of the jury what happened next.
It was like the gust of wind comes out of the sail. At some point, there was information, I believe it was over the radio, that the information that the shooter was coming down the stairwell came from somebody who had watched this on surveillance camera, on a security camera. And at some point, it was relayed to all of us that that information was delayed. I want to say like 20 minutes delayed, because the person was rewinding the video, trying to locate the last place that they had the shooter. And when the information was relayed to us, we thought it was real time. We thought it was live. And it was significantly delayed.
When did you realize that?
We were still in the stairwell, and then it was relayed that he had gotten out of the building and he was probably gone. And it was at that time. And then we transitioned to basically rendering aid.
Explain for the members of the jury, have you ever taken classes while you were at the Coast Springs Police Department or Las Vegas, the Coast Guard, on rendering aid in a combat sort of situation?
So this really isn't all that new. With Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, about 12 or so years ago, they implemented what was called MACTAC. Everything has an acronym in law enforcement and military. It's multi-assault, counterterrorism, action capabilities, or something along those lines. But the thought process in Las Vegas was, if you're responding to a hotel or a casino or a high-value location and you're a lone officer, you have got to stop an attack, possibly a terrorist attack. And there's different situations where you would form up a team. There's different situations where you're expected to go in yourself, and you have got to make a confrontation. Fast forward a little bit to, and there wasn't too much implementation on medical from Las Vegas at that time. it was more just confronting a shooter or confronting a terrorist attacker. Fast forward to Coral Springs. I hired on in 2013. I want to say it was maybe 2015 or 2016. Sergeant Carla Kimatek, now she's Sergeant Miller, but she was in charge of the training unit, and she was very, very aggressive in getting us trained properly and adequately to address school shootings specifically. But if we go to a school, if we go to a populated building, if we go to a mall, here's what's expected from Coral Springs. This is what we want you to do. And I know that I remember her having the support from, it was Chief Tony Vestizzi at the time. So we did an extensive amount of training, and we're fortunate because it's not that big of a jurisdiction. We've got a lot of firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, but it was ingrained upon us that we may have to render immediate medical aid when possible to save somebody's life. So they didn't have a fancy name for it. I want to say it was just maybe stop the bleed or just stopping the bleeding. That was the emphasis for us. And then with the Coast Guard, for years, they've had, it's called Tactical Combat Casualty Care, and it's a similar premise with all three agencies.
So as it applies to February of 2018, what type of aid is the priority in that moment when you have gunshot wound victims?
Well, there's going to be two. Assuming you're no longer looking for the shooter, you're going to transition and you're going to observe a lot of loss of blood. So you need to stop that. So primarily chest seals or tourniquets. And
what is a chest seal?
it's basically meant to, it's a little clear plastic piece. You open it up, you put it onto either the front chest area, the abdomen, the back, the neck, over an open wound. And the goal is to just stop air from getting in and complicating the wound. We were never, trained paramedics or EMTs, so we just got the bare minimum training on what it was and what it accomplished. But we had very definitive tasking where here's a chest seal, here's how you would use a chest seal, here's how it would help save somebody's life, similar to a tourniquet with its own application. A tourniquet would be on limbs, arms and legs, and you want to stop the flow of blood, stop the blood flow. But I should also mention, we've also been told that you might not have a tourniquet or a chest seal. I mean, you could use, I could rip off my shirt and make that a tourniquet. Applying pressure on wounds, things like that are nothing new.
And are chest seals, tourniquets, I even suppose, makeshift tourniquets, an understood necessary tool throughout law enforcement?
Absolutely.
And in a situation where there are several children that have been shot, explain for the members of the jury how you would kind of triage and how you determine what to do in that situation.
I hate to sound insensitive, but the reality is you have to make very, very quick decisions. It's similar in the military as it is law enforcement, fire rescue, everybody's the same in this. If you've got 10 people on the ground, whether they're children or adults, and you're looking at them, if somebody looks deceased, you're moving on to the next. If there's a chance at saving somebody's life, you're going to try to save their life. And you have to make a decision on, who stands the best opportunity, and they're split-second decisions. You're not really doing a full head-to-toe evaluation. Like in this particular case, I didn't get too involved with that, but I helped with several victims. We transported them over to a golf cart, and we knew that that golf cart was then taking them over to a triage location. Exactly what I just described was taking place at the triage location. And then they were making a decision on taking them to different hospitals. And it's just, it's a cycle. I hate to sound insensitive, but you have to prioritize, if you can save somebody's life or not.
How important is it when triaging and trying to save lives to have all hands on deck, anybody who's available and able-bodied to help, especially law enforcement?
Especially in this case with the amount of victims, amount of injured people, everybody played a part. Sometimes you can have too many people. I really don't think in this particular case you could have had too many people. It was controlled chaos. we didn't really have egos on the ground. There was a lot of direction being given, and it was just kind of understood, you know, like, for example, I had somebody yell at me after most of this was done. I had somebody yell at me to stand by a gymnasium just to make sure that everything was triple checked and quadruple checked and cleared. I don't know who told me to do that. I just did it. Likewise, if I would have given somebody direction, I would think that they would have followed it.
Explain for the members of the jury, so what happens? You assist the victims, explain how the remainder of that initial controlled chaos takes place.
So we know that the shooter's gone, but it was again relayed. Sergeant Kozlowski was adamant, keeping everybody focused because it's very easy to become complacent. And when we found out that the shooter had left the campus, I can't speak for everybody, but I feel like everybody felt the same way, that we had failed. We didn't get here quick enough. We didn't do enough. We didn't catch him. And it was important that we knew that there could potentially be, there could be bombs, there could be booby traps, there could be other shooters, there could be other people, there could be other situations present, and we can't just, you know, walk away. We knew that those that needed medical attention were getting medical attention, but we couldn't just put our heads down and think that, okay, there's no more threat. There was a ton of faculty. They were absolutely incredible and amazing. They evacuated children, listening to all the directions from law enforcement. I remember yelling at some teachers to, you know, go with the children. Everybody listened and everybody did that, going to the specific areas they were told to go to. And then we remained over there for quite a long time. There was an update over the radio that a Coconut Creek police officer had located the shooter. He was taken into custody in a residential area not too far from the school. A bunch of officers went to assist him with that. But those of us that were at the school, we stayed at the school. That was our job. That was our tasking. A bunch of politicians showed up. A bunch of cameras were there. Command staff, mobile command posts, and then multiple SWAT teams methodically cleared the buildings. I was happy to see them do that because they have a lot more training in building clearing, so they can definitely do it a lot better than most normal road patrol officers. And at some point it was just deemed that, okay, this building is safe. I don't remember what time that was. It seemed like a long time, but then I returned back to the Emergency Operations Center at the Coral Springs Police Department.
Was it evening time by the time this was all over?
Yes.
You just explained that SWAT has more experience in clearing buildings. Can you explain for the members of the jury the difference between clearing a building once there's no shooter and how to respond when there is a live shooter?
If you can visualize responding to a shooting taking place, every single time you hear a gunshot, presumably somebody's getting shot. Every gunshot, it might not necessarily kill somebody, but at the same time it can. So if you're responding to a shooting taking place and you hear gunshots going off, you can very reasonably feel like every single time there's a gunshot, somebody's life is being taken, somebody's being killed, somebody is now dead. I don't know how else to visually explain or describe that, but that's why after Columbine, there's this huge push on law enforcement across the country to adapt this response. It's not that I, as one police officer, want to ever go into that situation by myself, but that's the understanding. I mean, you sign up to do this job and that's it. To answer your question further, I remember the second part. With SWAT methodically clearing a building, if there is no shooting taking place, from a road patrol perspective, I received training, but it's not consistent training with building clearing. The SWAT team, they train usually once or twice every single month. And that's their bread and butter. It's like telling a cook how to make a meal. I mean, that's all they do. So they know how to do it safely, quickly, efficiently. They have more protection, greater weapons, etc. But going back to that day when we felt that the shooter or shooters were no longer present, it was great to have trained SWAT officers from multiple agencies conducting the building clearing, because they're going to be very methodical. They're going to know the hard corners, what to look for, avenues of escape, things like that. And if you wanted a bunch of patrol officers to do it, it would take us far longer. It wouldn't be as safe, and it wouldn't be as effective.
Is it necessary to have SWAT in order to enter a building to confront a shooter?
No, absolutely not. I mean, to the contrary, that's what happened with Columbine. That's what changed. It used to be understood that you would set up a perimeter around the school or the building and you'd wait for SWAT for the reasons I just described. But it's understood that the longer you wait, the more damage is being done, the more people are being harmed or killed.
Would you, in a situation where there are gunshots going, that active stimulus, ever order officers to stay 500 feet back?
Ever.
Why not?
I would be asking the complete opposite. I would be saying, I'm running into this building on the east side, here's where shots are fired, or I'm running in from the north or running in from the west. I would be telling them where I'm going, counting on, at some point, engaging a shooter and having backup as soon as I could possibly get it.
And on February 14th, if there had been gunshots going, even if you had been told to stay 500 feet back, what would you have done?
I wouldn't have listened to the order. I would have taken the discipline or taken the hit. It's hard to put yourself in other people's shoes, so I'm not going to speculate on other people. I see things all the time with law enforcement that I don't agree with, and I say, why didn't they stand up, or why didn't they do this, or why didn't they do that? I can only answer for me personally. And me personally, if I hear shots being fired, I mean, you have to go in, you have to stop the threat. People are more than likely being shot or killed, and statistically speaking, it's about 100% guaranteed that when an active shooter is confronted, the threat stops. Something changes. Either they stop shooting, they surrender, they give in, they're killed. Something changes, but they cannot go unchallenged.
Your Honor, can you go sidebar, please?
Oh, how many more witnesses like this are we going to have? And also, he's fully trained to go in and do this. The officer's not fully trained to do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to press pause on the direct examination of the witness at this point. I'm going to send you to lunch, and we're going to pick it up after the lunch break. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else until we reach the end of the trial. I'll tell you when that is. I hope you all have a nice lunch break. If you leave the notepads and the envelopes in your chairs, they will be waiting for you when you come back. I'm going to ask you to please be back at the jury room. Let's call it 1:40 p.m. 1:40 p.m. Have a nice lunch.
No, I mean, I think Spider Girl, the way he's trained, he's probably experienced it 100% of the time. Something different's going to happen, whether he's going to be shot at or the suspect's going to be shot at and neutralized. But yeah, they're asking all these questions to SWAT team members, army, experienced people. And Heidi's ignoring us. It's unbelievable. Heidi's just gone. She didn't even say goodbye. Heidi, where are you? Um, jokes. And also, Heidi, it's all good. I worry Kim's the same. Kim's gone quiet. Amy's around, I think. Um, but still no way Amy should. Welcome to Dragon as well. Uh, she came on last night and still here. Good. Um, if I'm doing something wrong in that 5%. Oh well, yeah, that's your job. Yeah, I know. I can imagine. I wouldn't want that job, Spider. We're not built from the same grits. Grits. No, you're right there. Even when we feel for sure, we would do something different. To be sure. No, I totally agree with you, Mad World. Totally agree with you. Built differently. Um, and I don't think this guy. Oh, why the fuck's it paused? I don't think this guy is built that way. I don't think he's had the training even to do it. Not the way that like SWAT team members have had training. I I found this morning quite boring, and I hate saying that because this is people's lives. Um, Stop or be stopped. Yeah, yeah. I read it like that, but I also think a little bit if you confront him, the shooter, his target is going to change 100% of the time. He's gonna. You are now the target with a gun, and in some cases they might drop the gun. But yeah, I agree. Still 100%. I agree. Um, Amy, good that you're here. It's all good. It's all good. I said I hate saying that I find this boring, but it's like how many more people are we going to hear from the victims, and then all these swap people and stuff. It's like we get it. You know, I'm sympathetic to it, but at the same time, I'm a bit like we're a bit overboard with this now. If they're going to call every witness, oh my days, it's just quite too much. I think I'm tired from last night. I had about 3.5, 4 hours sleep, so I'm tired from that as well. Um, Kim's gone missing in action. Oh, Dragonfly Lady. Oh, it's nice to have you here, Dragonfly Lady. I really do appreciate you making the effort to be here today. Um, oh, that feeling, Amy. You got a toddler. Toddler. Mad World has a toddler. Uh, so I don't know. This is where we're at. Um, we got this afternoon. Then I'm a bit disappointed. My Solomon interview this afternoon. Yeah, I mean, they might leave it to last minute, Amy, I think, because I still don't know. I mean, they're gonna show him cowering and stuff like that, but I do think it's bullshit. Ugh. Um, I am thinking the Solomon Thomas plays for the New York Jets. Solomon Anderson and the Viva Frey. I might change that. Mad as you say that. Yeah, well, I was, but apparently it's just Spider Girl and Kim were saying it's just um Radmal, or was it not Radmal? Oh, I don't know. RA, Recovery Addict. Sorry, he's just streaming, watching Recovery Addict's interview, and it's gonna be weird. Me watching a streamer, watching another streamer. So if that's the case, I might just not bother with that one, and just do Solomon's interview from this afternoon because he's got an interview this afternoon, and maybe do his interview with Legal Vices, or I might switch it up and do Zenith's interview. I don't know. We'll think about it later on. I just don't want to do like Recovery Addicts one. Not that I want to do not do his, but it's I don't want to watch if I want to do Recovery Addicts, I just watch Recovery Addicts one. I don't know. I might be on my own there, but it just seems so stupid for a streamer to watch a streamer to watch a streamer. You know, it's gonna be hard because there's then I don't know, the whole screen gets taken over. They have really said during the trial, but in the news, yeah. Oh, he suffered. Um, I reckon Dragonfly that he's probably thought about it so many times um, in his life, and he's probably like, "Yeah, I wish I had gone in that day," um, and more than likely died that day. To be sure, to be sure, to be sure. Yeah, yours more deep, isn't it? To be sure, to be sure, to be sure, to be sure. Hey, blah, 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 blah. Um, being a coward's not a crime. You're right, Amy. Keep on, sleep on. Yes, yes. Accent. I just know it's angry. All I know is your accent's angry. I don't really know what it is. You sound like Father said, you know. Well, that's you then. Any thoughts about this afternoon? Well, this evening's stream or this afternoon, wherever you are. If I just do Solomon's one from this afternoon, and but depending on time, how long that is, maybe Legal Vices. Um, I just don't fancy doing. If I'm going to do Recovery Addict, I'll just watch. Why do people want me to do this one? Is there a reason why people want me to stream? Yeah, is there a reason why people want me to stream it, the Mad World? The Viva Frey. Is there a reason? I don't get. I mean, we're just watching his reaction to the interview. I don't know. Or am I missing something here? Or am I missing an interview or something? Is there actually an interview where he does with, or she does with, Solomon? I've not seen it. That's where, I'm confused. Like, I don't even know who that person at Viva is. Do you know what I mean? So, again, it's quite hard. Yeah, you are. Yeah, I'm going to stream it tonight, Dragonfly. I'm going to stream it tonight. Solomon asked me if I was going to like watch it. I said I can't because I'm streaming. So I promised him I would stream it this evening if I could. So I'll do that this evening now. Anyway, good if you could join tonight as well. Later on, happy days. Watch it twice then. I wish I liked willing to watch it twice because you pick up stuff the second time. Um, yeah. So the Hunley one, I want to play that one because it's fresh as well, and some people are in work and can't watch it live. But yeah, so what is Viva like then, Madwell? What is this person? Are they any good? I don't think Spider likes them. So I don't know. 20, that's 30, 60. What are you laughing at now? What the fuck are you laughing at? Most random laugh. That's true. There's also a good video that was Feral Housewife also watched. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that one. Yeah, I've seen that one. Hunley's a good guy. Who's Hunley? Is that Viva? Oh, what? Yeah. Well, apparently it's just Reradimal. Not Reradimal. That's Barstool. Recovery Addict. So that it must be because that's the only one that Spider and me could find, and Kim could find was that one. He could be a little divisive, and he's known for some bad takes because he loves to judge without all the facts. So Viva can be right. I saw a clip of Viva and Barnslaw. Good be helping. Oh, okay. Fuck, the sleepers aren't working. Oh shit, sorry, Lefty. Need to fundraise because there's documents. Yeah. No, no, I don't know that. I mean, so many people with different opinions. I liked Joe last night. I liked him. I thought he did well. We're not all going to enjoy the same people, though, are we? So I thought you agreed with me all the time, Mad World. Viva's just outspoken. I like people who speak their mind. Yeah, I like that. Who's you're years behind? Who's years behind me? To the right. I don't know what you guys are on about half the time. Thing is, right? I think the best streamer that gives you the best um advice. Hi, Kim. Right, Kim, you're here. We're thinking this now, right? I know it's not you that said it, but let me just find this now. Where is it? 7-7. It was C Swept that said we need to look at Viva, right? But she's not here today. But I Madwell agrees with me 100% of the time, especially when I tell everyone about those DMs. My problem is I don't want to watch Viva if all he does is stream Recovery Addict interviewing Solomon. I don't want to watch it. I just think that's why would a streamer watch a streamer react to another streamer? If that is the actual concept of it, I'm not going to watch it. So I was thinking of maybe doing Solomon's interview from this afternoon because a lot of people are in work, they might not have seen it, or even if you've seen it, you still watch it again this evening, you know? So watch that and maybe one from Legal Vices, depending on the time, um, instead of doing Viva. I don't know, what's your opinion, Kim? I'm not getting any fucking sense out of Mad World or Spider Girl, so what's your inkling? Diaz Lefty, are you sure the sleeper sound kicked in here? Yeah, C Swept wanted it, but she's not here today. Oh, Dragonfly, that's fantastic advice. Fantastic advice. Yeah, fantastic advice. Be respectful even if you don't agree with them. Absolutely, totally agree with you. Totally agree. And people got a choice, do you know what I mean? People got a choice of what channels they want to watch and what they want to support and whatever, really. So, nothing from Kim, though. Don't think you got much of an opinion on Kim, no. I just have to make a call and just say that we're not doing Viva. I'll post. Yeah, do you know what, I'm just gonna post it. I'm not doing Viva. Um. Oh yeah. So Dragonfly, this is my logo. This is what we believe in. 2 seconds. Um. Let me just get everything down. So you ready, Dragonfly? Dragon Lady. So let's see, innocent unless proven guilty. Let me move myself to the middle. Right. Yes, you can see it there. That's what I believe in. And I think that's what majority of people believe in. So 100% Dragonfly. So long as they've, yeah, I'm ready. Good, Dragonfly. There we are. So that's my channel. That's what I believe most people here believe in. Um, I love having mind change. Yeah, exactly. And I know a lot of people don't like it, but I just, I can't see someone guilty before trials happens. Like Kohlberg is a great example. Most people have said he's guilty. I just can't do it. There's evidence against him, maybe, but he's not guilty. Not until he faces trial. So, um, oh, sorry, Spider Girl. Sorry, Spider Girl. I thought you meant that. I wasn't watching. So this is what one of the mottos Spider Girls always puts in. Um, there you go. Uh, Dragonfly Lady, here you go. Remember, it's okay to agree to disagree. Remember our motto here: innocent unless proven guilty. Are you sure you aren't confusing your dreams with Dylan's guilt shakes, Lefty? Ah! Right, Kim, do you mind then if I change? Well, I'm going to change it. Um, change the plans. Not streaming the Fever video, but instead we'll be streaming Solomon interview from this afternoon for those that may have missed it. That's 5:15 Eastern. Okay, and I will post that on Twitter as well. Copy. That's on Facebook. You guys are content for free here. Gotta learn how to grift. Yeah, I can't. Lee Law keeps telling me I need to grift. I don't know how to grift. Mad will meet. Right, let's get all this on Twitter as well. I'm low energy today, guys. I mean, yesterday took it a lot out of me, so apologies if but I'm trying to do social media as well, you know. Uh, slight change of plans. No longer streaming the Viva Viva Las Vegas, viva. Free. Haha, thanks, so Spider Girl. Stream. I shall instead be streaming Solomon interview today that some may have not been able to watch yet. Able to watch live at 5:15 p.m. Eastern. And throw them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zachariah. Free Zachariah. Free. Anderson. Got it. Sent it, mate. Done. Right, that's done. So we're doing the Solomon video from this afternoon, and we're gonna play that this evening, because most of us who are here will have missed it. So I'll play that at 5:15 Eastern, which is at 2:15 West Coast Pacific, and that's about 10:15 British summertime. Well, you guys weren't there last night. They were well. Madwell popped in a little bit. Spider may have been there. I have nervous tics I don't want people to see, and they're blatantly and painfully fucking obvious. Why don't you just do a podcast then? Podcast. What we do not internet stalk our members. What's your reservation? Oh, I missed so much chat here, guys. I don't know what's going on. Right. Um, bleeding people. Right. I'm gonna make some dinner then because we've got an hour before we're back. So I'll probably be back in about 45 minutes or something. Obviously, I appreciate if you can. Oh, hang on. Let's see how much watch hours I got before lunch. Then let's see the watch hours for today. And also, Lefty hasn't liked the video yet. There's 10 people here and 8 likes. Spider Girl, get on it. Today's been a quieter stream, which I don't blame anybody for that. Right, divided by 6. As soon as I say that, 2 likes. Thank you very much, everybody. I like that. Thank you. Appreciate you. So then, oh, here we go. Right, 20.54 times 76 equals that. 60. Right, I will just update the watch hours. Reface this sexy ass voice. Happy days. Yeah, your voice is great. So if I take that off, um, what is 60? So that's 134. 134. Okay, so I'll save that. I'll post this, then we'll go for dinner. So 26 hours done today. Oh, hi, Jackie. Sorry, I was behind the scenes just updating stuff. We're on a break now, Jackie. Thank you for popping in. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate you coming in. Hopefully, you come back. We're back in about 50 minutes because they're on lunch break now. But yeah, no, great that you come in. Hopefully, you subscribed as well. And hopefully, you join us for this afternoon. The case is a bit dry today, but hopefully, you come back and I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so tired, Jackie. I apologize, but I love the fact we got the symbols in the chat. Um, James here, yes. I just think the case right. Yeah, it's dry. Heidi, it's the same. It's repetitive now. We know he didn't go to the building. We know that now. It's just like, come on. Why? What's your case against him? Do you know what I mean? With Yeah, exactly. Just do videos. Hi, Jackie. Sexy voice. No one cares about your nervous tics. Fuck them if they do. Exactly. We don't give a fuck. Yeah. Oh, Jackie. By the way, we swear on this channel, so I hope that does not offend you. Well, eventually. Happy days, Lefty. Mad will free Zachary Anderson. Yes, throw him up in the chat. Madwell did it today. No. Kim. Kim's always loving it. Yes, Mad World. I missed the voice. Yeah, he did. Well, we had a note. Lady Law had a note of him, so we played it. Closed off. For supporting Zach, I'm happy to support you. Look, yeah, I support Zach, but Jackie, we do a lot of trials here. We look. You can see my background. When I pull this off. The, this is the this is it. Oh shit! I clicked on that. Innocent until proven guilty, and I'm a big Zachariah fan in the sense of I don't think that he is guilty. Um, but there's so many others I support as well in the sense of every trial I go into the mindset of they are innocent unless proven guilty. That's the mindset of me, the channel, the chat, or majority of the chat. Um, and we've got another motto that Spider Girl puts up. It's on the please no, wrong one. Remember, it's okay to agree to disagree. Remember, our motto here is innocent unless proven guilty. That's us in a nutshell. We're small, but we're mighty, Jackie. So you're more than welcome. Also, we got Kim, Lou, and a few others. Oh, let me answer this for a second. Not that often, once a year, something like that. Yeah, that's good. Hong Kong, probably. Yeah, it is. It's really good. No, it's really good, actually. Just a few weeks for Hong Kong Sevens and stuff. Yeah, yeah, just we'll go for a few weeks. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, just the laptop. Oh, no, I don't. I don't need it. I always delete and stuff. It's fine as it is at the minute. I do, yeah. Uh, Apple 7, Series 7. Oh, well, yeah, just about a year now with that. Yeah, that's great. It's great. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Mad World, it was EE because I'm on EE on my phone, but obviously they've merged with BT now. And did that link work for you that I sent to you? Because hi Shelley, you're here now. Hi Kane, I saw you earlier on. Sorry about that, guys. So I've upgraded my broadband. Sort of hell of a deal with BT. As soon as I did it today, bang, phone call for my phone then. So nightmare. They're trying to sell me stuff. But yeah, so I'm gonna get the top-notch internet now for £5 more a month than what I'm paying now. So it's quite a good deal. Anyway, that was basically Mad World's accent that you all heard. So um see you later, Lady Law. See you in a bit. Thanks for being chat. I did see the chat, but I don't know what everyone's talking about. Right, I'm gonna go for dinner because there's only about half an hour left. So hopefully you all are still here after I come back. So with that, Shelley, I hope to see you in a bit. And Jackie, everybody, I hope to see you all back here so we can have a chat. Laters. Right, love you all. Put them in the chat. Put them in the chat like Kim does. Oh, we get incredible good speed. We've had fiber put in. Model, you could take the piss, but we're actually really ahead of the game. And I was actually one of the first houses here to do fiber. Dragonfly, oh, sorry, I forgot you. Remember to come back now, or stay here. Stay here, whatever you want to go do, guys. You staying here means that I get watch hours. Um, like a third world country, and fucking hell, lefties off for one. Um, Yeah, no, I can imagine, Madeline. No, I've got a 900 broadband now, the top one now. So, and it was like 54 quid a month for it. So, and I was on 49 for the 151. So, I gotta go, I'm starving. Right, I'll see you all in about half an hour. Superfly! Superfly, welcome back, my friend. Right, I'm going because I need food. Hopefully, he's all back in about half an hour. Love you all. Hello, hello. Anyone there? Oh, Rumble, I've ignored you. Hang on, Rumble. Let me give you a message. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, Rumble. Yeah. Oh, well. Please. I can follow. Okay. So, Rumble, please like the video and follow. That would be great. Appreciate you. Move myself. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Jesus, you guys was talking loads of shit just now, weren't you? Thanks, Dragonfly, leaving the stream going. Thank you. Here we go. We're back. Guess who's back? Oh, how is my volume doing? No one's here, so I can't ask them. Madwell, what are you doing now? It's just oh, how is my volume doing? No one's here, so I can't ask them. Bit loud, isn't it? Let's turn it down, baby. 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 Let's oh shit. Let's turn it down, baby. Let's oh shit. Let's turn it down. Oh shit. Right. How is that now? Right. How is that now? Sorry, girl, I cannot get this to work. Honestly, I'm not joking you. I literally the extension. Oh, I shouldn't shout. Honestly, I'm not joking you. Literally the extension. Oh, I shouldn't shout. My extension is down to 20%, 20% volume.
And I'm gonna whisper now, and you're probably still loud. Volume. And I'm gonna whisper now, and you're probably still loud. Volume.
Xana Kernodle and Ethan.
Shut! I can't. I'm gonna have to mute myself. No joke. I have. I think I'm literally whispering. I'm whispering. Can you hear me? I can't go lower than this. Can everyone hear me? Because I can't go lower. This is literally me whispering. Fuck, I gotta look at myself because I can't go lower. This is literally me whispering. Even whispering is fucking loud. Spider Girl. Spider Girl's connected. Spider Girl, I'm whispering. I gotta look at myself. Even whispering. Spider Girl. Spider Girl's connected.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, once they're done with this witness, we'll be calling the witness out of turn. Is there anything the court?
Peterson, 197166 CF10A. I have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Killoran present for the state. Mr. Igars present for Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson likewise is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath to state. Anything you need me to address before we bring the jury back in and you resume your direct examination? Defense, anything you need me to address?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, please bring the jury back in. Ms. Gomes, when your presentation resumes, this is going to be material that the TVs need to be off for.
For one of them, yes, Your Honor. For the other one, no. There's two videos.
Okay, just you let me know. We got Court Deputy Hodge with us instead of Court Deputy Unit this afternoon. So just give me the heads up, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
But for the first video, we would ask that they be down.
So the first one, the TV's gonna be on?
Yes.
Okay. Court Deputy Hodge, can you turn those TVs off out there, please? Thank you. All five? Thank you, sir.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get those notepads back out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our lunch break, we were in the middle of the direct examination of the witness. We're going to resume at that point. The witness remains on the stand under oath. Ms. Gomes, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Before I start, I'm just going to show you a photograph. I may approach the witness.
You may.
Thank you. can leave the screen off, Judge.
You want the,
I do want the projector.
witness to see.
Yes, the witness. You know, I'm actually gonna show this to you first, I apologize. I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as states are. Please take a look at that photograph. Can you identify which one of the two gentlemen here is yourself versus the defendant? And is this a fair and accurate depiction of where you were standing on February 14th of 2018?
It is.
At this time, the state moves into evidence with the pre-marked as states R as states 18.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, states R for identification will now be in evidence that is States Exhibit 18.
And on this photograph, could you please tell the jury, are you, I know it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but are you the man on the left or on the right?
On the left.
And is this where you were standing next to the defendant?
Yes.
And is that the location that he then stood throughout the duration of the time that you saw him?
From what I saw, yes.
Your Honor, permission to now play for the jury what's already in evidence as states 6F8.
This is F8 of States Exhibit 6.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Officer Best, if you can explain for us on the left, if you pause for me, on the left screen, is that the area that you stood with Deputy Peterson?
It looks like it, yes.
I think it's me because my mic's too loud, so I'll only be in chat, and then we'll sort it out before the next stream. Hopefully, this lawyer is fit as fuck. She is very, very pretty. I hate whispering. I like looking at her. She's gorgeous. Stop whispering.
Officer Betts, at this time that those officers are positioning themselves, you are all under the impression that the shooter may very well still be inside the building, correct?
Absolutely.
Can you describe for the jury where you were?
I believe at this time I was still next to the defendant.
And are those the officers that you then join and assist in entering the stairwell eventually?
Yes.
You can play. And when those officers enter, and you can see that officers have started entering the building, you describe to the members of the jury what's going on in your mind at that point.
It's pretty much what I explained earlier. We knew, or I should say, I knew that this group of officers were on one side. There was another group of officers on the other side. There was some radio communication, there was some yelling back and forth between all the officers. And I was just waiting, imagining that there's going to be some sort of contact, some sort of conflict between the shooter, the group of officers, and if he comes out the side that I was standing on, the south side of the building, that I was going to be engaging. And if he goes out the other side, that hopefully there was somebody on the other side to do the same.
Now playing what is already in evidence as state 6F13. Judge, we can turn the cameras on.
The TV is going to be on, please.
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Your Honor, is it okay if I stand here so I can?
That's fine. You may proceed.
Officer Best, when those gunshots are going off, you have not arrived yet at the campus, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize on cameras the defendant?
Yes.
And that's where he was standing when you encountered him?
Yes.
And what's the time on the screen right now?
2:24 p.m.
And Officer Best, you're not on campus at this point to hear the gunshots that are going off, are you?
No, I'm not.
Is this the same behavior that you witnessed from Deputy Peterson?
It
What
is.
we see here?
Yes.
us know when you recognize yourself on screen.
I think I might have just went by to the left on the top over there. That looks like Sergeant Kozlowski with the shorts and I.
Okay, and what is the time on screen now?
2:34 p.m.
And when you approach, is the defendant still standing in that same spot behind that pole that we see?
Yes.
And are you both standing together?
Yes.
And when you walked up to him, you said that, repeat what it is that you said to him, I don't.
I said, "Hey brother, what do we got?" He said, "Shots fired, second and third floor."
Now we can kind of see some shadows. Can you tell us what it is that if you recall, what it is that you're doing from behind this pole?
Verbally yelling over to Sergeant Kozlowski and the other group that were on the other side.
What is the defendant doing while you're doing that?
Standing there, I believe he may have had his firearm in his hand, but standing there, I know he was touching his radio a couple of times, but that's really it.
Now this goes on for 45 minutes. I'm going to skip. So we don't have to sit here the entire time. Can you read the time on the top of the screen for the members of the jury?
3:10 p.m.
I have nothing else from the witness.
Cross-examination, go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Best. Is it Officer Best? You were in the Coast Guard, so I wasn't sure exactly what your title is.
Mr. Best is fine.
Mr. Best? Okay. This isn't the first time we've met, correct?
Correct.
You came in for a deposition back on January 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And there was a court reporter present to memorialize what you were telling me, correct?
It was virtually, but yes.
You knew that you were being recorded. You knew there was a court reporter writing down what you were saying, correct?
Yes.
You knew that what you were saying was going to be transcribed, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that you would have an opportunity to then read it for accuracy, correct?
Yes.
And you'd use it to refresh your recollection so that potentially years later, you can then testify accurately in front of a jury, correct?
Yes.
Let's start off with, at the time, you were with Coral Springs Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That is a different agency than the Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
They have completely different radio channels, correct?
Yes.
And the information that officers from Coral Springs Police Department are getting would be different than the information that BSO is getting, correct?
I would agree with that.
And when officers are given police radios, I'm assuming that it's not optional to have to listen to them and monitor them for information, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they tell you that information is everything, correct?
I would agree with that.
And so the primary source of your information, if you're not present with someone face to face, is to be monitoring your police radio and listen to what dispatch and what other officers are sharing, correct?
Yes.
Now, Coral Springs Police Department, since they're on a separate radio than BSO, you can't hear what BSO officers are saying, correct?
At that time, correct.
And you also, they couldn't hear what you guys are saying, correct?
Correct.
Which means they also couldn't hear what your dispatcher was telling all of you, correct?
Yes.
The only way that you join forces with radios is by something called patching, correct?
Yes.
And you know about patching because on the scene, you were yelling, let's get these radios patched, correct?
Correct.
And that was said right after DeVita, Lieutenant DeVita yelled the same thing, let's get these radios patched, correct?
I don't recall him yelling that. I remember yelling that at him.
Okay. Did you take any steps further to see that the radios were patched at any time?
I'm unable to. From a patrol perspective, we can only request it. That's way above our level.
Who did you specifically request that to?
I don't recall if I specifically requested it, but I know I was yelling at Lieutenant DeVita to get them patched. He's an executive officer, so presumably he would have the ability to make that request as well.
Now you yelled it, you didn't just request it, correct? You yelled it.
Correct.
Because that was something that was so important to be done, correct?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why it's important for my client's radio to be patched with Coral Springs.
Well, it works both ways. Either way, when you have multiple agencies, we learned this from September 11th, way back, and somehow we still have issues with this today. But this particular example, if you have Coral Springs, for example, in the Broward County Sheriff's Office, an officer or a deputy can make the request to their dispatch to patch the channels. When they say patch the channels, it's just a fancy way of like a conference call, for example. So anything anybody says, whether it's dispatch, a deputy, or an officer that is on that channel, they can hear the same information. Similarly, with the Coral Springs Police Department, you might have detectives utilizing one radio channel and patrol officers utilizing a main radio channel. If the detectives get into a critical incident or a foot pursuit or something significant, the dispatchers may patch the channels through. So instead of having somebody in a high-stress situation having to switch the channels, the dispatchers can do that for you, and the two channels are merged.
You would use the example, I thought it was pretty good, about a conference call, correct? Like a conference call?
Yes, it might not be the best example because it's not active, continuous,
right? But
when you press the button to speak, yes.
So it would be unfair to hold someone responsible for material discussed during a conference call unless they're on the conference call, right?
That's a confusing question given this situation.
I got it. When you arrived at the scene, it was after the shooter had gone, correct?
Yes.
You arrived and approached Officer Burton, as we saw in the video, at 2:34 p.m., correct?
I'd have to look at the time, but I believe so.
Okay. Remember when the prosecutor asked you what time it was, you said 2:34, correct?
Yes.
That's when you approached Burton, correct?
Yes.
And you approached Burton shortly after you arrived on scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, where were you coming from before you arrived on scene?
The Coral Springs Police Department.
How long did it take you to get to Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
I would have to see the dispatch time, but it's 2 to 3 miles away from the police department. It's a straight shot down the road, maybe a couple of minutes.
Okay. And you're one of those officers who make sure that you monitor your radio continuously, correct?
I try to do the best I can.
Sure. And especially when you're going to what you believe to be an active shooting situation, you're going to pay close attention so that you can get real-time intelligence, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you did on this day. You made sure you were listening because that information is critical, correct?
Yes.
You don't remember any time during the day when you turned off your radio, correct?
No.
You don't remember any time when you said, I'm not going to listen to dispatch at all, correct?
Correct.
So you would have heard at 2:26:31 dispatch saying that there is an active shooter at Douglas, correct?
I would agree with that, but it's important to point out it's technology. So this happens all the time with agencies all across the country. When there's a transcript from the radio, and people say, this is what was said. Not every radio works 100% of the time. So there are times where you can be standing next to another officer, and one radio has the radio traffic, the other one doesn't. It's technology, it's not foolproof, but I would agree with what you're saying.
Okay. So you would also then have heard dispatch say, we can hear them in the background. Our 911 lines are blowing up. Were you aware
I
that you're?
remember that.
Okay. And by blowing up, you understood that to mean that people were calling in like crazy, 911, correct?
Yes.
And those calls, the 911 calls you knew from Marjory Stoneman Douglas were going to the Coral Springs Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that they weren't also going to BSO, correct?
I did not know that.
Okay. And they inform you at 2:26:31 that we have multiple units on the phone. Some are getting EMD. It is confirmed. What is EMD?
I don't recall what you're referencing.
But do you know what EMD stands for?
If you tell me what it stands for, I'll let you know if I know, but
I genuinely don't know. I was asking you. You don't know?
there's acronyms for everything. I'm sure it means something. It's not coming to me.
I got you. So 2 minutes later, you would have also heard Burton specifically announce on your radio, white male, ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, correct?
I remember that, yes.
So before you even get to the scene, by the way, which was 2:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
We're talking about 6 minutes earlier, you're hearing a description of the specific shooter that was on campus, correct?
Yes.
And then dispatch repeats, white male, ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, correct?
Yes.
And you remember hearing that before you get to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And then, 25 seconds later, at 2:29, Burton announces on the radio, last seen in the 3-story building north parking lot. You heard that,
I
right?
remember that, yes.
And you assumed that they were referring to this guy, this white male, with the ROTC uniform with the burgundy shirt, correct?
Yes.
And he was last seen in the 3-story building. And you took that to understand to mean the one that you were in front of, the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then right after Burton says that, at 2:29, you heard someone say, D28, have him advise if he's still shooting. And then Burton says, I'm with Douglas SRO getting information. You remember those dispatch transcripts?
D28 would have come out as Delta 28, which is a sergeant.
Okay.
And it does vaguely sound familiar to me.
At the time, though, that would have been fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes.
You have a pretty good memory. You hear things, you remember it, correct?
I try the best I can.
Okay. And then 47 seconds later, your dispatch, Coral Springs, advises that there are 3 victims down in room 1216. You remember that?
I remember dispatch saying there were victims down. I don't remember the room number. If you're reading it, I'm sure that was said. It's just not.
Okay.
I can't specifically recall the room number, but I remember hearing victims down.
Let me read the whole thing and see if you remember it, okay? Because I stopped.
Objection, Judge Thursday.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Do you remember them specifically advising you that it was in the freshman building? Remember those words?
It sounds familiar. I can't say 100%.
Got it. If they said it back then, that would have been something you would have listened to, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Well, speculation objection is overruled. Sir, I don't want you to guess. If you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question or you can say, I don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. And you would have paid attention to the radio when you were informed that an officer indicated that the person had a long gun. I see one, looks like a custodian down in front of the building. We're trying to locate. We don't know where he's at. Do you remember hearing that transmission?
A lot of this sounds familiar. I can't definitively say verbatim word for word.
Got it. Do you remember Burton saying, and this is again a couple minutes before you arrive at 2:31:31, I will let you know where it is. It's the 3-story building is at the northeast corner. It's considered the freshman building.
Yes.
You remember Burton saying that, correct?
Yes.
That's again, you're adding that information to your real-time intelligence, correct?
Yes.
So when you get to the scene, you naturally would have shared that information immediately with my client when you met with him, correct?
No.
How come?
He's present on the campus and it's his school. So I would have assumed he probably was the one that maybe provided that information or he at least knew the information.
If I heard you correctly, you just said you assumed that he had all of that information already, correct?
Of course.
When you arrive on the scene, you're thinking of the +1 rule, right?
We always like to do that, yes. It's to try to be safe.
Because even though you knew all the information we just described, you still welcome the possibility that there were other shooters on the campus, correct?
It's good practice, yes.
Why is it good practice?
You don't want to ever get complacent. It's kind of like what I mentioned earlier where we knew that the shooter was gone, but the sergeant had specifically told everybody, stay alert and be cognizant there could be other shooters present. If you find one weapon, you should search for a second weapon. If you find one shooter, you should search for a second shooter. It's a way to avoid being complacent, and it's just standard practice across the country for law enforcement.
Did I hear you correctly? You're saying that you knew that the shooter was gone?
Not at that particular time.
Well, okay. So when you get to the scene, you're thinking that there could be multiple shooters in different locations, correct?
When I arrived on the scene, I definitively thought there was at least one shooter, and then for good practice, I was cognizant that there could be additional shooters.
And so naturally, with all that information, knowing that the shooter is inside the 1200 building and that there are people injured and or dead, you ran into the 1200 building, did you not?
Not immediately.
Why?
I'll explain it again. I mean, like I explained, so we had a team of officers on the east, we had a team of officers on the west, and where I was standing, we didn't hear the shots. We thought that the shooter was inside the building. I was prepared for the shooter to be confronted by one of the teams, and we didn't want the teams to cross each other or potentially shoot each other. So as they're clearing floor to floor to floor, my mindset at that specific time was, let me stay where I'm at in case the shooter jumps out of a window or comes out that side, hoping that there was somebody on the north side of the school doing the same thing.
So you're standing right by my client's side while all that's happening, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen with his gun drawn, correct?
I believe his gun was drawn.
And it looked to you that he was genuinely trying to figure out in real time where the shooter or shooters were located, correct?
I'm not going to say yes to that.
Well, he wasn't staring in one direction, correct? You saw him staring in all directions, correct?
I saw him looking around, pacing around. I can't say what he saw or speculate what he was thinking. I was more focused on the school. I asked him one question, he answered me. We didn't have conversation.
But specifically in regard to where you saw him looking, yes or no? Did you see him looking in all directions? Yes or no?
I can say yes to that, that's fair.
Now, by looking at the 1200 building, you can't tell by looking inside anything, correct? You can't see through the windows, right?
I was unable to see through the windows, yes.
Right. So to know where the shooter or shooters are located could not be done by looking into the window, correct?
I don't wanna say yes to that because he specifically told me second or third floor of the building, so, I mean, by that account, you would have to ask him. If you hear noises, you can reference where you're hearing the noises from. It might not be specific, but
You assumed that he was getting his intelligence from his school radio because you saw him on it and then relaying information to the officers present, correct?
I never said that.
Page 30. Okay. Question, you knew,
Objection or improper impeachment.
Yeah, that's the thing.
didn't you,
Also, what line are you referencing?
page 7. Didn't you say on a previous interview, that as you approached, he seemed to be on his school radio and communicating with people from the school who might have been looking at video, surveillance video?
Right, that's not the same question you just asked me a minute ago. Yes, I said that.
Okay. And just so we're clear, as you're standing there looking in through the windows, there'd be no way, if you're looking at the second floor windows, for example, there's no way to tell anything that's going on inside the second floor windows, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Well, that's overruled, sir. If you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question.
It's not a yes or no answer. I'll answer it if you like.
Okay.
From where you're standing, you can't see what's taking place in the hallway or in the classroom, for example, but if somebody approaches one of those windows, you could potentially see what's taking place at the window.
Let me clarify. From where you're standing, right next to my client, and you're looking up at the second floor, you can't see in those windows to see any shooter or kids, correct?
Correct.
And then if you're looking at the third floor, there would be no way to know that there's a shooter or kids in there, correct?
Not visually.
And so that's why, when my client's announcing second, third floor, you assumed, especially because he's using his radio, that he was speaking with someone in the video room, correct?
Objection, counsel testifying.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go
Why
ahead,
did-
sir, ask another question.
Why did you assume that my client was talking with someone on his school radio who was in the video room? Why did you assume that?
It's a two-part answer. The first part of the answer is he's obviously got a school radio, so it's reasonable to think that he's talking to somebody on the school property. The second part of that is I would never assume all of the information is coming directly from a radio and only a radio. We're reasonable people. You see things, you hear things, you look around.
Sure.
There's other things. I don't like how you're inferring that I'm assuming everything is only coming from the radio, because that would not be accurate.
You described the scene as chaotic, correct?
Yes.
You also used words like it was very emotional, correct?
Certainly.
The situation was also very fluid, you said. What does fluid mean? Describe that for the jurors.
Fluid it's a term that's frequently used, rapidly developing, changing. It's not staying the same.
So 1 minute you think something, and then it can easily change based upon what you learn, correct?
Correct.
What you see,
Yes.
what you feel.
Yes.
When you arrived, you were worried about sniper fire, correct?
Yes.
That's a reasonable thing to be concerned with under the circumstances that you were confronted with, correct?
Yes.
And you were standing next to my client. Did you feel that the sniper fire threat was gone, or you also felt it at that point?
It was a little bit of a concern. I was watching the windows, knowing that I could be in the line of fire.
Okay. Which, again, you were literally within a foot or two from my client, correct?
At times, yes.
And it was a pretty good place to take cover because there's like a concrete wall right there, correct?
Yes, I would agree with that, if that's what your goal is, sure.
You saw a lot of people frustrated with their police radios, correct?
Mostly from the sheriff's office, but yes.
Let's talk about that. These were BSO deputies you saw being completely frustrated with their radios, correct?
Correct.
What led you to believe that they were frustrated with the functionality of their radios?
There was a specific example, I remember being in the stairwell, and there was a BSO, I believe a SWAT deputy that went past me up the floor, and there was another BSO, also I believe a SWAT deputy, that was on the lower floor, to the side of me by the door, and the one up top was yelling down, he can't get through on his radio, can you yell this over? I don't remember what it was, but he said, can you yell this over? And I relayed the information. I don't remember what it was, but that's an example.
At the end of the video, the prosecutor, I think, mentioned to you the time, and you said 3:10, or she said 3:10, correct?
I believe so.
You were still there at 3:10 next to my client, correct?
I saw the 3:10. I don't know if that was the time when I was still standing there the whole time or if I went back and forth.
At no time did you join the team of people that went in through either the east or the west side of the building, correct?
No, it's not
At
true.
no, what's that?
No, that's not true.
How long did it take before you left my client's side to then go into the building?
I would have to look at either the video or FTLE's report, but it was when that information was passed about the shooter on the 3rd floor coming down to the 2nd floor wearing a gas mask.
Okay. Can you give us an estimate of how long you think you stood by my client's side?
If I would estimate, it would be a couple of minutes.
And those couple of minutes, during those couple of minutes, at no time did you tend to any of the wounded inside of the 1200 building, correct?
No, I was outside at that time.
But there's no question that while you're standing there next to my client, you knew kids had been injured in that building, correct?
At that particular time, the goal was to locate the shooter. When that goal changes to a rescue mission, that's when that changes.
So the answer would be yes. At no time while you're standing next to my client's side, did you go in to tend to the injured children?
Correct.
And in retrospect, if you knew that my client didn't have all the intelligence that you did, you would have shared that with him on the scene, correct?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Yeah, what's the relevance of that?
How important it is to transfer information to a fellow officer that he would have done.
That question's already been asked and answered. The relevance, objection sustained. Go ahead, sir, ask another question.
Ultimately, the information that my client was conveying while he was talking on his radio turned out to be of little value because the shooter was already gone, correct?
Objection, counsel testified.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, sir.
The
Ask another
shooter was
question.
gone when my client announced 2nd or 3rd floor, correct?
To me, yes.
A few more questions. The prosecutor asked you on direct about telling people stay away from the 1200, 1300 buildings, stay 500 feet away. And isn't that what they train you to announce when you think that people may be harmed by sniper fire?
I've never received that training.
Is it not prudent if you think that bullets are going to harm people in an area to keep them away from that area?
Innocent civilians, yes. Fellow law enforcement, no.
And this was around the time that parents were picking up their kids, correct?
That would have been the last thing on my mind. To this day, I don't know what time the dismissal time is.
Got it. You do recall my client did have his firearm in his hand, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
That's sustained.
And the weapon that you had on you was what?
Right.
Okay. Why did you choose a rifle over a simple pistol?
My firearm's in my holster on my duty belt. The rifle was easily accessible from when I parked my patrol vehicle, and it's definitely a far superior weapon system than a pistol or a handgun.
Explain to the jurors why. They might not be familiar with guns.
A rifle's a long gun. It's got, this would be personal opinion, but it's just better ammunition, safer. You can shoot at a more accurate, greater distance than a handgun or a pistol.
And you had a bulletproof vest on, I'm assuming?
Yes,
And why do you wear those?
department policy,
And also, if you get hit, probably saves your life, right?
we hope so, yes.
And you saw other officers taking positions of cover, correct?
I don't recall specifically seeing that, no.
Well, when you initially arrived with, was Kozlowski?
Yes.
How do you pronounce it? He wasn't standing in the open. He was kind of making sure that he would protect himself because you said you're concerned with sniper fire, correct?
You mean Officer Burton?
Well, we'll get to Burton, but weren't you there with,
I showed up with Sergeant Kozlowski.
Correct.
He wasn't doing what you just described. We were running north towards the building.
and did you see what position he took when he arrived closer to the building?
I believe we arrived right around the same time and we both ran north. He was giving direction to other officers, but I don't recall him taking the position that you're describing.
Where did he stop? Did you see where he went?
We made contact with Officer Burton and then he went back towards the other side of the wall.
Kozlowski did.
Yes,
So he took a position behind the wall.
yes.
correct? Okay. And also Burton took a position of cover, didn't he?
I lost the visual of Officer Burton. You'd have to ask him. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I didn't maintain a visual of him.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Based on that, any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Before your involvement on scene, do you have any knowledge as to whether there were issues with dispatch or the radio before you got there?
Just standard Broward County politics.
Are bulletproof vests available for any law enforcement officer that chooses to wear one?
Yes,
Is there anything stopping a police officer from wearing a bulletproof vest if they chose to?
no.
Which officer on scene was the source of real-time information when you arrived?
The defendant.
Was stimulus the determining factor for you on whether or not to enter that building when you arrived on campus?
No.
What was the determining factor?
The information that shots were fired from the second or third floor of a specific building.
Let me clarify. Was stimulus the reason you didn't enter the 1200 building when you first arrived? I understand you ran in.
Yes,
Okay, explain.
this is, with policy, you typically, there are procedures for everything. Usually, it's written as black and white, and then there's the terminology of it being gray. This is a gray one because on an active shooter, when you hear shots being fired, you are going to the building, you were going to the shooter, you were going to stop the shooting. But we had information that the shooter, we believed the shooter was present in the building, but we didn't hear gunshots. We've trained for that as well, but it's just, it's one of those, so it was a little bit confusing, but we had a very definitive plan, and that's what took place.
If you can't tell where the shooter is, what do you do?
Well, you have to try to find him. We believe that the shooter was somewhere on that campus, and it makes no sense to just stay put. You have to start looking for the shooter.
When the information came that the shooter was still inside the building on the third floor, possibly coming down to the second floor, did the defendant join you in entering the building?
No.
I have nothing else, Judge.
Based on that, any recross?
I do.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You thought that the shooter was still in the building when you arrived?
Yes,
And you still didn't think that it was necessary to go right in right away?
I explained why, with the two teams on both sides.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. State, is the witness excused?
Yes.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. Is this, is the next witness the out of order witness? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, just as I did with the defense exhibit, I believe that was yesterday, by the agreement of the parties, the state typically will put their case on first, then the defense puts their case on next. Because of a scheduling issue with a defense witness, without objection from any of the attorneys, We're gonna press pause on the state's case. The defense is gonna call a witness right now because that witness is available right now. And then we're gonna go right back to the state's presentation. So that being said, Mr. Igor, when you are ready, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Melody Hertzfield. The defense is calling this witness, Your Honor, preserving all of our rights for motions.
Yeah, this is not pending any motions at the conclusion of the state's case.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if I can have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way forward as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Melody Hertzfeld, Melody Hertzfeld.
Mr. Igor, you may inquire.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Ms. Hertzfeld. Thank you so much for coming in. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
And where do you teach?
I teach at Stoneman High School.
How many years have you taught there?
Well, now this year is past. Next year, starting, it'll be 20 years.
Do you enjoy being a teacher?
Yeah.
And what do you specialize in?
I'm a theater teacher.
And you're in which building?
I'm in the 700 building.
Which room are you in?
710.
And how close is that to the 1200 building, if you can estimate?
Like from here to that wall, like maybe
Okay.
50, 60 feet.
Okay. And the room 710, which you're in now, that's the same room you were in during the shooting?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How long does it take you just to walk over to the 1200 building?
Couple seconds, like maybe 20 seconds, maybe.
And you're on the first floor, I think?
Yes.
And you had a large class that day, didn't you?
Yes.
How large of a class?
We had like a very large theater program, and we had about 65 kids there that day.
Is that normal to have that many kids?
Yes.
It is? And what were you guys doing before the fire alarm went off?
We were rehearsing, so we were in our classroom rehearsing. We scooch all the tables and chairs back, and music on, and rehearse our scenes.
For like an upcoming show?
Yeah, we were rehearsing for our children's theater program that we do every year.
And there was a fire alarm earlier that day, wasn't there?
Yes,
And tell us what happened when you first heard the fire alarm earlier that day.
we exited immediately because that's what we're supposed to do.
And later on that day, was it unusual to have a second fire alarm in one day?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about that. What was your thought when you heard the second fire alarm?
To be truthful, I stopped everything and said, hold on, we're not leaving, we have to finish the scene. And just a delay, because I thought if I just delay a few seconds, that maybe it'll come on the loudspeakers and say, okay, don't evacuate, because that is typically what would happen.
And the fact that it was Valentine's Day, did that factor into anything?
Yes, it was just like a very exciting, wonderful day. It was really like a beautiful day. It was perfect and perfect weather. Everybody's excitable and exciting in the room, so it was a great day.
They never called you back in after that second fire alarm. You were hoping that they would, right?
Well, they did. I mean, a couple of things transpired after the second fire alarm.
Tell the jurors what happened.
So once the second fire alarm happened, I said, hold on, nobody leave. I was actually videotaping the kids in the scene. I stopped recording that last bit of the song. And I said, just hold on a second, let's just finish the rest of that scene. And because there was only like maybe a minute or so left of it, teenage kids. And then we finished up, and one of my students said, "Come on, Marcel, we gotta go." I'm like, "Okay, let's go." And it's really hard to get them out of the classroom. And I knew there would be stragglers, so what I do traditionally is stand to the door, open the door up, have my clipboard with all the kids' names on it, and I'm counting heads, and I'm getting the kids that are first out the door, and they're skipping, playing, running across the grass, taking the short way, which I don't like because their feet get grassy and dirty. And I'm still trying to get the kids from out of the back room. They're kind of trying to delay because they figured it's just going to be, we have to come back in and they're lazy. And maybe about 20 or 30 kids were out on the grass, and I hear evacuate. So I'm like, oh, okay, gotta keep going. Come on, let's go. And then I hear like fireworks going off.
Let me stop you there. Let me back up.
Yeah.
Okay. First, just so we can paint the scene. Do you recognize what's contained in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what we're looking at.
It's a 700 building.
Okay. Which is the 700 building?
Oh, no, that's 1200 building.
Right.
700 building's over there. In the
This
corner.
is over here? Okay. And is this the west side or the east side?
That's the west side.
Let me show you another photograph. Do you recognize what's contained in this photograph?
That's in between. My room is right there.
Can you point to where your room is?
My room is right here.
Okay. Would it be to the left? Did you point to the left of the pole?
Just left to the pole. Yeah.
Okay, and show us where the 1200 building would be. So the photograph of the west side of the 1200 building is over there. Okay. And show us where the kids were walking out?
You can kind of see where they trampled here, right? They were about to about here.
And you're pointing them walking in which direction? Is that easterly direction?
Towards our stage, we have a staging area where we're supposed to go, and we usually go down that hall and make a right. They're going the shortcut, and they went across the grass, and we stage out here.
Okay. And would that have been walking towards where ultimately you see Scot Peterson?
Yes.
We can play the video now. What? Again. While we're getting this mark, we can just play the video.
Mr. Killer, what is the exhibit that's gonna be displayed?
It's gonna be 13 on.
It's gonna be F13 of
F13.
stage 6,
Correct.
and everything can stay on for that?
Yes, this time.
They're going to play it on the screen. I want you to, we're all going to watch, and I want you to just describe what it is that you're seeing. Just describe what you see there.
Okay, so now I see my kids coming down.
Pause a moment. Okay. Can
First,
you,
there was another class there. That's not my class.
okay.
The kids coming in all the way in the far right. I think that's Alex.
Okay.
I think. And Dylan.
So are you starting, you speak up, you didn't hear you.
I think that's Alex and Dylan. I'm
It
not
is.
sure who's in the front of that line there.
Okay, so we can keep going.
And they're walking and they're getting towards the grass. And then, I don't know. why-
Pause for a second. Oh,
then all of a
pause.
sudden, Yeah.
Okay. What did we just see then?
So they stopped, and you can see they're all like facing. This is so amazing. I've never seen this part before. I see them all looking.
Let me stop you. The court reporter needs to hear everything that you're saying.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I see them all looking towards this way, which I've never seen this part without their faces covered, I don't think.
Okay. So what do you see?
So I see my class I remember what I see there is them turning and running towards, to come back to my class. But it's funny how they're all looking in this direction.
What do you mean by that?
Because, again, like, it makes sense to me.
What makes sense to you?
Because of that's gotta be when I heard what I thought was firecrackers, and it's from that direction,
Okay, what direction are you referring to?
towards the football field.
Okay, let's talk about that now. Just finish with the video if we could. If you see anything else that you wanted to comment on.
Oh,
What was somebody falling down?
yeah.
Do you know who that was?
I just saw Dylan picking him up.
Okay, we can pause it. We can take that down. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. So tell us now what happened that led up to you hearing the firecrackers, or what you thought was firecrackers.
Well, like I said, we were rehearsing in the room. We start exiting. I hear evacuate, evacuate. I'm making the kids leave, counting heads. You count heads when they're leaving, so that you know when you get there. And then I heard what I thought were firecrackers off in the distance, and it sounded like it was coming from the football field. And then I heard like a loud booming sound. Like the only way I could describe it was like somebody had like a garbage truck and like some big metal containers dropped off the back, and it was like a loud reverb kind of sound.
Okay, let me break that down. All right. First, you said it sounded like firecrackers.
Yeah, because it sounded like like that kind of sound.
How many initial firecracker sounds did you hear?
Maybe just like one spray of them, maybe like that.
And
Letting kind of sound.
And if I heard you correctly, you identified it coming from the football field, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now, the football field is east or west of where you're located?
West.
Let me have you show the jurors, if this is the 1200 building, and this is the 1300 building, this is the 700 building.
Yes.
Do you recognize that as the football field up there?
That's the football field.
And that's where you thought the sounds are coming from?
It sounded like it was coming from that direction.
And
in the distance.
And would it be fair to say that there's hundreds and hundreds of yards between where you were and the football field?
Yes.
That is not a short distance, correct?
No.
Did you ever think the shots you heard were coming from inside a particular building?
No.
Did you ever think those shots were coming from inside the 1200 building?
No.
No doubt in your mind?
No.
And do you see Scot Peterson when you hear those shots?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what happened.
He was standing in front of the building.
And
on the direction that we were going in, and I was sending my kids towards him. I wouldn't send my kids towards him.
how close did you get to him?
I didn't move from my door, but the kids got like halfway there.
How close would you say you were from him, where you were at the door?
I was probably, again, like, if logistically, like the same distance it took to go straight across to the building is probably approximately the same distance that it would take to go to the front where he was standing, because he was out on the sidewalk.
Okay, so where you are right here at the witness stand,
Yeah.
where approximately would you put Scott? Where would he be located?
I would say maybe a little bit farther than that white wall.
Okay, so just beyond the white wall?
Yeah, I
would
was
you say?
able to see him. I knew it was him.
Okay.
And Greenleaf.
And who's Greenleaf?
He's a security specialist. He was a security specialist at our school.
Was there anything about the sound in terms of an echo at all in that area?
Of that sound of the firecracker?
Yeah.
And, well, it was just like a very loud boom sound that was like a reverbing kind of sound.
Okay, and when you say reverbing, explain to the jurors what that means.
It's like a hollow kind of sound, you know?
Did you see anybody anywhere when you're looking down at the 1200 building?
My kids,
Other than that, anybody coming out of the 1200 building?
no.
You didn't see did you see what Scott Peterson did in response to hearing those sounds?
Well, I don't know if he was responding to those sounds, but at the same time, and because I was sending them there, I could see him like talking to his walkie-talkie.
Okay. Did you know which one, either as police? You
No.
didn't? Okay. Shortly after you see him talking on his radios, did there come an announcement at all?
Then and it was like, the kids go out, evacuate, hearing the sprays of the sound of the fireworks and that booming sound. Then I hear code red, code red. I hear Mr. Porter get on the loudspeaker and I hear code red and I'm like, oh my God. And I'm just like telling kids to hightail it back into the room.
How quickly from the time you see Scott Peterson on his radio to hearing the code red?
It was like seconds. It was literally seconds.
And tell the jurors, code red, the purpose of code red, what does that communicate to teachers?
That tells you like it's an active shooter.
And what are teachers supposed to do?
We're supposed to lock down the room and hide and get everybody accounted for.
Are you supposed to bring your keys outside the room?
Absolutely. I had them. I always wear a fanny pack and I had everything that I needed in my fanny pack, thank God, that day. And that was it.
Why would you ever not want to leave your keys in the classroom?
Because you get locked out.
And what happens during a code red?
You gotta find coverage and no one's gonna answer the door for you. I mean, they shouldn't answer the door on code red.
And so then the kids came back into your classroom
Yes,
and you waited, correct?
yes.
Okay. Now, you've worked with Scott Peterson. You worked with him for years, correct?
Yes,
And how would you describe him?
he was a nice man. He was responsible at school, dependable, likable.
You wouldn't describe him as lazy, would you?
No,
What else was he doing on campus that you knew of?
like sometimes, like when we would hold events, because I'm a theater teacher, we have lots of events, he would make sure that we have coverage for security. He's actually covered my events, I think sometimes as well, so long ago. He would do, like driver's ed course, he'd give the special cords out for the kids that, did well in their driver's ed course. It was once a year, he's like, can I get the auditorium? No problem, that kind of thing. He was, a happy-go-lucky person. He was friends with everybody in the front office, and, you could always ask him for help if you needed it. I always felt like I could, I guess.
Did it ever seem to you that he wouldn't get his hands dirty?
No,
Did it seem like he was a coward in any respect?
Objection is irrelevant, Your Honor. No, that's overruled. Go ahead, Nate. I think you already did, but you may answer the question.
Did you ever see him break up fights?
yes,
And did he ever do that without having backup?
yes, there was no backup.
What do you
There
mean
was
by
no
that?
backup, like when you're in the middle of, like, big things in a school with teenagers, it happens really fast. So the couple of times that I actually saw him, he was alone, taking care of, making sure kids were getting separated and physically handling them to do whatever they needed to do.
I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. So you just testified that Mr. Peterson would break up fights at times, correct?
I had seen him do that.
That's because he's the school resource officer, correct?
Yes,
And he's the only individual on campus with a firearm, correct?
I think he had a firearm, yes. I'm pretty sure, yes.
Now, you talked about he would provide security and he covered events and he would do drivers ed classes. Is that because he was the school resource officer?
I don't know.
Did other officers who weren't school resource officers come on and do drivers ed classes?
That I don't know. That was the only one that I ever heard of doing that.
What, the only one you ever heard doing it was the school resource officer at Marjory Stoneman.
Meaning that was the only person that I ever knew that did that sort of thing in our school. I don't recall any other teacher or resource officer do like that sort of a thing.
Now, if you testified it was Porter who announced the code red, correct?
Yes.
Who's Porter?
Mr. Porter was our AP at our school.
And AP is
And is an assistant principal.
and he's the assistant principal in charge of his wife back in 2018.
Oh.
Was it?
I have to believe it was over security because he also did like our training for code red.
I'm going to show you a map here. Ms. Hertzfeld, I'm showing you what's already been previously entered into as evidence of state's composite 17. Do you recognize those buildings?
Yes.
Okay. And you can actually utilize it's like a touch screen.
Yeah, see my car.
You see your car, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to clear this for you. Now, can you mark, and you can just use your finger to do so, approximately where your classroom was in the 700 building?
Ish.
Okay. Now, you earlier testified that during the second fire alarm, you never really left the area of your door, correct?
This is me whispering.
Just talking about you here.
Yes.
I'm
You also testified that you saw Mr. Peterson, correct?
Yes.
Can you mark with
Yes.
a big X approximately where you saw him?
Here.
Whispering, for fuck's sakes.
In that area.
In that area over
Yes.
there? Okay. And for how long would you say you saw Mr. Peterson?
A few seconds, like visually.
And when you saw Mr. Peterson, what was your thought? That it was a fire drill?
I thought everything's okay.
And did you think everything's okay because he's the school resource officer?
He was at ease. He didn't look, he was at ease, and he's been out there before when we go over here. We
Yes.
used to go over there.
That's your allotted area where you're supposed to go?
In that approximate area, so I just figured everything was fine.
Now, you're familiar, you had heard gunshots before February 14th of 2018, correct?
No,
So it's the first time you ever heard gunshots?
if that's, I didn't even know what they sounded like.
Okay, but you heard noises that day that you now know are gunshots, correct?
No, that's what they sound like all the time, yeah.
Okay. And you testified that you thought it was coming from around the football field area?
Yes,
Okay. When you came out of your building, were you facing the 1200 building?
I was facing him.
You were facing kind of, I guess this would be northeast. Is that correct?
I had my back, the door opens out into the courtyard. So I had my back up against the door, so I was facing towards him.
Facing the,
Mr. Peterson.
okay. Now, I'm gonna ask a sensitive question here. Your left ear,
Mhm.
can you hear out of your left ear?
No, my left ear is profoundly deaf.
Okay. So the ear that was towards the football field, you're profoundly deaf.
My ear that was towards the football field is deaf. My good ear is perfect, and it was towards the room.
Towards the room.
Mhm.
How long would you estimate that you were outside your room right there? You
In
can
my
ballpark.
doorway?
Yes, you can ballpark.
It was like maybe 30 seconds. Like, it was just a short period of time. It's, you're counting kids as you're going.
So your attention really was more on you're the clipboard and were you checking off names, or how does that work?
Counting heads, I saw him, so I knew everything was okay. And they start going, and I'm watching them go. Because I'm like also annoyed that they're going on the grass.
You're watching the kids go?
Yes.
Okay, so you glance over, see Mr. Peterson, then you're watching the kids make their way across the grass. Which irritates
And
you.
watching the kids, yes.
Hear the loud noise. Hear over the PA code red from AP Porter.
First evacuate.
First evacuate, then AP Porter, code red over the
Yes.
loudspeaker. Rush all the kids back in.
Yes.
Now, you earlier said that you were kind of sending the kids over to Mr. Peterson. Is that because, in the direction of Mr. Peterson? Is that because as the SRO, as a school resource officer, you thought he would protect them?
I didn't think of it that way. I thought of it more of, he's there, everything's okay. Because I didn't think anything was happening.
Once you realized something was happening.
Then it was just, as soon as I heard that, it doesn't matter who's out there, we're coming back in the room.
Did you think the school resource officer would take care of whatever was going on?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that's what they do.
They do, meaning they provide security to the police officer on campus. Now, have you been part of training in Code Reds, either by the school board or by MSD themselves?
Yes.
Okay. And did these include like PowerPoint presentations? Did you attend the one in January?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And there were representatives from the school board, police, as well as Mr. Peterson there?
I think so.
And in those types of classes, you were taught what to do during a code red?
Yes.
For instance, the keys, that you keep your keys on you, you lock your door,
Yes.
that you take a hardened position.
Yes.
Your classroom happened to be a little bit different because you had the storage closet, but things like that, that you have to consider the classroom that you're teaching in and what's the best position to safeguard the children.
Yes.
And you had more than one training on code reds, correct?
Prior to that, yeah.
And Mr. Peterson was at those trainings.
I think so. I always sit in the front, so I don't know who's in the back.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I'm going to show you another picture here. I'm showing you what's already been entered into as evidence as States Composite 16. Where's this? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Your friend Brittany Sinich, do you remember which classroom she was in?
Yes,
You can
remember
mark it.
she's the first or the second classroom.
You can mark it. It's probably either the first or the second. So what windows would that be, the first or the second?
It's somewhere over here.
Okay.
And some, I forget which ones are which.
How far was Mr. Peterson from Miss Sinich's window?
Over here.
You can mark it.
Like, not on the grass, but
So I'm gonna,
move the picture.
well, if I put this picture here, does that kind of help? You reckon?
Yeah, like over here.
So he was over there.
Yeah.
Now, you can you see, and I'm going to zoom in here. Let's see if that's clear, it's not. Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with what kind of blinds Miss Sinich's or the other classrooms had in the 1200 building?
What kind of what?
Blinds.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I can see the like left bars in there, right?
I'm sorry, say that
They
again.
look like verticals, right?
So would you say from that picture, they look like vertical blinds?
It looks like vertical.
Okay. Now, you stated earlier that you saw Mr. Peterson talking into the radios shortly before AP Porter announced Code Red.
Yes.
Do you know which radio he was speaking into, whether it's police radio or school radio?
No, I don't know which ones are which.
Are you familiar with what the school radios look like?
Yes.
Are they attached to your shoulder or are they handheld?
They can be either or.
Okay, do you know which one that Mr. Peterson had that day?
I think he had one attached, but I also have seen him with one in his hand.
Okay.
So I don't know which one he was talking.
You do not recall which one he was talking?
No.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Based on that, and read your rep?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Ms. Hertzfeld? The prosecutor had you put an X on where your classroom is located across from the 1200 building. Yours is not the only classroom in that entire 700 building, correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many classrooms are there in that building, if you know?
1, 2, 3, 6 on the first floor. One is a book room, and then upstairs is probably like the same kind of quadrant, same thing, I think.
So it's a 2-story building,
Yes,
and I think, did I hear 6 + 6 approximately?
probably, yeah.
And each classroom has about approximately how many kids? Not-
It's 700.
In the 700 building,
It depends. I'm an elective, so I can have a lot of kids.
okay. The average amount in other classrooms?
In those particular classrooms, they're electives also, so they can have over 35, 40 kids per class.
Okay. And all of those classes would have to evacuate as well,
Yes.
correct? And they would have, do you know if they all head to the same general location that your kids head to?
No, they don't.
They have different places to
There's
go?
different places that we evacuate to.
Okay.
I just know of the few teachers that I've seen from the first floor, like when you see them going out together, you know who's in your area.
Did you ever see law enforcement come and interview your kids after this to determine where they thought the sounds were coming from?
No, that's a rule. Go ahead, man. You can answer the question.
Did I ever see them get?
Yeah.
I don't, I never saw them get interviewed, like they might have been interviewed separately. I don't know firsthand.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you about these driver's ed courses and the other programs at the school. Did you have firsthand knowledge of the relationship that my client built with the students at the school?
Firsthand knowledge? No.
Okay, you just heard.
You could see it.
What did you see?
You just know when students like have like a relationship with a teacher or an adult in there, you know, like they come and shake hands with them, or they shoot the breeze with them at lunchtime. Like that's what happens because the officers get involved. They get involved with what's going on.
And one final thing, the prosecutor brought up your ear, and your hearing. First of all, were you able to hear all of the questions I asked of you today?
Yes.
Did you hear all of the questions he asked of you?
Yes.
And when you're working with your students, are you using the same hearing? You know, you don't have any, do you have any devices that help you with hearing? Okay. I mean, this is how you operate, right?
All the time.
And do you believe in any way that the hearing issue that you raised in any way affected your ability to hear the sounds of what you thought were firecrackers, correct?
I agree, because in actuality, if I felt like they were coming from that direction, it would have been really loud in that direction. But it's actually coming from back here where I don't hear well. Do you know what I mean?
And so
It's kind of bizarre, because this here was picking something up that was very loud coming from there. Makes sense?
do you believe that your hearing issue played any role in you believing that the shots were coming from the football field?
No.
Thank you.
Based on that, Amy Crowe, just one question. Go ahead. You described the relationship that Mr. Peterson had with the students. Would you liken it to a relationship that your students had with teachers that they were close with?
It's different. It's different because when you're in a relationship with a teacher, the kids they have to get a good grade. They have to, you know what I mean? It's more of a casualness that like security guards or APs might have with students when they're saying hello to them or seeing what's up. Some of the people, sometimes at the time we had coaches, we had security staff that were coaches. So they were very friendly to kids and they would take them into their wing, you know, that kind of thing.
So how the coaches or administrators were close with the children is how Mr. Peterson was close with the children, like a similar relationship.
I would think so, yeah.
Nothing further.
Okay, offense is the witness excused.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you may step down. Thank you very much. While she's doing that, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, 5-minute restroom break. Same admonition as always, please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. If you'll leave. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Real quick, 5-minute restroom break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Yep, everyone's here. Yes, ma'am.
Scheduling wise, we have 2 witnesses that are available here that
That was like. Hold on. Lefty, can I play it? Let me see if I still have it.
No.
Come on. I don't even know. How far, damn, how far back is this?
How can you imagine? How can you imagine with him?
I made the mistake of giving myself a number. I regret this.
Regret it. I know I regret it. He says.
It is? No, it's not. Maybe it is. Hold on. Let me look. Why is he telling me if he doesn't want me to play it?
He says play it. It's fine. He said play it.
Kim says play it.
Yeah, and to be fair, he says, yeah, play it.
I don't even
Yeah,
remember
fine.
what it is. Hold on.
Yeah, fine. It's in Twitter, he says.
I'm looking.
All I hear is voice.
Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. Oh my gosh.
I'm driving right now, but I went to the Rosemount Police Department yesterday, showed them the screenshot that I had, and they said legally it's not a threat, which I understood, and I was, felt the same way. I just wanted to go there and see if they, if what their if they had any course of action that they could take just to find out who the person is. So they were gonna contact Twitter and see if they can figure out who they are. So, but yeah, that's fucked. I mean, you wish whatever you want upon me. I don't fucking care, but shit talking a kid and then fuck that fucking cunt.
That should be my intro to my channel.
That's fantastic. Do you know what?
Right, I'm just testing. How is this? Is it still literally? Is this still? Check on the phone. Why is this so loud? You got a nice voice, Lefty. Nice voice there, son. Fuck's sake, we'll fix this now somehow. You know. Okay, testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. One, two, three, 1 2 3. That's not too loud now, is it? That's all right, isn't it? I think that's okay. I think your ears are not going to burst with this one. I've gone hours without being able to speak, so I'm going to speak. Oh, right. Yeah, I've had enough. I've switched everything off as much as I can. So it is what it is. But this woman, right? This woman, the defense attorney, honestly, I know this is sexist, right, but she's sexy as fuck. She is hot stuff. And I've had to keep that inside me for so long. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. Now, the fact that we're here is bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's bullshit that we're here, like, you know? Um, because we shouldn't be on trial, but I can't help but admire her. This is going on forever. I'm not sure how many days this is supposed to be. Today's been a bad day. Been a boring day. As well, sea swept. I'm not playing the Viva one now. I'm not sure if you saw that. I'm gonna be playing Solomon, playing maybe Legal
We have Ms.
Vices as
Collins,
well
Mr.
too.
Killer, and Mr. Klinger present for this debate. I continue
Uh,
with Mr. Igosh present and Mr. Peterson.
Because the
Mr. Peterson,
Viva
be present. We are
stream
outside the
apparently
limits
was
of New
just him
Jersey. State, are you ready to resume your
watching
presentation?
Recovery Addict.
Defense, ready to
I
proceed?
couldn't be asked with that.
Yes, sir. Please come to jury room.
So yeah, so those are a couple of videos we're playing at 5:15 Eastern today. I'm so glad we can speak a little bit more now. Heidi's there out there cleaning. Heidi, good luck with Kim. Where's Kim? What? I was told it's 2.5 hours long. With just that. Ah, for fuck's sakes. Well, I should have looked. My bad. My bad. But I think most people were a little bit like we didn't really like Fever, so I was like, okay, well, fuck it, we change it then. Oh, look at it with the hips. Look at the hip movement. Oh, Jesus. Um, so I announced I'm changing it now. I might do it another time than Sea Swept. I was thinking of doing Legal Vices and Solomon's one today. You were missing this morning. If you told me that this morning, I wouldn't have changed it. No one was too sure. I really didn't want to watch a stream.
Jurors entering.
Oh, it's a shame now, isn't it? Well, we'll see. I don't think I'll be able to play tonight now, but we might be able to. I don't. We'll see.
Ladies and
But
gentlemen,
I might
welcome
be able
back.
to see Swept. I'm gonna play the Solomon one first, and
Ladies and
then
gentlemen,
we'll
welcome
see
back.
how much time we got.
Once you're back at those things, you may be seated. All
We'll see how many
parties.
people are there. I'll ask the people in the chat what they want to watch. I'll put a poll up and see. Right. Yeah, these are the days as well.
I'll give you a moment to get
But I'll put a poll up and say, right, I'll watch Solomon, and then we'll put a poll up: Legal Vices or that one. So,
Okay,
and
ladies
whatever the
and
chat
gentlemen,
want, the
welcome
chat
back. We
chat
took a quick
gets.
restroom break. We were in the middle of the state.
I'll do it in the
presentation.
next
We're gonna
stream.
resume at that point. State when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Sergeant Bandery? Sergeant Bandery.
see how many people are there. I'll ask people in the chat what they want to watch. I'll put a poll up and see, right? Yeah, these are the days as well. I'll put a poll up and say, right,
Love a ticket though.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, but before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. So once you're seated, if I could just scoot that chair up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Richard Vanderings, Vandereems.
Richard.
Yes, R-I-C-H-A-R-D.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant Vandereems. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you currently work?
My name is Sergeant Richard Vandereems. I work for the Broward County Sheriff's Department, and I work for the city of Deerfield Beach.
How long have you worked for BSO?
24 years.
And do you have any experience in law enforcement or military prior to the Broward Sheriff's Office?
I just have 4 years working in the city of Oakland Park as a police officer.
Now, can you give the jury just a summary of the different units you've been assigned to as a police officer with BSO?
Mostly I've always been on road patrol. I like road patrol. I've done some time in our undercover set unit. And when I worked on I did background for like 3 months. But most of the time I've been on the road.
How long have you been a sergeant for?
3.5 years.
In 2018, what zone were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the west side of Deerfield, 1013 zone, which is like right around, it's the near power line between Hillsborough and 10th Street.
And on February 14th of 2018, were you working that day?
Yes.
Can you describe for the members of the jury what was going on at around noon before anything happened?
Just running calls, patrolling.
Working the road?
Working the road.
And how did you become aware that something was occurring at Stoneman Douglas?
Dispatch did a blow over the air that there was a possible shooting at Douglas. At that time, I got on my computer and I pulled up to see what was going on. And when I read the notes, it seemed like it was a definite shooting. They said one person was on the ground. So I turned on my lights and sirens and I started running code 3. Quick route right down power line, straight up Sawgrass. And I'm very familiar with the school, so I knew the back way in to get in quick.
What is code 3?
Lights and sirens.
When you arrived, where did you go to first?
I got off the Coleridge Drive. I came up the back road. I parked on the main road going east-west. I can't think of it.
I'm gonna pull up a map just a moment.
Sorry.
Right, I'm showing you what it's already in evidence as states 1. Just give me one moment to zoom in and out.
Hallmark Road.
Okay. Ryan, may I have the editing feature turned on?
Yeah.
I need to erase this. Sergeant, I'm going to turn on the editing feature, so if you touch the screen, it should mark it. Would you please mark on the screen where you parked your vehicle when you first arrived?
I parked my vehicle right around this area right here. Oh, wait. Right on there. I parked it so I wasn't blocking for any other vehicles to come in for emergency services. So I kind of parked off to the side. Didn't tell you to do that for training.
Did you know that you were going to the 1200 building?
Yes.
What did you do once you got out of your vehicle?
I ran going southbound through the parking lot. I came up through this direction right here. There was a officer standing on the corner of the building with a rifle pointing at the machine, pointing at the building. And then since this part was covered, I ran to this side and I entered on this side of the building.
This is
Did you
tough.
choose the east side of the building because that's where you were needed?
Right. Those who know me know I never pause. This is tough. This is the same testimony that we're going to hear from this guy as what we have from the last 400 people about what they came. It's like, what are we doing here? What, like, I wish the defense just went, yeah, same testimony. We've heard it all before. Don't worry, pass on. I just feel like we're wishing our lives away here now. Come on. Again, sorry I'm pausing it, but I put it 1.25. And I never pause streams. Never. But I'm a bit fed up today of hearing the same bullshit stories. Again, he's fucking trained to take a gun in there and shoot at people. He's probably got a rifle. The officer doesn't. So, fuck me. Can we just fucking let the officer go? He's had a shit 5 years now. Just let him go. He's had his punishment. He's been sacked from his job. He's living with hell. He's been called a coward for 5 years. Just let him fucking go. You're hearing this testimony again. Oh, you went in, what's your duty? We go in and we fucking clear it and then we shoot and then we kill the bad guy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know, mate. Just fucking move on, like. Sorry, right. You babbling, don't worry, C-swept. You just listen to me babbling. If they like that sort of judgmental take, have the followers. Oh, yeah, fucking. Yeah, exactly. Just, I'm not fussy. There's a few people I just prefer. And as I say, he supports a lot of people I don't like. Or don't like me. Or attacked me. So fuck them. Right. Let's get back to it. 3, 2, 1.
I chose the east side. The guy with the rifle was on that side and he was pointing towards that direction. So I figured that's where the shooting was or that's where the suspect was. So that's why I ran into that direction and I came into that side. And when they were saying, with the reference to the shooting and so forth, that they were saying that building 12, which is right there. So
When you get to the front doors of the 1200 building on the east side, describe to the jury what's happening, what's going on in your mind, what are you doing?
I just wanted to get in. I wanted to get in there and help and stop whoever it was that was, doing the shooting.
Did you enter the building?
Yeah, I mean, actually on that side, when I first went in, you could still smell like the smoke in the air. There was like debris, like from the tiles or something like that. And I noticed there were 2 children dead on the ground on the left-hand side. I went up to them, kind of looked to see who they were and so forth. And then from there, I went into a room on the left because there were officers that were already started down the hallway. And I went in with another officer into the first room because I wasn't sure if we were pulling people out, pulling victims out, whatever. Once I went in there and came out, I noticed they were lined up and they were working their way down. They were going door to door. So me and another officer kind of went to the front and took point and basically wanted to push everyone, begin to go faster. And that way they could be pulling victims out as we covered the hallway and pushed our way to the west side of the building.
I ask you what a couple things mean. What does it mean to take point? And then I'll ask you about push. So what does take point?
Take point, basically, we're going to the front. We're going to the front of the line. I've seen people doing other things. I've seen people grabbing kids. I've seen, people covering their rooms. I needed a job. I needed to do something. I figured the best thing for me to do was to get up front. I had a long rifle. So I went up front with another guy and we basically were starting to push down the hallway.
Now push, what does it mean to push and why is it so important to push at an appropriate pace?
You need to get to where the suspect is. You need to get down the hallway. You need to keep moving until you stop the person that's doing this to find them.
In that moment, how important is it to have enough people in that building to help?
The additional people they're great for pulling the victims out, covering rooms that you can't lock. But the pushing is, you can push one person, you push 2. I mean, the extra people are coming around are great to have. I mean, you can start grabbing the kids that are hurt, the ones that are screaming, that are upset. You can get these people to where they need to go.
So I'd like to slow it down a bit more. So you get to the first floor. Please describe for us, if you recall, who it is that you saw that was deceased on the first floor.
The first one on the left was Luke.
Boyer.
Yeah. And the female I really didn't see too good because he was kind of laying over. I was looking at Luke.
Did you check to see if Luke was alive?
When I leaned down, I think someone yelled. He's gone.
What did you do after that? Did you work your way from the east to the west on the first floor?
Yes.
And describe for the jury what the floor looked like.
I mean, there were kids screaming. You had it was very. I just it's something that's really hard to describe. I mean, it's just when you see kids jumping around. I mean, it's hard. I mean, like I said, my main purpose was to focus on finding who did this and pushing.
Did you use the west stairwell in order to go up to the second floor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to the second floor, what happens on that second floor?
I got to the second floor and there were officers standing at the doorway and they said, we got this, we're searching. And then I ended up getting called up to the third floor because I was asking if there was anyone else upstairs or has anyone gone up. And about the same time, I went upstairs and there were, I think there were 2 officers at the time. It ended up being 3 of us. And we looked out, one of them looked out the way, I looked in the hallway, and there was a child all the way on the end on the opposite side. And he kept trying to raise his hand up. And he was laying on the ground, he was on the opposite side, and we were like, we gotta get him, let's go. And then the 3 of us, or the 4 of us, we pushed all the way down, we grabbed him, and we drug him, or we pulled him all the way back to our side, to the stairwell. And about that time, the SWAT medic came up and started working on him.
Is that Anthony Borges?
Yes.
Do you recall what described his condition?
He was about, when we pulled him back, we left the trail. I mean, you could see where we picked him up from, or where we grabbed him from, and where we pulled him all the way back. And he was bleeding a lot. He looked like he was in a bad spot.
In that moment, what was the most important thing for Anthony Borges? What did he need most?
Sir, he needed someone to work on him to get someone to work on him. The SWAT medic probably saved his life.
Once you pull Anthony Borges, get him to the SWAT medic, what do you do next?
We start back the hallway again because now more people are coming up, and we have this one. The third floor was really bad. I mean, there was 2 girls laying to the right that were had passed away. There was one on the left.
Do you recall
or
their
there was
names?
a male on the left.
Do you recall their names?
Cara in the Meadows was on the right. Oliver was like in this little cotton cave area. Then I can't think of his name. The ROTC guy, he was behind me to the right.
Are you Peter White?
Peter White.
And as you're noticing, explain what officers are doing as you're noticing the victims.
We were trying to clear the hallway. We were trying to push all the way down to get to the rooms. So we were going, as we started down, SWAT started to come in. So basically what happened was as we were pushing down that hallway, SWAT would come in, they would take a door, and then the next guy would take the next door, because now we're starting to get people. And we're doing this basically all the way down the hallway, and they're checking vitals of everybody. And now we're pulling the kids out of the rooms to get them out of there.
When you say, because now we're starting to get people, do you mean now you can kind of divvy up the work as far as clearing?
Yeah, the SWAT team's showing up. We're getting more people, which means that they can do, if we can't get in a door, we can guard a door. We can go to the next one. We can try to start pulling people out. We were on the first floor, we were smashing windows because the kids wouldn't open the doors. So they would come up and they would look, and they would hide. And a lot of times, like, because I was in my uniform, someone would have to come up to the window, and I would come up to the window and like, sheriff's department, and try to make eye contact with them to get them to actually unlock the door. Some kids just refused. Which is completely understandable. And then we had to break the windows, reach in,
and then make contact with the kids and have them come out.
Describe for the members of the jury the difference of that approach of clearing methodically versus when there's active stimulus.
He's doing the wanking there. He's like spazzing out with the wanking sign.
Your Honor, I have permission to turn off the overhead screen.
We need to turn them
Yes,
off.
please.
Okay, please.
And Judge, I
So-
have mine.
Why? Why did someone unlike my video? I don't get it. Why would you like it and then unlike it? I don't understand it. Their loss. Not really. Doesn't matter. I just intrigued with that. Oh, we're up and down like yo-yos here. We're down to 6
Were you
now.
wearing your body camera that day?
Yes,
Okay, and did you have it on and was it recording?
yes,
And have you had a chance to review that prior to today? When we
I've
met?
reviewed it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what has been pre-marked as states S, as states 19.
Any objection? If I can speak to the state for 1 second.
Oh, it's all good. It doesn't matter. Yeah, if you made a mistake on it, you'd re-click it, wouldn't you? Someone's just deliberately gone over and just unliked it for no reason. I don't get. Okay, put the fingers, but you'd notice it, didn't you? But whatever. It just intrigued. Why is everyone just left? Or lost to half my viewers? I don't know why they've all left. My mic now works, and all of a sudden everyone leaves. Oh, so sorry, man. So sorry you're going through this, bud. Yeah, he had the task of saving the world. Fucking hell. Ridiculous. No one could do that. I mean, the guy yesterday with the bald head, I believe he probably could, but he's the only one I've seen that could do it. But he was proper Rambo, though. Do you know what I mean? The bald-headed one. Jesus, the captain. I wouldn't fucking mess with him anyway. That's for sure. All the others, though, you'd be like, shut the fuck up. Bam, bam, bam. See through walls, fly upstairs, stop, let's save kids. Yeah. I mean, what are we doing here, people? What are we doing? The villain is in jail, in prison. What are we doing? I came into this looking at it as a sensitive topic, but now I'm like, the state wants the families to suffer. What are we doing here? I think they told all the families, look, this guy is the reason that your children are dead. No, he's not. Far from it. You know.
All right, ready? I'm going with you. You two go, we'll come to the door.
It's just like anyone.
Here, come over here, watch this color.
Let's turn the volume down just in case. That would be great, but I don't think so, Steve. You know what I mean? I think this is disgrace that we're even here.
Two more, come on, one there, one here. Get in there. We're gonna take the next two. All right, peek in that one, and now keep an eye on this one. Peek in there. Pause it. Is anyone hurt? the store. All right, I see two in this one. Yeah, all right, let's take these two. Take these two. Grab them there. Sheriff! Come on. Come on. Open the door. Come on. Hey, where you hurt? Where you hurt? Come on. Okay. Okay. All right, next. I got a group coming out. Coming out. Line up, hands on the head. Follow them. Hands up. Come on. Show hands on the head. Hands on the head. Leave your bags. Go. Somebody check that bathroom. It's locked. Yes, it's locked. Can we get in it? Hold on, let me check this room. All right. We need to check that door. Go. I got a door over here and there's blood on here. Right. I'm going to cover this door. You got that way. Ready? Sheriff's Department! Good. What? Sheriff's Department! Come on, open the door! Anybody in here need sheriff? Hands up! All right, keep your hands up! Keep your hands up! Yeah. That looks like an office. Keep your hands up! Ready?
How would the sound of gunfire have impacted the path that you were taking?
I would have gone to wherever it was.
Would you have continued to move methodically, or would you have gone straight to the sounds and shots?
Now you go right to where it is, because now you know exactly what, or you know the basic location of where it was, so you push forward that way.
Do you use the sound of gunfire to help locate where the shooter is?
Yes.
And if you can't tell where the sounds are coming from, what do?
You just keep pushing like that. Just keep going forward.
I noticed that you guys mentioned the bathroom was locked. Does the school resource officer have keys to the locked bathroom? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
These officers should be pissed off that the resource officers being done.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what is marked as case T. Do you recall watching body
Advice, Lefty.
And did that image and that video fairly and accurately depict what you were doing as is seen on video?
Yes.
February 14th of 2015.
Yes.
At this time, the statement into evidence was from pre-marked as states T as states 20.
Mm-hmm.
Any additional objection? No additional objection.
Over the defense objection, which is otherwise preserved, state's chief identification will now be in evidence that is state's exhibit 20.
Oh, the more this trial goes on, the more there's a mockery of it.
Are you able to see the image on the screen, Sergeant? Okay.
And it's funny, right? Because the last witness, the teacher, was oh, for fuck.
This is the third floor, correct?
Yeah. Hey, sit. Go.
Yeah, Lefty, you're right. Lefty spitting truths again, spitting truths out.
Hey, send Mr. Donald. Randy's messed up. Have them start going up to the third. Hey, everyone's going up to the third now.
Now, we see some men in jeans, some men in shorts, different color uniforms. How were you all able to communicate with each other?
Verbally.
And why did you communicate verbally?
Well, one, we were all standing right next to each other. Two, the radio was, there's no need to get on the radio. First of all, everyone was on the radio. Everyone was talking on the radio. We had radio issues, communicating in and out. And realistically, we didn't
Yeah,
really
fall guy.
communicate in and out. We had the people there to do what we had to do. We pulled the one victim out, medics working on him. You could hear us, whoever body came that way, you could hear him giving directions to everybody around.
If your radio is not working, do you keep working?
Yeah, it's just a radio.
You're on the third floor. I can see that you're working the third floor. Describe to the members of the jury what happens next.
Once we get Anthony out, as you can see, you hear people, more and more people coming up. These are mostly the SWAT guys, and me, the one Coral Spring, or me and the two Coral Springs guys, who were basically together the whole time. Then we started clearing this whole floor, checking the rooms, and pulling the kids out.
What happens next?
We work our way down the hallway. We start pulling all the kids out once we have the, at a certain point, SWAT basically takes over the upstairs because the kids are out. And then I end up going downstairs and I go to the next building where they were making entry into it, and I go to assist them there too.
Now, at some point, you do learn that the shooter is no longer in the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you go and you still start working other buildings. Is that correct?
Yeah, I went downstairs, the room just to the west of it. They just started to go in there, so I went to assist them. But like I said, SWAT teams were showing up, so they started to do that. And then I started escorting the kids out to the roadway. And then from there, I started escorting the kids down to their parents. And I did that for a while, just trying to get the kids back to their parents, doing whatever I could.
While you're either inside the 1200 building, clearing the other building, escorting children to their parents, did you ever see Scot Peterson assist with anything?
No, I never seen him.
Did he ever enter any buildings that you saw?
I never seen him the whole time I was there.
And you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
Just a moment here. There's nothing else.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Can you turn that last image back on?
You want to,
Yeah, just for 1 second. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. We've never met before, right?
Not that I know.
Just had a few questions for you. I just had the judge keep this on because the weapons that we're seeing in there, can you describe those to us?
I had a Colt AR-15 rifle. The SWAT guy has something, AR type. I don't know what they carry.
For people who don't know anything about guns, let's start with yours. I think earlier you called it a long rifle, right?
Yes.
What's the difference between a long rifle and I'm guessing there's something called a short rifle?
Well, as you can see, the SWAT guys, they have the short, more compact, more tactically sound rifles. I have a road patrol rifle. We've switched since then, but that's just basically like an old style AR-15.
I noticed that you and other officers also have like a handgun with you.
Yes.
You didn't have that in your hand, you chose the long rifle, correct?
Yes.
Why is that a better weapon to go into the building?
Well, it's the ones who had the rifle brought the rifles, the ones who had the handguns went in with the handguns. It's obviously you want more power, more ammo, just in case it goes very, very bad. Handgun rifle still stops the threat.
I got you, but one has a lot more ammunition, right?
Well, the ARs carry 30 rounds with the one magazine, which most people carry. I mean, I currently carry on me right now, I have a 21 round magazine and then 3 18-round magazines. So right now I'm carrying more than my rifle did.
Okay, and just correct me if I'm wrong, if you run out of bullets and you don't have anything else, you're done, right?
I wouldn't consider you done, but it'd be nice to have more bullets, yes.
Got it. Now, you are with BSO in Deerfield Beach, correct?
Yes.
And prior to the arriving to the 1200 building, you never had a chance to speak with my client, correct?
No.
You had no idea what his real-time intelligence was, correct?
No.
You didn't know what he was going through, correct?
No.
You didn't know what he was facing at the time, correct?
No.
And you hear from dispatch, possible shooting at Douglas High School. That's what I heard you say on direct, correct?
Yes,
So
that's right.
that's the real-time intelligence you get. Possible shooting at Douglas High School, correct?
Right.
So you weren't even certain that there definitely even was a shooting, it was a possible shooting, correct?
Yes, until I pulled up the CAD notes where they said.
We'll get to that, yeah. And explain to the jurors, a CAD note system is not something you can carry around with you, correct?
No.
What is a CAD system? How do you get access to that?
We have laptops in our computers, and when we get dispatched to calls where you can pull up calls from different areas and it'll show the notes as they enter them or what's going on, so you can read them.
Do you recall what time you actually arrived at the school?
I believe it was like 2:40.
Okay. And that would have been at least 15 minutes or so after the shooter left, correct?
At that point in time, I didn't know he had left already. At that point in time, I didn't know he had left already.
Okay, well, that's important. In other words, you did not get any real-time intelligence from BSO telling you that the shooter or shooters had gone, correct?
No, the information we were getting was that he was still in the building because they were saying that he was in the building, and then even when we got in there, someone was communicating, he's going to the 3rd floor, he's coming down to the 2nd floor, and then there was a bunch of intel coming across the radio that we weren't sure of.
Okay, I want to distinguish between what you heard on dispatch and what people might have told you on the scene.
Right.
Right? So are you certain that dispatch ever told you anything about, first of all, whether there was one shooter or multiple shooters?
They just said a shooter at Douglas in the freshman building, or the 12 building.
When do you think you got that specific intel?
That was on my way there.
So it would have been somewhere shortly before 2:40, correct?
Or while I was en route. I think it came out first as shooting at Douglas, and then when I believe when I pulled the notes, it said building 12 or freshman building. And I knew where that was, and then on the way there, they were updating in reference to the shooting.
You later learned that while you're on the way and you're getting that intelligence, the shooter definitely was already gone, correct?
Yeah, later on, I found
Right.
out that he was never there.
But as you're approaching the building, you don't know that information, correct?
No, I thought he was there.
And you say that when you pulled in, you saw someone with a long rifle who had taken a position of cover, correct?
Yes.
They weren't moving, correct?
No.
And you talked about radio issues. Can you describe for the jurors what your experience was with your radio?
You would get a tone.
What?
A tone. You'd hit the button and it'd just go beep, so you couldn't communicate over it.
Not, as you say, a big issue if somebody's standing right next to you, because then you can talk to them, right?
Right.
But when someone who's further away needs to communicate with you, that makes it virtually impossible, right?
Well, unless you're doing hand signals or whatever the case may be, you're pointing, because the guy with the rifle did one of these, pointing that and go east.
Right. Assuming, first of all, you have no visual with the person you're trying to communicate with, you know.
Obviously, yes.
And ultimately, you never had a chance to speak to my client after this event, correct?
No.
I thank you for your service. Take care.
Based on that, any redirect? Go ahead.
You indicated that a handgun or a rifle can stop the threat. Is a 9mm handgun a handgun that can stop the threat?
Yes.
How many rounds are in a 9mm handgun with 2 magazines?
It all depends on which gun is being carried.
Do officers regularly carry more than 1 magazine?
Normally they carry 4, 1 in the, well, let me rephrase that. You carry 1 in the gun and then you carry 2. Some deputies carry 1 in the magazine and then we have a 3 magazine holder. So you have a total of 4 on you. Some only carry it with 3.
Are bulletproof vests available to any law enforcement officer that chooses to wear one?
Yes.
Does anything prevent an officer from putting on their bulletproof vest when they go to work that day?
No.
Besides their choice.
No.
You were on the BSO channels. Those channels were available to other BSO employees, correct?
Yes.
And based on the information that you had from those channels, as you're arriving at the school, you made the decision to go into the building.
Yes.
Tell us what your training was as a BSO employee on that date on how to handle that active shooter situation.
You're to go in and stop the threat. You're to push forward to stop whatever is causing the harm until it's stopped.
Nothing else.
Based on that, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he is doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. This time, the state would call Officer Timber.
Yeah, that is. No one's talked to him. That is weird. I mean, we've got another fucking officer now. I figured it out, C-Swep. Whoever unliked my video disliked it instead. So I think it was someone here that was watching. Then I had a rant tonight about what the fuck we're doing with this file. So I think whoever doesn't agree with my take on it, which is totally fine, whatever. We don't have to dislike it. So now it's his fault we didn't wear. I mean, look, this is getting pathetic. Yeah, he didn't wear a vest. His fault. Yeah, he didn't have a rifle. His fault. He's got a small pistol. His fault. That's what I was going to say earlier on, right? These guys, police, SWAT, and all them have all these trainings and stuff like that. They go away and train. This guy, he has a like what? Training with teachers in a conference room once a year, where they watch a video. That's the training the school have. Brilliant. Well, I know the school can't do much more than that, but I bet you he didn't get much training. He's not a SWAT officer. He's just a regular officer and a school officer, not like out on the street with the bad guys. The worst thing he's seen is someone smoking a cigarette and having to stop it. Probably, anyway. So I don't know. You must like when the state were doing this, you must feel bad. Like, why would you put? I don't know. Oops. Why do you go forward with this? I know I'm like a broken record, but the judge has been in the army. Look at his haircut. Oh, what's he look like? One of those people that fights against Rocky. I don't remember his name now.
Sir, if I
A
can
resource
come all the way up
officer.
here to the witness stand, please.
What
Once you
the
reach it, before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me, please.
Another fucking officer.
Right,
Fuck
swear to tell the truth,
off.
nothing but the truth. Yes, I do. Please be seated.
Did you arrive? Did you have a gun? Did you go into the building?
Once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Timothy Burton, Timothy Burton.
Mr. Kilroy, you may inquire.
Is it Officer Burton?
Yes, sir.
And where do you currently work?
The City of Coral Springs Police Department,
How long have you been a Coral Springs police officer?
17 years.
What unit are you currently in?
I'm in the Youth Liaison Unit, which is school resource officers.
And previous to being an SRO, what unit were you in?
In
Okay, so he's
2006
school
to
resource.
2011, I was on Midnight Road Patrol. 2011 to 2016, I was daytime road patrol. And then 2016, I became an SRO. 2016 to 2018, I was at Eagle Ridge Elementary and Country Hills Elementary.
Superfly coming in with all the.
2018 to present, I'm the SRO at Coral Glades High School.
Yes, I agree.
I'm sorry, where Coral?
Coral Glades High School.
I agree.
So since
Superfly.
2016, you've been a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
I just think,
Now,
as a defense
what
attorney,
are the responsibilities of a school resource officer that are different from a?
I just think it's
standard
ridiculous.
We are mentors,
with us.
we're protectors, we teach safety. We also, teach the kids about law. We handle any crime in the schools, we take reports.
How about in regards to like administrative searches on school grounds? Are you permitted to do that as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir. We do that with the assistant principals and school officials.
And what does that mean, an administrative search?
If a student has a weapon in his backpack, we can search the backpack and detain the weapon or any kind of drugs that the person may have on them.
And that's a different standard than, say, regular road patrol officer would have for
Yeah.
probable cause.
Yes.
It's a lower standard. Is it a lower standard?
Yes, it's easier for us to do on campus. We have to have, the assistant principals can have reasonable suspicion.
Now, you personally know Scot Peterson, correct?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated in the article clothing?
He's right there. He's wearing a blue jacket with a blue tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect positive identification.
Yep, record shall so reflect. You may proceed.
Now, previous to February 14, 2018, have you had conversations with Mr. Peterson, just in general?
Before that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know his voice?
Yes, I do.
How many conversations would you estimate you had with Mr. Peterson before February 14, 2018?
Over a 7-year period, many.
More than 10?
Way more than that.
Way more than 10. So you know his voice?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, the state intends to publish to show the audio visual component of number 7. We would ask for the cameras to be taken down.
This is F7 or State's Exhibit?
No, State's Exhibit
This
7.
is the sync of the audio dispatch?
Correct, Your Honor.
Court Deputy Hodge, all the TVs remain off?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, State, you may proceed.
He's got plenty of wenches as well. Don't worry about Lefty. He's got all the women after him.
Now, Officer Burton, I'm going to take you to specific times, and I want you to listen to the audio component to see if you recognize that as Mr. Peterson's voice.
Okay.
Seventeen two eight three, 17 Bravo 3, 17 Bravo 4.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scot Peterson's.
We're talking about the 1200 building. It's going to be the building off of Holberg Road.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scot Peterson's.
We're looking at the 1200 building. It's going to be the 300 building. It's going to be right off of Holberg Road on the senior lot.
Do you recognize that voice?
I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scot Peterson's.
All right, 26, so we don't know how it is over by inside the 1200 building. We're locking down the school right now. Make sure there's no pedestrian traffic anywhere on Holberg Road.
Do you recognize that voice?
I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scot Peterson's.
We're going to Colorado. I hear shots fired. Shots fired. All units on the shot fire, stay on main. We're going to Colorado. We're going to Bravo. There's going to go more students running west towards the football field. We're going to Colorado. I hear shots fired.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
Whose voice is that?
Scot Peterson's.
Do not approach the 12 or 1300 buildings. Stay at least 500 feet away at this point. Stay away from 12 and 13.
Do you recognize the male's voice there?
I do.
And whose voice is that?
Scot Peterson's.
Okay, now going back to February 14th of 2018. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
And what is your typical duties during the day? Let's say on that day.
I was the school resource officer at Eagle Ridge Elementary School that day.
How far is Eagle Ridge Elementary School from Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas, approximately?
2 to 1.5 miles.
Okay. How long would it take you to get there? At the end of the school day? A few minutes?
The school or the parking lot where I go to?
Well, that's where I'm getting at. So when you leave your position at the middle school and you drive to, where do you go to every day?
So every day I go to North Community Park, which is where the Douglas kids use the parking lot for MSD.
Okay, so my understanding is there's kind of like a senior parking lot on the north side, and then if there's any additional students that bring cars, they park it kind of off campus.
Correct, and I provide security there.
Okay, and that's every day you do that?
Every day.
And is that what you were doing on February 14th, 2018?
I was heading there.
Okay. And you were heading there, did you end up going there?
No.
Why not?
Because I heard Sergeant Bill Reed over my radio ask dispatch if there was an active shooter at Douglas High School.
And with that information, what did you do?
Listened. And then the dispatcher came back with, yes, we're getting multiple phone calls. And as soon as she said that, I turned on my lights and sirens.
Okay, and once from the time you turned on your lights and sirens, how long did it take you to get to MSD?
I was pulling up to the intersection of Westview and Coral Springs Drive. Country Hills was in their school zone. So I was trying to make a left turn. So a couple of cars had to get out of my way. It slowed down my response a little bit. Made the left onto Coral Springs Drive, went underneath the Sawgrass Expressway Bridge. Did not know where the shots were coming from on the schoolyard. So I said, you know what, the fastest way on campus is going to be the south bus loop.
Okay, and I'm actually going to show you a map, Your Honor, if I can, and this can be put on the cameras.
You can put the TVs back on?
Yes. And Your Honor, if you can enable the annotator. Officer, you can actually utilize the screen to mark it.
Okay.
Do you recognize what we're looking at here? Oh, and for the record, I apologize. We're looking at stage 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the layout here, so.
Okay, now utilizing the pencil feature, where did you park the car? Park your squad car? So for records purposes, you went north on Pine Island Road and pulled into the loop at the bottom, the southern part of the campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why did you go there?
There were a lot of cars in front of me. I know that, sorry, right here I know is the main entrance. This was very congested in this area. So I said, you know what, I'm not gonna drive through that. I wanted to get on campus as quick as I could. This was wide open.
This, where you were, what is that? Who typically parks there? What is that?
This is the south bus loop, so buses.
Understood. When you got on campus, is that where you parked your car, where the X is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got out of your car, what did you do?
When I got out of my vehicle, the first thing I did was listen for gunshots.
Did you hear any gunshots?
I did not.
So after not having that stimuli, what did you do?
I had my M4 Smith & Wesson rifle. I started to put a chamber in the round.
Just let's slow down.
Okay.
What's an M4? Is that a long rifle?
It is a, it's like an AR-15, but with a shorter barrel. So it's a very powerful rifle.
Okay. Did you have a scope on it?
I did, with the red dot.
What does that mean, red dot? Does that mean like it magnifies, or is that just like it'll
You
show
can make it magnify. There's a button you can turn on the scope, and the red dot will get bigger or smaller.
Okay. And with that weapon, you chambered?
I chambered a round.
Does that mean you You loaded it
Yeah,
basically?
so basically I'm holding the barrel of the gun like this, and it's called a charging handle. You rack it back, and a bullet goes in the chamber.
So now that you're armed with that rifle, what did you do?
I had 2 more magazines that I put in my cargo pants, my police uniform. So altogether, I had a 30-round magazine in the M4 rifle, and the 2 extra magazines that I had 20 rounds, so I had 70 rounds total. I also had my handgun, which with 3 magazines at like 15 apiece, I had another 45 bullets. So altogether, I had 115 rounds of ammunition.
And what kind of handgun did you have on you that day?
It was a Smith & Wesson, I'm sorry, a 6 Sauer.
And what caliber bullets?
Back then, I think it was 357.
Okay.
Not sure, we
Okay,
switched.
That's fine, that's fine. You get out of the car, you're armed, where do you go?
While I'm loading up my rifle, I'm looking, like I said, I know Douglas pretty good. I know that this is the cafeteria, I know that this is the front office, and the first thing I did, I wanted, so since I wasn't hearing gunshots, the next thing I wanted was information. So I looked in this general area right here, there's a hallway, to see if anybody was running out, and if there was, I was gonna ask them for information, but there was nobody there.
Did you see, was it a ghost town right around there? Did you see anybody at first?
I did not see anyone.
Ultimately, did you see someone?
Yes, shortly after, I began to run north.
You can track.
Okay, so after not seeing anybody west, I'm like, okay, let's go front office. So I started to run north on this sidewalk.
And did you ultimately see someone?
I did. A gentleman driving a golf cart was driving towards me.
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
Did you get in that golf cart?
I did.
Why did you get in the golf cart?
Because as you can see, well, the gentleman offered me a ride. As you can see, it is a very long distance from where he picked me up. So he offered me a ride and I took it.
You said long distance. Did you know where you were going when you got on the scene, when you initially parked your car?
Yeah, so when the gentleman approached me, I asked him what's going on here. And he said there's a shooting. It's a white male with a burgundy ROTC uniform shirt, dark pants. The shooting happened in the 1200 or 3-story building, in or around the building and the northeast parking lot.
Okay. Were you familiar with the 1200 building or the 3-story?
I was not familiar with the 1200 building, but I knew exactly where the 3-story building was.
That information that was given to you, was that given to you by Mr. Peterson?
It was not.
Was that given to you by an officer or a civilian?
It was given to me by a campus monitor.
Campus monitor. Okay. You're in the golf cart with the campus monitor. Can you track or trace the route that you went?
Yes. So as we're going north, I'm starting to mentally prepare to get into a possible gunfight.
How do you do that? How
Did
you do that? Let me ask you that.
Mentally prepare.
Yes.
Just by your training starts to take over. You're ready to go.
Did you want to be engaged in a potential gunfight?
I remember when I got out of the golf cart, I remember saying to myself, I immediately wanted to take this individual on.
Okay. So you're in that golf cart, you're driving northbound.
Yep, so we jump off of the sidewalk. The gentleman makes a hard turn to the left, and I exit. As soon as he makes this hard turn, I get out.
Where did you ultimately position yourself?
So after I got out of the golf cart, I start running west. I'm focusing my attention this way, and also to the building.
Okay. I'm going to clear the screen.
Okay.
Just from here. It's not allowing me to. No, it's not. I am trying to.
I already did it. There we go.
Officer Burton, I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as states, in evidence as states 6 composite F13. Your Honor, we can show this.
This can remain on. Okay. You may proceed.
Officer Burton, do you see in the top left portion of the screen, do you see a golf cart?
I did.
Are you on that golf cart?
I am in the passenger seat.
And what time does the camera, does it read up there?
It says 2:29:08.
Thank you, Officer Burton. We're going back to the state's 1 year. Now, you've already stated that you were dropped off by the campus monitor up. Well, mark where you were dropped off again, if you don't. When you got there, did you think you were the only officer there?
I did.
And for how long did you think you were the only officer there?
From the time it took, from the time it took me to run from here to right here, I felt like I was the only person.
Is that where you positioned yourself, kind of near that tree and near some parked cars?
Yes, I did. I positioned myself between the trunk of a tree and a black SUV.
Why did you position yourself there?
The campus monitor said in or around the 300 building. So this was the best spot for me, I thought, to be in to kind of, gather myself and figure out what my next move was going to be.
The 300 building or the 3-story building?
I'm sorry, the 3-story building.
Okay. Now, based upon your training, if you do not hear shots during an active shooting event, what are you to do?
We can hold in this position and we can wait for a team if there's no active gunfire.
Are you trained to also try to look for stimulus or gather information or intelligence in regards to the active shooting?
Yes.
And is that what your intention was to do when you were in that position?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you see Scot Peterson?
I did.
And where, and if you could mark on the screen, where did you see him located? And you can estimate this for me, but approximately how far away was he?
I would say that was about 40 yards.
40 yards.
Yeah, I used to play football, so I know what 40 yards is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you able to communicate with him?
Yes, I was.
And you personally knew him, correct?
Yes.
What was the conversation you got on scene? What did Mr. Peterson tell you?
When I saw Deputy Peterson to my left, I got in between the tree and the SUV, and the first thing I said, "Scott, where the fuck is this guy at?"
And the response?
The response was, "Timmy, is that you?" I said, "Yeah, it's me." And he said, "I haven't heard any shots in a few minutes. I don't know the exact location of the shooter, but watch your back. Somebody could be behind you in the parking lot."
Okay. So the parking lot you're talking about is obviously, there you go. Based upon the information that you received from Mr. Peterson, did you change the positioning that you were in?
I did.
How so?
I moved to the trunk area of the SUV. I stood up on the curb of the parking lot to make myself taller, and I basically scoped, I scoped this entire area. I was looking for anything, anything moving that matched the description of what the campus monitor gave me.
Given that you were scoping that area, was your back exposed to the 1200 building?
It was.
Now, when you were scoping the parking lot, did you look behind you to look at the 1200 building?
I did. I would focus on the northeast parking lot. I would also turn around and give a peek to the east doors of the 3-story building. And then I would also look back to see how Deputy Peterson was doing.
Now, what did you see Deputy Peterson doing when you were looking back, when you were in that position?
He was in like a low ready position. Just to clarify that for you guys, you're holding your gun kind of down low. He was up against a concrete column of this building, which I don't know what the name of that is. And he was looking east and west.
From his vantage point, could he see northbound past the 1200 building?
That I don't know, but he definitely could see west and northeast.
Okay. Now, how long would you say that you were scoping out the parking lot with your back exposed to the 1200 building?
For several minutes, that's recollection.
Now, at any point in time, did Mr. Peterson tell you that that approximately 70 rounds went off in the 1200 building?
He did not tell me that.
Did he relay to you information that 5 kids had ran outside of the east doors?
He did not.
Did he relay to you that the shooter or someone matching the description that you had, a white male ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, had ran westbound down the corridor towards the football field?
He did not.
Now, that information, white male ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, did you relay that to Coral Springs?
I did.
How did you do that?
Via my police radio.
That real-time intelligence, did you get that from Mr. Peterson, or did you get that from a civilian campus monitor?
Civilian campus monitor.
Did you get any real-time intelligence from Mr. Peterson?
I did. The real-time intelligence I received from him was that he didn't hear shots in a couple minutes. He didn't know the exact location of the shooter, and he possibly thought that somebody was behind me in the parking lot. That was the information I received from him.
Now I want to go back to your SRO, your school resource officer background. Eagle Ridge in 2017. Is that where you were assigned?
Yes.
Okay. And in 2017, was a training conducted at that school?
Yes.
And what was the training in regards to?
It was active shooter training.
And who was that training for? Was it for fellow officers?
No, it was for teachers and staff of Eagle Ridge Elementary, and law enforcement did the presentation.
Was Mr. Peterson one of the presenters?
He was.
Now, what did you teach the teachers or the staff that day?
We taught them a code red situation, active shooter, what they are to do.
And what did you specifically tell them in regards to that? Code red active shooter, what they're to do?
The first thing they're to do is to put a partition in front of their glass. The second thing they're supposed to do is barricade the doors the best they can, and then get their classroom to the safe corner.
And what is a safe corner? Can you explain that to the jury?
The safe corner is kind of the angle of the classroom that would protect the students most if gunfire were to come into the classroom.
Were there any sort of examples utilized during this training? For instance, blanks?
Yes. So what we would do is we would do like a a mock, a trial with teachers in the classroom. And the teachers had no idea, but we were going to fire live ammunition, blanks, of course, so they could become accustomed to what gunfire would sound like outside their classroom.
Now, how many presenters, how many officers were there teaching that day?
I don't recall, but there were about usually 2 a classroom, and then the training instructors. So I couldn't give you how many were there.
Was each officer there assigned a particular number of teachers or staff to teach?
Yes.
Approximately how many teachers or staff?
Maybe like 30 a class.
And were you in the same classroom teaching as Mr. Peterson?
I was not.
But it was the same curriculum taught to the teachers and staff?
It was.
At that presentation, did you and fellow presenters explain what officers, SRO's jobs were during the code red?
Yeah, that's usually a main concern of the teachers. They always ask, well, what are you doing while all this is going on? And we tell them we are looking for the shooter and engaging.
Now, back to MSD on February 14th, 2018. Did you hear any shots at all while you were there that day?
I did not.
Your position with your back exposed to the 1200 building, scoping the parking lot. At some point in time, does your position change?
Yes, it does.
What caused it to change?
They announced on our radio that they were getting real-time video that the shooter was still in the building between like the 2nd and 3rd floor.
Okay, and with that information, what did you do?
We thought we were going to receive gunfire, maybe from the windows of the building. So we had to get back behind the trunk of the SUV. And tactically, whenever a gunman is up above you and you're below them, that's not a good spot to be in.
Mr. Burton, I'm showing you what's already been intended to evidence in state 16. My array still isn't working, so if you could just do it.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the east side of 1200 building?
It is.
Okay. Now the windows that you were talking about, if you could please, using the pencil function, circle what windows you're speaking of.
These and then these over here. I'm sorry.
Now with that information, did you change your position from facing kind of east, northeast to turning around and then facing west?
Yes, I did.
Were you still near the tree and the SUV?
I had to move away from the tree, but now I was on the trunk side of the SUV.
Okay. And where were you looking towards?
I was looking up at these windows.
At some point in time, did you see members of either BSO or Coral Springs enter the east side of the building?
I did.
Approximately how many?
4 Coral Springs officers and I think 2 BSO.
Did you join them?
I did not.
Why not?
Where I was positioned, it was just still Deputy Peterson and I. When I on-viewed the officers heading towards the building, the feeling I got after Deputy Peterson told me about the parking lot was we had somebody like trapped. Whoever did this was trapped in that parking lot and they possibly were going to try to shoot their way out of it. That was the feeling I got after he gave me the information.
Did you relay to Coral Springs that information that the shooter was potentially in that parking lot?
I did not. I believe I told either a sergeant or a captain. I
I don't know who came first.
Now, ultimately, with that information, did Coral Springs use resources to clear that parking lot? And I'm going to go back to stage one.
Yes, we did.
How many officers would you estimate cleared that parking lot in the northeast corner?
To my best recollection, maybe 5 to 8.
And how many minutes approximately did it take for them to clear that parking lot?
It probably took them, I really don't know, but my best guess would be about maybe 10 minutes.
Now, was the parking lot full, kind of like?
Just like this picture, it was full of cars.
Were the officers going in and out of the cars?
Yes.
Checking underneath the cars?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
So it was expounding a lot of resources to check this parking lot.
It was, yes.
And it's at the same time as this one SWAT is in the 1200 building?
At this time, there is a lot of people in that building.
Now, at some point in time, did this turn into rescue mode?
It did.
Approximately when did that happen? I don't need a time, but in the course of events.
Maybe during or the end of the video delay that was being broadcasted over the radio. To my view of the east doors, some deceased students were starting to come out.
Okay. So you never made your way inside the building, but when deceased students were brought out, did you?
I ran over to help.
Okay. And what exactly did you do in that
regard? Sorry. There was a golf cart full of blood driven by Officer Wilkins. A deputy said, he looked at my name tag, he goes, "Burton, I need help. The kids can't see this." So he had
What did you take that to mean, this?
The massacre, the trauma, yeah.
Okay.
The gore.
What did you do next?
I assisted the deputy by picking up underneath the legs of the deceased student, under like the knees area.
Do you know who the deceased student's name was?
I didn't know at the time, but I know who it is now.
Who is it?
It's Luke Hoyer.
With Luke's, what did you do with Luke?
We put him on the back seat of the golf cart, and then Officer Wilkins drove away.
Did you assist in any other rescue or
yes,
medical portion?
I did. So after all the deceased were out of the hallway, they were like, "Okay, guys, we're going to start letting the kids out." So I backed away from the east doors, and I took a position about right here to guide the kids to Pine Island Road.
Okay. And did you help with any other of the injured students?
I did, 2 more females. The first one who approached me, she had a protruding right eye, and she was like, "Officer, my hip is killing me." And she kind of went like this, and she had about the diameter of a pencil, the circumference, and I could see she was white in the face, and I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna help you." And she's like, I can walk. And then eventually when we got to like this part right here, she's like, I could tell maybe the adrenaline was starting to wear away. So I picked her up and I handed her off to a deputy right here. And I said, "Gunshot victim to the hip."
Was her white face consistent with blood loss in your experience?
I don't know about that. I just know that her right eye was like just swollen. Like I don't know. I've never seen that before.
And did you physically carry her?
Mm-hmm.
You're a big guy. Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
After that, what did you do?
I ran back to my spot. I couldn't tell you how many minutes went by, but right about here, so, right here, I observed Detective McLean trying to carry a female who was crying. Okay. So I went over and offered my assistance, and I could tell that that female was shot in the left knee.
And did you assist in helping her be removed?
So what we did with her was we brought her this way. We brought her this way through this gate, and as we were doing that, the CSPD SWAT truck said, "Guys, give her to us."
Now, after that, what did you do after you helped assist with her?
We loaded her up on the truck, and then me and Officer McLean walked back to this position here.
Now, during this time period where you were assisting with the students who were injured and with Luke, was Mr. Peterson helping?
I don't recall. I didn't see him.
You didn't see him. If you were exclusively on the east side of the building.
I was for about the entire time of the event.
The same side of it, was that the same side of the building that Mr. Peterson was on?
Yes, close in proximity.
Now, when you first got there, when you first got dropped off by the golf cart, and you saw Mr. Peterson there, did you consider yourself the primary officer, given that you got there second?
No, it's his school.
So did you consider yourself perhaps the backup officer?
I considered myself an officer who came to help.
Now, during the time that you were there, before you started rendering aid, did you see Mr. Peterson leave that position that he was in that you first saw him in?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
From the time that you got there,
Yes.
until it turned into rescue mode.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Peterson leave that area that he was in?
I did not.
And how long would you estimate you were there before it turned into rescue mode? You can ballpark this.
20 to 30 minutes. Just one moment.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Officer Bird at this time.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Judge, we have a brief sidebar.
Yes, sir.
So my other stream is supposed to start in 15 minutes. I don't think we're going to be finished here in 15 minutes. Just have to play by ear. But I know they're probably going, Lefty, good night, good luck tonight. Dragonfly Lady, thank you very much for streaming all day. Yeah. I thought they might break now, to be honest, but no, they're going to finish this witness.
I'm gonna try to stick to the schedule as I outlined it for you when I mentioned a week ago last Wednesday, so I'm gonna press pause right now. When we resume the trial on Monday, we'll pick it up with the cross-examination, right where we are right now. Same admonition as always, please do not discuss the facts of the case.
There we are.
The evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else until we reach the end of the case. I'll tell you when that is. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot emphasize this enough. Over the weekend, please, no research of any kind on the internet,
sweat.
any source directly or indirectly regarding the parties, places,
What's the other stream? The other stream is the bloody Solomon Anderson in about 10 minutes. Solomon Anderson. Yeah, I know. I might have, I obviously texted him and say, "Hey, Judge, come on now, do me a favor, bud." Um, so there we are. Well, the oh, it's all good. It's all good. Obviously, the link for the next one is in chat now. I'm gonna close this down quickly. Sorry about that, but I need to like get some coffee. I'm running on nothing. On So I need some coffee down me. I need to go and get have a piss as well. Empty the old bladder. Okay, hang on. What are they saying?
Necessary for Monday afternoon, so I think we're all good.
Okay, very good. Defense, anything else you need me to address? No, all right. Sir, I'm gonna see you Monday at 9:30. You can talk to anyone you want about anything you want, except this case, just like you're on the witness stand. I'll see you Monday morning at 9:30.
Thank you.
Okay, 9:30
Okay,
then.
so then the trial's otherwise gonna be in recess until Monday, which is Monday, June 12th at 9:30 a.m. Division FX will be in recess until Monday, June 12th at 8:45 a.m. I hope you all have a good rest of
The officer's pissed off. He's like, "Fuck's sakes!" He wanted it to be done with, but I'm quite glad because now I can get coffee. I can do all that stuff, and I can set up the stream quickly. Hopefully. Um, so as always, thank you very much for everyone that's been here. Hopefully, I see you all in the next stream. And yeah, we start from there. Right, and I'll do a poll then. Go get it together, look. I know, I need to. Right, catch you in a bit. Thank you, guys. See you on the other side.